you can remain standing. We'll have our police chaplain, Jack Adeline, proceed with the invocation.
So would you join me in prayer, please? Father, how thankful we are today that we're in a city that cares about its people. And we do pray, Lord, this evening for all of the council, for our police, for those that are watching over us, that you would continue to keep your hand upon them, give them wisdom and safety. And may you give great wisdom to the meeting here tonight, that we would have your heart in mind and that you would go before us and provide for the needs of your people. Thank you, Lord, for being here and for loving us in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. We're going to start with the ceremonial presentations. We're going to have Councilmember Sarmiento step forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and good evening to everybody. If I could have Gannon Burks, the assistant principal at Santa Ana High School, Tiffany Wong from Santa Ana High School, Alicia Booth from the Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce, Marco Apan from Chavita Juice, Angel Orea from the Mobile Food Truck Association, Yahaira Ortiz, Healthy Schools Program Manager at OC United Way, come and join me up here. This talented group of folks are on a road show tonight. That's why I want to thank my colleagues for allowing them to go first, because they're going to be taking this on the road to the school district, and they're going to be presenting or be presented over there. And I want to introduce them here at the council. And I'm very, very proud to have them. I'm very proud to make this presentation tonight. And this is for the contributions to the community and the participation in the National Forensics Association 2019 tournament. You know, a lot of us, when I read the title of National Forensics Association, I thought it was a group of medical students or medical professionals, but actually these are speech and debate college-age students, and it's a very, very prestigious tournament. It goes around the country. It's very well recognized, and it brought to us over 1,000 college students, and over 90 universities were represented here in town. It was a great event that had been worked on for a couple of years, and I am going to be talking about and giving this microphone and the floor to a former colleague of mine, somebody who you all know well and love and miss, my former colleague, Sal Tinajero, who is the somebody who worked on this, who is now with the school district in Santa Ana, but served on this council since 2006 to 2018, and we were very privileged and honored to have him represent the city, because he's a product of the public school system here, and he's gone on to do great things, both in his personal life and in his professional life as well. But one of his loves has been speech and debate. And I know that he brought honor and prestige to the campus that he represented in Fullerton Union High. What he did is he brought a lot of students that were underrepresented, low income, and taught them the skill and the art of debate. And that's something very, very difficult to do, because they travel around to campuses like Harvard, Berkeley, all over the country. And again, the Harvard of the Midwest, Bradley, right? So, which is Sal's alma mater, so he always reminds me, it's the Harvard of the Midwest, so remember to say that. But he, when he asked me to go visit, and I know the Mayor Pro Tem went to go give the opening remarks, and I gave the closing remarks, the stadium, or excuse me, the auditorium over at Santa Ana High School was full. And it was an incredible sight to see that many college students, so many campuses represented. But that tournament brought so many folks, in addition to the staff, to come here to town, because they could have gone all over anywhere in the country, but they decided to come here, and I think that was to Sal's advocacy to bring them here. And just on hotel, just on the hotel costs, because they all stayed here for a week, they all ate here, they all visited all our venues and all our businesses. There was over $500,000 spent on just hotel stay alone. So that alone deserves a big round of applause to let them know how much that was a big injection of funds. People fell in love with the city, so what happens when these university students graduate and they have families and they grow up and they have kids, they're going to say, you know what, I remember this town that I went to go compete in. Let's go back there because I had a great time. It's close to Disneyland, it's close to the beach, it's close to all these great places, so we know those folks are going to be coming back. And we certainly made a big impression thanks to all these folks behind me, and they're sponsors of the event. And it was such a great thing to have the city, and I don't know if Julie is here. In any event, Julie Castro, who is worked, I know, very closely with Sal. She was part of our city manager staff, now is with our economic development team, but she worked very hard to bring this together, and I know worked side by side with Sal to go ahead and make this. But this was a historic event. This is something that had never been brought to the city. I don't even know if the school district had a speech and debate program before Sal got here. So he not only brought this tournament, but he founded a program for our students to be taken advantage of and to be developing these skills. So I want to thank Sal for his tireless efforts over the past 2 years, but I also dearly want to thank the Santa Ana Unified School District, the Chamber of Commerce, Chevita Juice, the Mobile Food Truck Association, OC United Way, and all the volunteers who have helped make this a reality. And I want to turn this over, stop talking, I want to turn it over to Sal to have him speak a little bit about what they experienced here in this week that the tournament was here. I know it ended a few weeks ago, but look, it's still fresh, we're still invigorated, we're still excited about what happened here with all those students and with that event being held here. So Sal, the floor is yours. Go ahead and address us. Please, Sal Tinajero.
So we have the individuals, just to give you an idea, this tournament had never been held at a high school. It has always been held at a university. University of Alabama, University of Texas in Austin, James Madison University. It's always been at a university, never at a high school. 2 years ago, I had taken my team to Harvard, or let me say it right, to Harvard, and I was having a lobster roll, and I thought, whenever I come out here, I want clam chowder or a lobster roll. So then the family went out on a little vacation to Boston, and we went to the same hotel that I stayed at. I took them to the same restaurants that I've been to. See, everything that was familiar, when I brought my family, that's where we went, and we spent money there again. That's where the idea came in, and I talked to Councilman Sarmiento at that time and other colleagues in the back, and I said, you know what? If we bring college students, these students are all going to graduate, they're going to earn money, a good salary. If we bring them here and introduce them to what we have, and it's a great experience, they're going to come back. Not just once, but multiple times. Instead of getting a hotel near Disneyland, they'll get the hotel here in Santa Ana, knowing that it's only a 5-minute drive. So that was the game plan. Game plan number 2 was that I already know about, of the 71 universities that compete in speech, I know about 30 of the coaches. But if they come here, have a great experience, now we know everyone. And all that does is when our students are ready to go to the 4-year university, we can get them scholarships as well. So this served a lot of different layers, a lot of different areas, and we put in the bid. They trusted us with the bid, and thanks to the individuals that are behind me, Mr. Burke, Alicia, Finney, and the whole SPART team, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about the SPART team because I'm very proud of these guys. We were able to put this together. This was a true partnership between the Santa Ana Unified School District, the City of Santa Ana's leadership, the Chamber of Commerce, and the college. Our SPART team that's standing right here, they're what you call, I know our police chief is out here, they're like our SWAT. They're our SWAT team. So they rotate through different schools to beautify the schools, but whenever we have a major event, they're the ones that come in, they get the campus ready, and they're there on call the entire time. But let me tell you what's special about them. The president of the National Forensics Association came to me 2 days before the tournament was over, and she said, Sal, I've never received this type of treatment and at all the different universities we've been to, I've never received this type of treatment that you guys give us. She says, your Spark team comes in here, they have a great attitude. You could tell that they take pride in what they do. And after we need something, they get it done, they come back to us and they ask, is this okay for you? And if it's not, they go fix it with a smile on their face. This is a class act. And also, Mr. Burke, who's also the assistant principal at Santa Ana High School, was there the entire time. This was a week-long ordeal where we were going to sleep at midnight, waking up at 5, and getting right back to campus. So I just want to thank the city of Santa Ana. We did bring over $100,000 in tax revenue, and you know every little bit counts, especially in these days when we're stretching dollar bills, right? So I'm just very proud of what we did, so much so that the organization has asked us to do it again next year. So it's another bolt to our economy. And till this day, it's still going out on Twitter that this was the best NFA they've ever had. So I'm very proud. Thank you so much for this recognition, and thank you so much for your leadership in allowing us to do this. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and present these to all of our folks that were involved with this one, and this is signed by every council member and the city council. I'll start with from Chavita Juice. If you could just state your name and let them know what you do here in our city.
My name is Marco Apun. I'm representing Chavita Juice and Bagel, and we basically serve the whole tournament for 3 days. And I mean, we did the best we could to.
And they love their food. So if you want to go, I gave you the wrong one. I apologize. And from the Santa Ana Unified School District, Mr. Gannon Burke.
I'm Gannon Burks. I'm the assistant principal, and I want to thank Sal Tenjero for bringing this wonderful tournament to our school, putting us on the map nationally, and letting people know that Santa Ana actually is the center of the United States now.
And from the Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Alicia Booth.
Alicia Booth, I'm the communications manager at the Chamber. We just helped with the fundraising of the event. That's all.
And so we have other certificates that we'll go ahead and head out because they have a lot of things to do today, but thank you so much. Let's continue to shop in Santa Ana and show people, oh, by the way, we talked about the lobster rolls. They loved our tacos. So let's make that a staple. Thank you.
Up next, we have Councilmember Jose Solorio stepping in for Mayor Polito.
Good evening. As you know, we typically, celebrate people, young people, neighborhood leaders, business leaders. But when you have a city, really part of what there is to celebrate, if you do it well, is you celebrate your infrastructure, you celebrate your buildings, you celebrate the physical aspects of the neighborhoods, the beautiful trees, the water, the good tasting water, because we keep getting awards for that. And here in America, as you might know, there are designations for every week of the year. So I am really pleased to, on behalf of Mayor Polito, recognize National Public Works Week. I know we have some, yes, round of applause. I know we have various public works managers, staffers. I see some of them here, so don't be shy. I need a few of you to come up. So as you are coming up, okay, Here we have our city engineer and our public works director. Great timing. It's an honor for us to recognize these two individuals and everybody else in the division. The public works professionals in our city focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital to sustaining our communities. A big piece of it is water, and I professionally, I'm also I work for a water district, and so obviously, water is very vital for human life, and we have a great water system here. We actually import very little of our water because our groundwater basin underneath is so robust, and the quality is good, and the cost is good, much less than imported water. So maintaining that is very important. And our council member, Vince Sarmiento, he's on the board of directors for the Orange County Water District, and is in fact the president of their board this year. So we're really pleased and honored to have him with us. We have services in our division in Public Works that are headed up by engineers, managers, general service employees, and again, all this contributes to public health, livability, movement, and together, helps us have a high quality of life here in Santa Ana. Today specifically, the divisions that I want to recognize, again in totality, and these two gentlemen work with these folks in these divisions. We have a water resource division, a construction engineering division, maintenance services, engineering services, administrative services, and they do it in a way almost like the private sector would do, in that they have, these in the city, we have these centralized group of individuals, and then they'll help different departments as they have needs. So an engineer may be working on water stuff, there may be another engineer working on transportation stuff, and then we just address all the city public works needs as we need to. Additionally, through partnerships with the county, with regional governments, nonprofits, the private sector, the federal government, they also help get us grants in other programs. So, literally every year we get tens of millions of dollars in grants for all those infrastructure programs in conjunction with our parks division. A lot of grants for parks as well. We here today are recognizing May 19th through May 25th as National Public Works Week, and recognize the City of Santa Ana's Public Works Agency and its people, most importantly, for the outstanding work that they do on behalf of the residents and businesses of Santa Ana. Let's give them a big round of applause. Our Public Works Director, Fred Sweet.
Thank you, Councilmember Solorio, and thanks to the Mayor and City Council, and of course our new City Manager for recognizing Public Works Week. You covered it all. I was going to say some about Public Works, but we really are the lifeline of any city. Our staff work 24/7 to make sure everyone in this city receives the best service, clean streets, water when you turn the tap, whether you want to use water or flush the toilet or anything. People work seamlessly 24/7 to make sure all these services are delivered to everyone here. I've been in public service for over 30 years, and I tell you, our Public Works Department, Santa Ana Public Works Department, are the best, and one of the people we have are the finest, and I'm so proud to be part of this organization. Thank you for recognizing us and Public Works Week. Thank you.
Well, our city engineer, you're the main engineer in charge. Why don't you say a couple of words?
Well, thank you very much. I think as a public works professional also for 30 years, I take pride in the work that I do. I'm so very happy to be of service to Santa Ana. And one thing that I wanted to make sure that in addition to everything that's been said, we aggressively pursue grants. And we are #1 in Orange County in bringing outside dollars to fund capital projects in the city. So we're successful at that. We take a lot of pride, and we will continue fighting for bringing outside dollars, that's federal and state dollars, into the city. Thank you very much.
Just a couple more things I'll leave you with, and we'll commemorate this with a nice plaque for them. This team also oversees most of the My Santa Ana app work and requests, which is, on the whole, a very popular service where by your phone you can take a photo and send that directly to the city to address, sidewalk issue, a tree issue, a pothole, or whatever it might be. So that's a big deal. Later tonight, we're having a budget workshop, and so we'll be discussing, a lot of our capital improvement priorities. And on that topic, I know the one street that I get the most requests for, you got to fix that street, is Wright Street, particularly in the center part of town. And that's with our Public Works Director, one they said, we got to advance it more. They've been saving it because with OCTA streetcar, they're going to do some work on Wright. But I'm all, well, they haven't advanced that work. And so we actually, in the next coming months, are going to start working on Wright Street. They've identified the funding, and so that's a big deal. Thank you so much, Fred, and our new city manager for allowing that. So on behalf of our mayor and city council, it's my honor to recognize National Public Works Week here in Santa Ana. Congratulations, and thank you.
If I can have Chief Espinoza from the Orange County Fire Authority join me up here, please. Welcome, Chief. Thank you for joining us. We are here recognizing Wildfire Awareness Week, and I just can't say enough about the brave men and women from the Orange County Fire Authority who risk their lives every day going out and protecting us here in the city of Santa Ana. Orange County Fire Authority is very, very large, so they serve in many areas. But there's one thing very special about the firefighters and all firefighters in general. They're one big family. They work hard together. And when there's wildfires, and I know here in Santa Ana we don't have that, but we're surrounded by mountains and hills, and they all have to pull together to put these fires out. And it is just a lot of work. It's dangerous. I represent the city of Santa Ana on the Orange County Fire Authority Board, and I have the honor of being there and seeing the good work that they do and all the skills that they have and all the training, all the hard work. Can't say enough about them. I've seen photos and film of how these brave men and women fight these fires. It's just incredible. And you ought to see these folks there. Many times you get shipped up north, correct? There's a lot of fires up north. We also had the Canyon 1 fire. We had the Canyon 2 fire here locally. We know Laguna area also has a lot of fires out in those hills, but they can go as far as, out of state. So it's just incredible work, and I want to thank the chief, and if you could come and say a few words about the Wildfire Awareness Week for the public. Thank you, Chief.
Mayor, council members, thank you very much. Those are very kind words, and I'd like to add a couple of streets to Public Works. I just want to say Councilmember Villegas was right. You look around us and we have concrete, metal, infrastructure. We're in the middle of a metropolitan city. However, who would have ever thought that an entire city, Paradise, California, would have been wiped off the map? The loss of life, incredible. Fire is relentless, it's devastating, and we have to take it serious. The most important thing you can do is when the order is given to evacuate. We have a very robust system here in Orange County. We're very blessed in Alert OC. If you get those orders, adhere to them, please. It may save your life. Never take them for granted. We live in and around these areas, so make sure you maintain that brush clearance and always respect Mother Nature. This year we have a high volume of grass, so you always want to keep that in mind. But thank you very much, sir. Be safe.
Thank you, Chief. And on behalf of the Mayor and City Council, I want to present this proclamation to you for Wildfire Awareness Week. Thank you to the brave men and women of the Orange County Fire Authority. Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Councilmember Penaloza.
Hello, everyone. Can I have the folks from Crown Castle, they're on their way up here, come up here, please? I'd like to recognize, as a thank you, on behalf of the mayor and the city council to Crown Castle for their contributions to the community. Since 1994, Crown Castle has worked around the country to build and maintain the infrastructure behind the world's most revolutionary technologies, consisting of towers, small cells, and fiber, giving communities access to data, technology, and wireless services. Through the Connected by Good program, Crown Castle employees participate in voluntary projects in local communities. And on May 8th, across the country, Crown Castle held their annual Connected by Good Day of Service and selected the city of Santa Ana as one of the 21 parks chosen for revitalization efforts through the removal of trash, cleanup of foliage, overgrowth, and tree planting. Crown Castle provided over 70 volunteers for a day of service at Memorial Park. The volunteers painted bleachers and the shower area, planted new flowers and succulents, and shifted sand in the park's playground. The Connected by Good program goes beyond one day of community service. It revitalizes spaces where people connect, helps to improve everyday safety, and promotes access to education and technology. Today, we thank Crown Castle for their attention to our community and acknowledge them for their efforts in making Santa Ana a safer and more beautiful city. And in regards to Memorial Park, I was present that day to welcome them and give them a thank you. And it meant a lot to me personally because Memorial Park is a park that I learned to swim in. I played Little League in. My brothers played Little League in. I chipped a tooth on the bleachers as a 5-year-old kid. So it's a park that I walk through daily with my dog. So I was very happy to be there and see the improvements, and it looks great. The plants look awesome, thank you. And the bleachers look nice, ready for the summer to start. So thank you, gentlemen. If you guys would like to say any words, please.
Mayor and council, thank you. I just want to say on behalf of Crown Castle how thrilled Tim and I are to be here and represent Crown Castle, and it's important for us. We feel strongly about giving back to the communities in which we serve, and we live and work in these communities daily, so we're happy to do it, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and continue with the meeting. Assistant City Attorney, do we have any reporting out from the closed session?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. There are no reportable actions from tonight's closed session.
Thank you, sir. Madam City Attorney, do we have, Madam City Clerk, do we have any speaker cards at this time?
No speaker cards for the closed session items.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to continue with the meeting. And we're going with the consent calendar. Is there any items that the council members would like to pull? Let the clerk know, please.
Yes. Well, I have a few items, so I don't know if you want to, do we want to go before with the individuals who are being recognized and...
That's, okay, that sounds great. We're going to go ahead and move with the Measure X committee members, which is items 13A, B, C, D, and G. We can have them come forward. Madam Clerk.
Let's take action first, if we may, on those. A motion to approve the appointments?
Yes. Very good.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries. You can have the candidates come forward.
Michelle Martinez.
Abigail Rodriguez.
Keith Carpenter.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California. and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies,
I know it by heart.
foreign and domestic,
That I
and
will
bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I well and faithfully discharge the duties.
Upon the duties about to enter. There we go.
I feel bad because I know this by heart. I know.
Yeah, it's okay.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and take things out of order, and we're going to listen. We're going to start with item 65A, since we have a lot of speakers. I have 41 speaking cards here. So can I have Renee Rowley come forward? We'll start the clock for 3 minutes. Followed by Win Trent. Win Tren. Go ahead, ma'am. Welcome.
I've lived in Konakai Mobile Home Park for 20 years, and they used to put the rent up by 3% most of the time. Last year they put it up by 4%, and this year they put it up by 6%. I would say 95% of the people are elderly, and it is a senior park. We're living on a fixed income, and if this carries on, we won't have anywhere to live because we won't be able to afford the rent. And not only that, they're now putting in new pipes for the electric and the gas. We're woken up at 7 o'clock in the morning with drills drilling into the ground, and the ground is uneven because they dig it up 3 times a day to put the pipes down. We've already had one lady that fell on the uneven ground, and now for the next year she has to wear a sling in her shoulder, for her shoulder on the right hand, and there's going to be far more falls. The owners of the park will not make that ground even after, they won't pay for it to be made even after the pipes are put in, and this is a very sorry state of affairs. And we also would like to have rent control in Santa Ana. We really, really need it. And they have rent control in Beverly Hills, so I really don't see why we can't have rent control in Santa Ana, where we really need it. We have so many people that are on a fixed income. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So I just want to make sure I inform the public that today is a receive and file item, so it's just an update that we're receiving from the staff. So if you choose not to, even though you submitted a card, if you choose not to speak, that's okay. Just let us know. And we're going to go ahead and continue with Mr. Wintran, followed by Quoc Pham.
Hi, my name is Wen Tran. I'm a board member of the Konakai Mobile Home Association, Homeowner Association. And I'm here speaking on behalf of our elderly resident who has been in the park for 10 years or more. They're now in the 70s, 80s, and 90s with frail health and limited income. Many of them live alone, some without any family or other relative, hang on to each other as long as they can. Since the recession of 2008, their income, their pension, their social security check barely budge. Their saving has been depleted due to the zero interest environment that we went through the last 11 years. They try to make do with less food and have to crimp for their medicine. All they simply wish for is to live the rest of their life in peace and dignity. But their golden year dream is now becoming a nightmare. The excess and continuous space rent increase of the past 11 years crossed the line of abuse, if not predatory gouging. It caused tremendous stress that pushed our elderly resident one step closer to the abyss of homeless. Last year, in August, LA County protected their residents with an ordinance limiting space rent increase to 3%. I'm appealing to the elected official of the city of Santa Ana to be pioneers in Orange County and to protect our most fragile and vulnerable elderly population from excess rent increase abuse. Please help us limit space rent increase, especially in elderly park, to the lesser of 3% of consumer price index. And please, again, make it retroactive to the beginning of 2019. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Quoc Pham. Mr. Quoc Pham, followed by Robert Trung.
Good evening. My name is Quoc Pham. I am also on the board of executive from the Konakai Mobile Home Park. We are here today to ask for your help to stop that nuisance rent increase on top of the nuisance that they make in the park now unbelievable. We are mostly retirees with limited income, and last year we have the raise of 3%. But out of the 3%, we have to pay more for health insurance, we have pay more for gas, we have pay more for food. We barely have enough money to spend on other things. We have to give up on kind of entertainment. But now, mostly, we are on the verge of being homeless because we can't afford that kind of gouging rent anymore. So, please help us to be living in the condition we like it now. We like to call Santa Ana our home. We don't want to be kicked out and be homeless. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Trung? No Robert? Okay, Hiep Nguyen? Followed by Brian Lee.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Hiep Nguyen, the resident of Konakai Mobile Home Park, that's the park safe for the senior citizens. I'm here today to inform you and to asking for your help because the rents keep increasing every year, and very soon those who have limited incomes cannot afford it. And without your help, I think that the senior citizens like us will be in big trouble. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Brian Lee. No Brian Lee. Alan Soper.
I live in the Gables Mobile Home Park, and last year we had a 10% increase, and again, in February, we were informed that we were going to have another 10% increase in our rent. I can see cost of living increase, but I cannot see up to 10%, and limited to at least 3%. Up until that time, the rent increases were reasonable, and we've been living there since 2000, and it's just getting out of hand. And if the rent increases were going to improve the parks, or the park, then we are forced to pay a entirely asphalting of the entire park, and they added $55 onto the rent on that, because I guess the rent increases didn't take care of it, of the park improvement. And I just think, I wonder how many have read the report that the commission gave to you today? Yeah, anybody had a chance to read it? I guess not. It's just, you want to file it away somewhere.
This is your, not discussion, this is your comments, sir, so we're not going to interrupt.
Yes. These are something that I think you guys ought to discuss tonight due to the turnout here, and besides our input, well, I think we ought to hear from what you guys are recommending tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan, let's see, Mary Langley. Mary Lee. Kai Vu, you married? Mary?
Mary.
Mary, great. And then it'll be Kai Vu, followed by Terry Bow.
Xin kính chào, tôi là Lan Lê, tôi cư ngụ ở Bali 2. Tôi ở đó được 6 năm. 3 năm đầu thì tiền rent chỉ lên có 3% thôi. Nhưng 3 năm sau này nó lên rất là nhiều. Và kể từ tháng 6, nó sẽ lên 799 đồng. Trong lúc đó tiền income của tôi chỉ có hơn 800. Thì tôi rất lo lắng, không biết làm sao mà tôi sống được. Vì tôi không có đủ tiền để trả tiền nhà, tiền ăn và tiền ở. Cho nên tôi đến đây để xin quý ban vui lòng giúp tất cả những người già, cô đơn như chúng tôi để có được chỗ ở vững chắc và đừng có bao giờ bị đuổi ra khỏi những cái nhà mà chúng tôi đang ở. Xin thành thật cảm ơn.
My name is Lan Lee. I stay at Bali High for 6 years. First year, the rent increased 3%, but the last 3 years, it's increased a lot. And since June, it will increase to $7.99. And my income is only over 800. I worry a lot about the finance and how to survive. Please help us for the accommodation so we don't be kicked out of our place. Thank you very much.
Kai Vu, followed by Terry Bow.
Good evening, Mayor
City Council. Hi, my name is Khai Vu. I'm 65 in 2 months, and I live in Bali High for 9 years. And today, I'd just like to have a chance to tell you my perspective. There are always on the argument, everybody say, yeah, he says, he says that. But the fact that the history of rent increase was sent to your office a couple of days ago. I don't know if you received that. So like you know that's the fact that it's not like the hearsay anymore. So like if you have to vote, so I just ask you to vote with your clear conscience to help us, and that's all we can say to you today now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Terry Lee Bo, followed by Mary Jo Beredick.
My name is Terry LeBeau. I live in another city. I live in Westminster, and right now we're looking into getting the city to get rent stabilization. Right now, I lives in Driftwood, and 6 months ago, they wanted to increase our rent by $300 a month. Can you imagine $300 a month? We've rebelled against that and went to the newspapers and everything like that, and we were able to renegotiate that at 5.5%. I personally been involved trying to get rent stability for the last 3 years. I've been to San Juan Capistrano. That's the only city in Orange County that has rent stabilization, and they have had it for 20 years, and not one of their owners have lost their park. And if you'd like to, please make a call to them and see why they've been staying for 20 years of that. I've been in San Juan Capistrano, not in San Jose, who's one of the 7th largest cities in California that has rent stabilization for their mobile parks. So I would recommend the city of Santa Ana, with 29 parks in this city, to get some control on rent. Thank you for listening to me, and if you have any questions, please be free to question me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mary Jo, followed by Cynthia Guerra.
Yes. Hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mary Jo Beretich. I'm the Zone C Vice President for the Golden State Manufacturers Homeowners League, that's GSMOL. And we are the largest advocacy in the state of California that helps to pass the bills into laws to protect the mobile home homeowners in the state. And we work very hard at doing that. We have a legislative advocate, lobbyist, who is excellent, works right with the senators and the assembly people and the governor. So we work hard to do that, and we also then go into all the parks that we can. And my area is LA County, Orange County, and San Bernardino counties. And I go between 7 to 14 parks a month, trying to educate the people as to what their rights are, listening to their concerns, mediating with the management if it's at all possible. If it's not possible, then we help them with court situations. But it's one of the things that we've been trying to do throughout the whole state, of course, is getting rent stabilization. And I applaud you for your forethought to research the parks in the city and the various rent stabilization ordinances in the state. A very thorough job was well done. Your work group did an excellent job of writing up everything, doing the research, and it's fantastic. I do look forward to working with your group when they fine-tune the ordinance. Our corporate attorney, Bruce Stanton, who has written numerous RSOs, will be also available for consultation. By taking on this task, you've shown compassion and respect for those vulnerable citizens of Santa Ana. I'm currently working with 3 other cities on the same subject. You are setting a fantastic example for everybody, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Cynthia Guerra, followed by Crystal. Can't make out the last name.
All right, hi, good evening, council members. So I'm Cynthia Guerra, and I work with the Kennedy Commission, and while we did provide a letter that presented further detail, I do want to speak to you personally to urge you to do something about the rent increases that the Valley High residents are facing that go into effect on June 1st. And I think that in the city staff report, they presented as a potential solution the emergency ordinance, as well as a regular ordinance. And I'd really like you to consider those 2 options because, like I said, these rent increases are going to affect on June 1st. So these people are being affected by this right now in a couple of weeks. So the seniors of Valley High, it's a senior and age-restricted park. That means that they're all mostly on a fixed income. Like they mentioned, Social Security, it doesn't go beyond $800, right? And management wants to increase the rents up to $799. So I don't know if you guys can make the math, but I don't think that's gonna work out for them, right? So we'd really encourage you to look that over. Similar situations are being experienced in other mobile home parks where there's a lot of low-income families or other seniors because mobile home parks were seen as the last sort of affordable option for people, and they're no longer being that, right? So regarding the subsidy program that I think was mentioned in the report, as the report mentions, it only allows for 10% of the rents to be paid. Only 10% of the residents in the parks can receive it, and it's temporary. It's not guaranteed every year. So that's not a viable or a sustainable solution in any way. The other thing to note is to situate this within the homeless crisis that we have right now in Orange County. The point-in-time count came out recently, and from 2017 to 2019 in Orange County, that increased with 2,000 people. So there's 2,000 more people now homeless. And if we don't do something about this now, there will be more people that are homeless. So it's in your hands. You can do something about this right now. So if you can do that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Agnew, and followed by Dao Tran. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Crystal Ianyu. I'm from Konakai Mobile Home Park. I'm also a caretaker for my mom. I have lived in Konakai for over 30 years. Sorry. We need to get the rent space stabilized because this increase isn't going to work for the people that are on fixed incomes, like everybody else has been saying, Social Security. My mom's on Social Security disability, and it's not going to work. She's got to pay for her medications. She's diabetic, and it's not going to work for, the people that have medical problems. And we just need to get it to where they can actually stabilize this so they don't increase it as much as they are. When I first moved into the park when my grandmother was there, it wasn't this bad. Last year went up 3%, this year's up to 6%. When is it gonna end? Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Dao Tran, followed by Huang Lung.
Hi, my name is Dao Tran, 69 years old. I am the resident of Valley High Mobile Park. In 1978, I escaped from Vietnam on a small fishing boat. After a difficult journey at sea, my family and I arrived in Thailand, where we spent almost a year in the refugee camp before coming to the United States. 3 days after I arrived in the United States, I went to work for almost 40 years. I worked very hard almost every day to support my family and me. After retirement, I decided to buy a mobile home in Bali High for one reason only, because it was affordable and would allow me to enjoy my old age. However, Bali High is no longer affordable, and I now fear for the future of me and my husband. Both of us are retired senior citizens, supporting ourselves through our Social Security. From 2008 to 2015, when Bali High was still being managed by Fancy Property Management, my rent increased by about $15 per year, by under 3%. However, since 2016, since J&X Asset Property Management took over for Fancy Property Management, my rent has increased by 7%. Given my financial situation, I cannot afford the increasing prices. My husband and I are now very worried about our future and are scared, we will become homeless. Please help us. This situation is unfair. It is wrong. I do not want to lose my house. Please stop the practices of J&X Asset Property Management. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Juan Luong, followed by Min Tam Nguyen.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and City and Council. My name is Huang Luong. I'm 71 years old. First of all, I thank you for service in Santa Ana, serve us. I very appreciate your job. And I come today, I have one reason. Right now, I'm retired and depend on my security check. That's the under $1,000, that's the $925. And the rents right now go up in up to $850. I live in the mobile home Bali Heights over 15 years. And I look at the future, that's very difficult for me. And maybe I end up be the homeless. That's the most scary. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Min Tam Nguyen, followed by Ding Pham.
Good evening, Santa Ana City Council. My name is Min Tham Nguyen, and I work for the Orange County. By my own will, today I come to talk on behalf of my uncle, and for myself, and for the resident of the Bali High Mobile Home Park, Senior Park. I believe with my 91-year-old retired priest uncle at the Bali High Senior Park since 2010. I'm planning to retire because my uncle, 91-year-old retired priest, he had a gout problem. He had a diabetes. But it seems like it won't be working with the thing about right now, with the people in the mobile home with the fixed income, and we are facing housing rental now. I am afraid I cannot retire. I am afraid I cannot take care of my own uncle. The housing rent, you know that, it goes far beyond the consumer price index. You know, for the December 2018, the consumer price index is 1.9. So we afraid many of us will be forced out of the senior park. And even worse, maybe we will be the homelessness. Maybe we'll be homeless. So we, the Santa Ana resident, the one whom you represented, we are asking you to use your legal power, the one the city attorney outlined by the city attorney, and it's already exercised by several other cities. We asking you, we beg you, please use your power to help us, to help your own people, to help the Santa Ana city.
Thank you very much. Your light is red. If you could conclude, please.
To help us, yeah, we, the people, don't want to cause any problem. We just simply want to stay inside our own home and to live our own age. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
God bless you.
God bless you. Ding Pham. Ding Pham, followed by Chen Huynh. Dean Pham. Chen Huynh. Thank you. And followed by V Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor. Xin chào quý vị. Tôi là Chiên Quỳnh ở Valley High, Santa Ana. Tôi ở đó đã 10 năm rồi. Nhưng mà từ năm nay đó là cái rent đó, nó lên tới không có thể tưởng tượng được. Với cái số tiền mà retire của tôi đó là cũng khoảng là lấy đi hết khoảng là gần 90%. Compare với những cái vị mà live ở Santa Ana, mấy vị mà retire cũng như là hưởng tiền già đó là khoảng 800-900 đó, còn tệ hơn nữa. Bởi vì chúng tôi đó rất là lo âu và sợ hãi, và bởi vậy cũng như là rất là stress, và xin quý vị giúp đỡ cho chúng tôi để mà làm sao đó để mà cái tiền rent nó đừng có lên cao quá, để cho mà chúng tôi đã cũng như là đã lớn tuổi rồi, đã qua tới 2 đời cũng như là 2/3 của đời người rồi. Xin quý vị giúp đỡ cho chúng tôi, chỉ còn là 1/phần của đời người của chúng tôi còn lại được ở yên. Dạ, cảm ơn quý vị.
My name is Truyen Hinh. I stay at the Bali High for 10 years. But this year, the rent is increasing dramatically. The rent is takes up 90% of my income. And average income of retired people around 800 to 900 per month. That makes us worry very much and also very scared and stressed. Please help us for rent control. We already spent 2/3 of our life, and please help us for 1/3 of our life peaceful to stay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, V Nguyen. V Nguyen, followed by Puat Mai. Welcome.
Good evening. I sincerely say hi and thank you everybody in in this meeting. Now I talk about me. I am Pian Lee. I work being President Mike Konakai Mobile Home Senior Park from 2001, 2002. Where that time I had job, I payment about 485. But now different all. I had to pay 900. And so I think for hard my life for us. You know, I no money. I no money for food. I no money for insurance car. I no money something other something. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Phuoc Mai, followed by Bernice Howard.
Honored Mayor and all City Council members. My name is Tuot Mai. I'm 72 years old. I have been living in Balahai for 10 years. The first 7 years, everything fine. Each year, the rent increased $15, which is around 2.2% to 2.6%. There are 1 year even no increase to 2010. But the last 3 years, since the new property management come in, the J&H company, they come and start to cut our benefits and terrible gouging our rent money. The rents increase, outrage, unjust, unfair to all people in Bali High. This is the second time I come here to beg you for help. This is a big problem for us, for your Santa Ana resident. Just look at the people here, and there are a lot more people, they really want to come here and ask for help, but they cannot come, probably because they're old and maybe sick. I believe this is a not difficult thing for you to help. If you're willing to help us, we put our trust in you. Please do not look away from this problem. Again, we beg you for help. If you do, we will remember you for many years to come. We appreciate it. God bless America. God bless all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernice and Ray Howard, followed by Anna Dang, and then followed by James Osborne.
My name is Raymond Howard. I live in Valley High, and please, I want to talk for everyone in this whole entire place, for everyone that owns a mobile home, that we all need some help. Please, in God's word, help us all.
I don't think I'm going to say anything else. That's what we need is help, desperately. Let's just stop this, to some type of rent stabilization so we can stay in our homes. If not, we will be homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Dang, followed by James Osborne. Anna Deng. James Osborne's next, followed by Lynn Bien.
Hello, I'm 84 years old, and I know that if the rent keeps going up, I'll be homeless just like everybody else is. And that's the complaint I have, is the fact is that the pay raises we get as the seniors, we don't get enough to pay the rent when they would keep raising it every year to $75, $80 every year. So that's the reason I'm here tonight, is just to ask you to think about us whenever you go to your meetings.
Thank you, sir. Lynn Bien. You Lynn? Lynn, okay.
Xin kính chào quý vị. Tôi là Anna Đăng. Tôi sống ở Bali 2, số nhà là 42. Việc làm của tôi thì bấp bênh, mà tôi sống với người cha già. 2 income mới đủ đóng tiền nhà. Tôi sống rất là lo sợ từng giây phút một. Nếu mà một income thì tôi không biết phải làm sao bây giờ, tôi phải sống như thế nào. Tôi xin quý vị hãy giúp đỡ những người nghèo của chúng tôi. Xin cảm ơn quý vị đã cho tôi thời gian này. Xin cảm ơn.
Anna Deng. Anna? Okay. Just want to make sure I got the right.
My name is Anna Dang. I stay at Bali High at the number 42 with my father. I have an unstable job, and I also needed 2 incomes to pay for the rent. That's why I'm so worried that if one income, and how can we afford to pay the rent? Please help for the poor people like us. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Bien, followed by Yorel Artin.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Lynn Bien. I've lived at Bali High for 23 years. I'm here tonight and have no intention of offending anyone. I'm up here talking of my own free will. No one has coached me. My fellow residents and I are experiencing elder injustice. My rent has been raised $140 next month. So are a lot of patriotic Americans across this nation. I pay $660 a month. They want to raise my rent and other people's rent to $800 a month. That's senior rent gouging. My best friend and neighbor had cancer last year. And since last year, her husband has terminal cancer. What do you think they can do? Pick up their lives and move? With what money? It's up to you. You are the members that have our future in your hands. You have the choice between creating a black plague of elderly homelessness and making all of us Bali High residents across our great country suffer the darkest days of our life. Or you could stabilize our rent at existing rates. I pray tonight this snapshot in time will be an eye-opener for you and our city council members. Elder abuse matters. Does it start in Santa Ana? What do I buy, my medication, or do I pay my rent? Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Yorel Artin, followed by Valentina Monfredi.
Good evening. My name is Viorel Artin. I'm living in Bali High, Space 104, for 12 years this year. First years was rent only 2.5, 3% raise every year. For 3 years, they start to raise 4% for 2 years. Now, for me, I'm speaking in my behalf, for me. Now, raise 7%. What means this 3% for me? Is the bread for 2 weeks. This 3% for me and my family. Look at us. Well, we are at the end of our lives. Why somebody try to take advantage of us? Why? And why the people who can help us can refuse this help? I think you cannot refuse to help us. We don't ask for rent control. And me, I don't ask for rent control. Stabilization, because we know this year, what? From June will be 7%, but next year, 10, 15%, we have, because nobody knows. Our social security sometimes is 1-2%. Last time, they raised up with 2% social security for me and took all those raise for Medicare. They raised the Medicare. In fact, I remain with the same last 2 years ago. The same. This is the problem for us. We are in fixed income. We cannot afford to spend more money for nothing, in fact. Please help us.
Thank you, sir. Valentina Monfredi, followed by Pedro Correa. Valentina? Pedro Correa, followed by Manuel Barrera.
Good evening, council members. My name is Pedro Correa, and I am 60 years old. I have been living in Valley High Mobile Home Park for almost 5 years. I am saying this on my own, and nobody is coaching me or telling me what to say. I beg the council members for help. The A&H management or the owner are increasing the rent. For some of my brothers and sisters here, in the park, it's going to be really hard or impossible to pay. Some might be forced to leave the park. Please help the older people to stay in their houses and stop the high increase on rent. My wife and I moved at this park because we could afford the rent. In the future, I don't know. I was laid off last February, and I am looking for another job. I don't plan to retire any soon, and I beg the council members to please help and stop the abuse and the harassment on the grandparents of Valley High. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, sir. Manuel Barrera, followed by Roseanne Clark. Manuel Barrera, followed by Roseanne Clark, followed by Julie Pauley.
Buenas noches. Yo soy Manuel Barrera y tengo 74 años. Vivo en Valley High hace 9 años, perdón, y la cual he pasado más o menos bien, ¿no? Viviendo ahí. Pero ahora lo he pensado porque con estos aumentos que han hecho y todo, no sé en mi vida más adelante qué puede pasar, ¿no? Gracias. Buenas noches.
Gracias.
My name is Manuel Barrera. I'm 74 years old. I've been living for 9 years at Valley High, and I have been seeing what's going to happen in the future with all the things that has been happening. Thank you.
Roseanne Clark, followed by Julie Paul, followed by Clay Hage.
Hello, I'm Roseanne Clark. I'm 77 years old, and I have lived in Bali High for 13 and a half years. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you once again. I want to add a couple of additional things that I didn't say last time, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. No one has prompted me to do this. But I have a lot invested in my home. I also have a mortgage. If any of you have mortgages or have had, you know that in the beginning, a lot goes to interest. And that's how it has been for me. So I've paid a lot into my mortgage, and I still owe a lot on my mortgage. I love my home. I don't want to have to leave because the rent is so high that I can't pay both that and my mortgage. Please help us. We need rent stabilization. Please stop the rent gouging. We need your help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Julie, followed by Clay Hage.
Good evening. My name is Julie Polly. I'm the regional representative for Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association, and we represent mobile home park owners throughout the state of California. And it's probably not a surprise to learn that we're always against rent control. It's a horrible housing policy that destroys harmony, erodes affordable housing, and it should be soundly rejected and alternatives identified. I have to commend your staff report on a very thorough report. This study has overwhelmingly showed that Santa Ana has beautiful, affordable mobile home parks that are well maintained and well managed, and rents are stable. Residents are happy with their housing selection, and this never would have been the case under a rent control scheme. There's been a lot of activity surrounding mobile home rent control in Orange County in the last few months since a noticed increase at a park that was located in both Fullerton and Anaheim, Rancho La Paz. The new owner of this park noticed a $400 increase, and after a great backlash, he rescinded the increase to work out with his residents' HOA to find an acceptable rent increase schedule that will meet his business needs and the residents' needs. The overwhelming message from both the Fullerton and the Anaheim City Councils were that they understood the business's need to correct well below market rents, but just not all at once. Here in Santa Ana, the park owner has opted to correct below market rents slowly, gradually, with an average of a 6% increase, with tenant protections, such as a rental assistance program, and it's suggested by some that this isn't appropriate either. And I would suggest it just can't be both ways. Rent control is not the answer, and you do have an alternative. I would suggest the answer for Santa Ana is long-term leases. Both parks of concern have indicated that they would be willing to offer long-term leases to their residents and started that process. Long-term leases provide a low, predictable increase for residents, while at the same time allows the park owner to keep up with the pace of inflation, market rents on turnover, and maintain their community. And you might find the best part of this is that it will cost the city of Santa Ana $0. Finally, I'd like to suggest what's happening here is an exploited opportunity by Gizmo. And while it was mentioned at the April meeting that the motives of the residents were sincere, I feel they've been coached and manipulated by using fear by Gizmo. Ever since the Rancho La Paz, their tactics had become downright cruel, and it's reported that one of their organizing activists was telling residents that they were going to be sleeping in their cars and women's raped. This is terrible, and it has to come to an end. At Valley High, the park owner has given every resident and the city every assurance that no one will lose their home for inability to pay, and he has done so in writing. And it isn't lost.
Ma'am, if you quiet down. If you could conclude, you have a red light, please. If you could conclude.
It isn't lost on anyone that if he doesn't uphold his promise, you, the council, you have the ability to pass a citywide ordinance in 2 meetings.
Mr. Clay Hage.
Thank you.
Everybody's got to, we need some order in the House. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Clay Haig. I represent the ownership of Liberty Mobile Home Park on Harbor Boulevard and Bit of Home Mobile Home Park on McFadden. We've been in the business for over 30 years. I've been in the mobile home business myself for over 30 years, beginning in 1986. And since then, I've participated in many of these rent control debates at city council meetings and county board of supervisor meetings. And it's the script is pretty much the same on both sides, whether you're a park owner or a resident representative. But I can tell you from personal experience, where we've had mobile home parks that are under rent control and those that don't, the rent control scheme just does not work. In Yucaipa, where there are 39 mobile home parks, the tenants pay for it. The tenants pay for the administration of that ordinance, but they don't pay for the legal costs whenever the ordinance is not applied properly. And when it's not applied properly, that's when we see these things go into court. And many times, the cheers that you hear at a city council meeting when a rent control ordinance is adopted turn to tears and jeers when a court says there's a rent increase that's due this park owner for $100. And so the whole balance is tipped one way or the other because of a rent ordinance. I would caution the city from moving in that direction. There must be other alternatives. If there is assistance to be rendered to residents, there must be a way to find that outside of having a mobile home park owner bear that responsibility. One has to remember that in a rent control ordinance, it has certain rules that a city must apply in order for it to be constitutional. And it's those rules that bring the tears to residents later on. It's not a winning combination. Thank you for allowing me to share my concerns and my experiences with you.
Thank you. May I remind the public that we please need to be respectful of all the speakers. Chad Kastenheiser, followed by John Yendel.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Chad Kastenheiser. I'm a property manager with Basir and Kastenheiser, and we represent Warren Park Mobile Home Estates in the city of Santa Ana. And I've been doing this for about 14 years. We manage properties throughout the state in many of the jurisdictions that do have rent control. And as Mr. Haig and Ms. Polly have mentioned, we have not seen them to be a viable option. We understand the people's desire to have low rents. However, what happens with low rents is often that the maintenance of the parks is then sacrificed. Low rents, no turnover rents increases. It's just not a winning combination to have quality properties. As noted, your staff report was wonderful. It was very thorough, and it pointed out the quality of the communities that you have in Santa Ana, and I think that's something that people are proud of. And I think that if we were to go this way with the rent control ordinance, it's going to be sacrificed, and that the quality of the communities will be jeopardized. I urge you to look at the other options that have been presented. I urge the residents to communicate with ownership and the organizations out there that provide those alternatives. They are good alternatives, and the park owners are willing to work with people and to communicate for the benefit of all involved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Yandel, followed by Greg Wilson, followed by Jim Jaffe.
Good evening. My name is John Yendel. I represent the Lake Park communities, which there are 2 in Santa Ana. We have approximately 407 residents. We've been in business for 45 years. I'm saddened to hear some of the things I've heard tonight, but rent control is not the answer. I've worked with parks and rent control and non-rent control, and it always comes down to sacrificing the residents in the rent control communities. The solution are long-term leases. They protect the residents. There's no doubt about it. Our residents, all 405 of them, have long-term leases, and we have very, very little problems with any kind of rent increases. They all know what it is. They have the lease and they understand them. So I would commit to saying that long-term rents leases is the option to go with. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Greg Wilson, followed by Jim Jaffe, followed by Sal Ortiz.
Good evening, Council. My name is Greg Wilson. I represent the property manager for Continental Mobile Home Park in Santa Ana, among other properties located within the state of California. At Continental, there are 257 spaces, 98% of which are occupied, and 95% of those occupants are on long-term leases. We believe that we offer a high quality of living at an affordable price. We are opposed to rent control and a moratorium on rent increases. We also offer a rental assistance program and work with our residents to the best of our ability to offer solutions to the issues that they have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Jim Jaffe, Sal Ortiz, and then Lisa Sybil.
Yeah, I'm Jim Jaffe. I'm the J&H Asset Property Management, and you know, we've got a lot of facts here. The reality is, all but 14 residents are only paying $7.99 a month. Some people are getting bigger increases because we're trying to even it out to make it so that most people are paying close to about the same rent to make it fair and equitable. And I could give you more, but you know what occurs to me is, you know, we're talking about real people here, and I understand that, and it's obvious from a group of people that came up here that a lot of people are truly fearful. Some people are, you know, being dramatic and mean, but most people weren't mean-spirited that came up here, and I think because they're people. And you know, we heard about people with cancer, and I wish, actually I don't wish it was a year ago. A year ago I didn't have any hair, I was 35 pounds thinner, and you know, I almost died from cancer myself. I'm 69 years old, and nobody should feel sorry for me because I'm real fortunate. I own J&H Asset Property Management, and I'm doing really well, and my family doesn't have to worry about it. I'm not worried about paying my mortgage or my rent or anything else, so I understand that there are people that are worried. But you know, the one thing that strikes me tonight is talk about rent control and the dialogue that's going back and forth is once you have people stop talking to each other, it really doesn't work. And I think encouraging us and the residents to get together and talk about long-term leases can work. If that doesn't work, then let's be back here maybe next year and talk about maybe you guys need to take this out of our hands because we're, of course, not capable. But I think you're getting a display tonight of what happens to a community when you have rent control. We don't talk to each other. We're not people anymore. You know, I'm 7th generation Californian on Dominguez side, and I can just tell you that that's not the California way. It's obviously not the Santa Ana way. Let's sit down and talk about long-term leases. Let's dispel their true fears because they are people. And no matter how they treat me, I'm going to remember that, you know, any meanness that they displayed tonight is really out of fear. So let's sit down and talk to them because I'm a person too, and they can talk to me. And honestly, it hurts my heart. I've got this company, J&H, for 35 years, and I don't like it disparaged.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sal Ortiz, please be respectful. No one interrupted you. No, please. Go ahead, sir.
All right, good evening. My name is Sal Ortiz. I'm a regional supervisor for a property management company that manages 2 mobile home parks with a total of 151 spaces in Santa Ana. Helping serve the mobile home owners and mobile home park owners, I strongly oppose rent control. I feel rent control forces park owners to subsidize the tenants' housing costs regardless of income, which often leads to a reduction in park amenities and in some cases, lawsuits when rents do not cover a park operational costs. Unlike a traditional rental property, mobile home parks operate like small cities. Rents often cover property taxes and fund essential neighborhood services such as park management, utilities, roads, landscaping, security, recreation, and more. When rent control ordinances reduce rents at below market rates, services are reduced like a city facing budget deficits. Rent control regulations have been proven to cost local governments millions of dollars to administer and to legally defend, all at the expense of other government services and programs. It can also be passed through to the residents who the regulations are supposed to be benefiting. Millionaires are eligible for rent control housing in California. Rent-controlled mobile homes are not means-tested. This is why some mobile homes are selling for over $4 million in the rent-controlled city of Malibu. As a consequence, park owners are required to subsidize the housing cost of tenants regardless of their need. This really underscores how misdirected some public policy can be when trying to find real solutions to the housing crisis. When manufactured homes offer all the quality and comfort of a stick-built house at prices 30% less, a compelling case can be made that they are part of the solution and not the problem. There are many property owners that offer and support long-term lease agreements and direct rental assistance programs, which provide bona fide rental protection and help to those mobile home park residents in need. California has created a regulatory environment where existing parks are threatened by rent control ordinances that undermine a park's economic sustainability and cost-prohibitive building regulations and fees that have stifled the construction of new parks and/or programs that help residents. As a consequence, it's been decades since a new mobile home park has been built. Despite the very good intentions behind rent control laws, it is time for the government regulators to abandon the current course of driving up the cost of housing. Streamlining the permitting, zoning, and environmental processes for new residential construction may prove to be the best strategy for addressing unaffordable housing. Strong demand and low supply drives up prices. Intervening in the market to manipulate prices rarely yields the most effective results. And in the case of rent control, the data certainly supports this view.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Expand the apartment and mobile home stock, not introduce price ceilings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa Sybil, followed by Vicky Talley, followed by Rosa Pizarro.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Seibel. I'm Director of Property Management for JR Enterprises. JR Enterprises owns and operates the Sands Mobile Estates. In fact, they built the park 50 years ago. We have great relationship with our residents, and what other speakers have mentioned about long-term leases, I believe that that is a really great idea. 85% of our residents are on long-term leases. They understand them. They're well aware of what the rent increases are going to be. They can plan. We can plan for maintenance projects and such. We also have our own form of rental assistance through the Manufactured Housing Educational Trust membership. So we voluntarily provide assistance to our residents who apply and who qualify. So it's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicky Talley, followed by Rosa Pizarro, followed by Cesar Medina.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Villegas and members of the council. Thank you for your patience this evening, for allowing us to be heard, and I know you're listening very carefully to everyone, as are we. And I again want to remind you, Vicky Talley, the Executive Director of the Manufactured Housing Educational Trust. Representing the mobile home community owners, we take that responsibility very seriously. As you have heard, we provide a rental assistance program, and I want to just clarify a couple things that were said this evening. Although our material says we will subsidize up to 10% in a community, we've never hit 10%. But if it came to the point where we did, we would absolutely consider and go beyond servicing and providing a subsidy to above 10%. The same goes for the amount of the subsidy. We really do provide a subsidy based on need. So I want to thank you for remembering those considerations. You've heard quite a bit tonight people saying they're going to be homeless, and I want to remind you that the people living in the mobile home communities in the city of Santa Ana all own their homes. They have an invested interest in their home, and we want to keep them as residents of those parks, and we're going to do that. I also, just to clarify one additional thing, I think that there's been some misleading information in terms of whether or not the rent can be withdrawn or whatever. But those rent increase notices in Valley High were legally noticed and will go into effect June 1st. Thank you very much again for your time and patience. Really appreciate it. And we look forward to working with all of the residents of all of the parks and the communities in the city of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosa Pizarro, followed by Cesar Medina, followed by Quy Vong.
Buenas noches a mis queridos concejales y para Vicente Sarmiento y José Solorio, somos muy conocidos ya en Santana. Buenas noches, yo soy Rosa Pizano y vengo en nombre de Country Club Mobile Homes y somos 155 familias y estamos sufriendo lo que todos han dicho, lo mismo. Presión de los managers, abuso verbal, el alto costo de la renta. Tenemos ya 2 años que nos están cobrando el 35%, pero por 19 años ya atrás nos han cobrado $50 cada año, cada mes, por 12 meses al año. Entonces, pedimos por favor que esto ya se frise, ya es demasiado abuso para nuestro bolsillo. Acabo de hacer un viaje como a Nueva York, a Albany, a la capital de Nueva York, y nos presentamos más de 2,000 personas con el mismo problema. Y se asustaron de que yo iba representando a California. Y me dicen, ¿hasta acá veniste? Sí, le digo yo al ensambleísta, tenemos muchos problemas nos están ahorcando con la renta, nuestro bolsillo ya no puede más. Entonces, vengo por favor que nos ayuden. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Cesar Medina, Quy Vong.
Dear members of the council, I know you very well in Santa Ana. I have 155 family members, friends that are happening through the same thing. There's a lot of oppression, a lot of abuse. For 19 years I've been living there, and they have been increasing $50 per year, every single year. And I am asking that this could be freezed, this increment. And it's an abuse for our money, our pockets. I made a trip to New York, and there was 2,000 people that went to New York with the same problem. Some were afraid that I was representing Santa Ana, and I've been asking that we cannot afford no more, and we're asking for your help.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, señores miembros del City Council. Mi nombre es César Medina, vengo representando y apoyando a la compañera Rosa Pizano del Country Club. Y estamos aquí como los dedos de esta mano que ustedes ven, pero unidos como un puño, para defendernos del abuso de los ricos propietarios de los parques. Hemos estudiado el caso y no hemos encontrado una razón técnica, económica y social para que en unos casos se incremente el 10% y el otro el 35% en una sociedad de mercado. Eso es inconcebible y están llevando a la gente a la desesperación. ¿Qué quieren? ¿Un suicidio? Cuando pierdan su casa y no tengan dónde ir. Se está golpeando a la gente con salarios fijos, únicos, y a la clase trabajadora que vive con el sueldo único. Están escuchando, es gente desesperada, es gente angustiada, que no sabe cómo reaccionar y vienen aquí. Por lo tanto, señores, pedimos que se pongan la mano en el corazón, vean nuestro problema que en esta década se ha incrementado como nunca antes. Sabemos que esta lucha es larga, sabemos que esta lucha es dura, no importa, pero finalmente venceremos. Gracias.
Good night, members of the council. My name is Cesar Reina. I am representing Country Club, and we are here like the fingers, but also together as a fist. And we've been studying this case, and there's no reason or technical, social for the increases, 10% increase. It's inconceivable. And what do you want? Like people that are getting these increases, they will be committing a suicide. And we have money that is fixed, and it's only one income. And we ask you that you listen to us. There's people here that are desperate, and they coming here for you. Please put your hands on your heart. We know that the fight is going to be long, but at the end we will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quivong. Quivong, followed by Kayla Levitt.
Good evening, council members. My name is Quivong. I live at Valley High. I'm probably the junior most youngest person in that senior park. What I want to address you today is about the emergency rescue of Valley High with other senior mobile homes, parks in Santa Ana from predatory rent gouging. Okay, if you refer to your package, I put two charts together that describe a very unique and telling perspective. Valley High is a prime example of successful rent stabilization. Over 35 years of no more than 3% raise per year. And ever since J&H Corporation took over the management of the park, everything goes downhill and all the rent goes upward. And we are asking is, why is it that J&H out of Yorba Linda, California can justify this kind of rent increase when the owner belongs to a three-generation with a sterling record of supporting and harboring vulnerable seniors, low income, who wants to live out the rest of their lives. The only thing that we can think that caused it is that they are trying to convert our park from a senior park into a family park so that the economics will allow them to continue to go higher. Do you have a copy of that chart in front of you? Did you see that across all the years, you have over 20 years of just flatness at 3%. And then you have 5, 6, 7, 8%, and sometimes we have up to 35%. People cannot afford to live earning $900 and having to pay $800 out of parking space rent. What do they do with their food? What do they do with their medicine? What do they do with their insurance? What do they do with their mortgage? So you have to step in and stop obsessing about this rent control. Rent control, this is not about rent control. And all these people over here are giving you propaganda about rent control. This is about rent patrol of excessive predatory gouging. This is rent patrol of rent gouging. Okay, so what you need to do today is consider how you, as elected officials, can put a stop to rent gouging and help a lot of these poor people from eventually going homeless. You can't say, oh, nobody's going to go homeless. Oh, nobody's going to lose their home. These people know exactly how much they can afford to pay, and they know they can't make the next month rent.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Your time is up. Last speaker of this evening, Kayla Levitt.
Hello, council members. Thank you for your time tonight. So I would like to speak on behalf of specifically the residents of Bali High because of the rent increase that's said to go into effect on June 1st. So with long-term leases, the problem with that is that it locks residents into permanent rent increases, which residents have already stated that they would have the inability to afford. So I would really like to direct the council towards the alternatives mentioned in the report, which would be considering an emergency moratorium on rent increases, as well as the locking them into something that just adjusts for inflation. It's really great to see all the residents organize on behalf of their safety, and I just think it's great that everyone came out tonight and told their story, because clearly that took a lot of initiative on their part, and I think that we should listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam City Clerk. I'm going to close the public comment for 65A and move on over to our city manager for a report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So this item was, can you hear me? Is it working?
Could speak a little louder, please.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Closer. There we go.
Thank you.
So during the April 16, 2019 council meeting, staff was directed to assess the existing conditions and explore options in response to public comments from mobile home residents concerning increase in rent space. The staff has done a tremendous job, and I know it was probably a lot of reading for you, but they put together a very comprehensive report, and it was a multi-department effort. It was led by City Manager's Office, City Attorney's Office, Planning Department, Public Works Department, and even our IT department was involved in it. So it presents to you a very good look at the state of the mobile home parks within our city. They actually did drive-bys through them. They did surveys. They looked at what other cities did. They present you a wide range of options, and it's a receive and file, so there is not any action required of you tonight. However, should you choose to, you can provide staff additional direction if there is anything that you want us to follow up on and bring back to you.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Is there any comments from the council members? Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and I want to thank you for accelerating this and putting this at the front of the agenda. We have folks who are here, who are elderly, want to get home, and I know last time you were before us, it was a very long agenda item, and it was at the very tail end of the meeting. So thank you for doing that and showing consideration for everybody's time. We try to do that as much as possible. So thank you. And I do want to thank our staff as well, because I know it's a robust report. It's a lot of information that needed to be gathered, but it's important. I think that, and I want to thank the mobile home park owners for being here as well, because it's important to have both sides of the issue, right? And it's very difficult to make a decision when you're only listening to one side. And that was a purpose of having staff sit down with both representatives of this issue, just so we could get a better assessment of what is happening. So I think we know a little bit better today rather than the first time this matter came before us. And so I know from the discussion from the last time, obviously, my hope was to have a temporary moratorium just so we could discuss how we can address whether it's an issue specific to one park, whether it's industry-wide, whether it's all the parks in Santa Ana. And that obviously wasn't supported by the majority of the council, and I respect my colleagues and I respect the majority will. But at the same time, I think nobody advocated for rent control at that point. And I don't think there was ever any request for that from the staff or from my colleagues. I think that, for me, the best argument against, or the best way to sort of not go down the path of rent control is to be reasonable. And I think that's what I've heard tonight from residents that are coming to us genuinely. I don't think these folks are coached. I mean, I heard 3 different languages spoken up here, so it'd be very difficult to coach the same group of folks in multiple languages. I think we're listening to sincere folks that were fearful, they had cause to be concerned, but maybe you as mobile home park owners and as representatives of the industry can kind of put yourselves in their shoes, and they can put themselves in your shoes, where the private sector, we aren't here to dictate what market forces do or where you should go, but at the same time, we want to instill a sense of fairness, and I think you as an industry want to do that as well. You want folks who reside in your parks to be happy, to have good things to say about the condition of your parks, the condition of your environment, and I think this makes sense that we all sit down and try to figure this out. I know other cities have tried to take draconian steps, and I have seen that those have backfired. So I wanted us to be thoughtful, because it really pains me to see people that are elderly, that are scared of what I see as some increases that are on the unreasonable side. So to the extent that we could maybe smooth out this curve, and I saw this, and what alarmed me is that in my 12 years on the council, I've never had this issue before me. You've all been very, very responsible, good mobile home park owners. These folks they've never come before us. I haven't seen them here in the 12 years that I've been here. What does that say? That says that you guys have been managing your parks responsibly. That says good things about you, right? So, my goal tonight, I think, was met, or in the process of being met, by staff trying to serve as an arbiter, trying to serve to mediate this position, because I think that what we don't want is for this to become a problem at one park, then it kind of goes off to another park, and then we just start seeing all the parks in the city going the same way, because there are pressures on you. I understand. You make improvements at your parks, ownership changes, property management teams change, and these increases start ballooning, and we're going to have this seen every meeting, right? We're going to be here together every Tuesday, every other Tuesday of the month, and that's not what we want. That's not a good way for us to conduct city business. That's not a good way for you to spend your time. So I, hope that we could come to some, understanding where maybe those increases that you all are entitled to have as owners, maybe there's a way to gradually increment them. Working with staff, working with representatives of the Mobile Home Park Residents Association or residents, and figuring out a way how those things can be arrived at. I heard tonight from some folks who talked about gradual increases, smoothing out that spike in increases. I heard a rental assistance fund for folks who are eligible. I heard, maybe going down the path of long-term leases, if that's possible and reasonable and feasible for folks. There's a number of things that can be done. But my hope was that we could do those before the increase was introduced, right? And I know it's right around the corner on the 1st. That's not where this council wanted to go. I understand. I have to respect my colleagues' will. This isn't a dictatorship. I can't do this thing alone. But I do compel my colleagues to see how we can continue working with you all to try to figure this out, because the last thing we want is to be unfair to folks who've lived here all their lives, who want to continue living in retirement and just not having this burden on their minds and in their hearts. So, to the extent, Madam City Manager, you're able to continue to work, and I heard genuine commitment by the industry and by the mobile home park owners to sit down and maybe find ways to solve this problem. And that's my only ask of this. And I think that's one of the options made available, because, as we see, somebody mentioned there was only a 4 to 4.5% increase on 14 units, specifically in Valley High. But that was only for, that was at the high end of the spectrum. It went from 912 to 964. And then we had, some increases for 105 units from 7 to 12%. And then for a number, 34 additional units had 15 to 34% increases. I know we can do better. I know we can still get you where you need to be as park owners, but let's see how we can try to figure it out. Let's see how we can try to maybe gradually make those numbers not hurt and make such a profound impact on folks' lives. That would be my only reasonable request, not talking about rent control, but being genuine in the way we try to figure this problem out, because it's a problem that we have here, but it's a problem that you have as well. All mobile home park or any property owners that use their properties for lease or for rent have this issue. So we have to talk to one another, as somebody said. So that would be my only request and direction to the city staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sarmiento. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to thank the residents for coming out and speaking tonight, and the industry and Councilmember Sarmiento for bringing this item before us, because it's an important conversation to have, and just to maintain that relationship and dialogue amongst the residents and the mobile parks that they live in. And it's important that again, we work together in this effort to be responsible about any rent increases that might take place in the future, and just want to thank you guys for coming.
Councilmember Iglesias.
I just want to thank all of you guys for taking your time in coming and expressing your concerns. And also, I just want to thank too the mobile home park representatives too for sharing their perspective on the issue and how we're going to address it. One of the things that I know that they mentioned was the rental assistance. What I want to know is how many of the residents are receiving that rental assistance and who is eligible. Is there a criteria that goes along with helping them out? Because, you know, when rent increases come, it does hurt somebody's budget. So I'm wondering if I guess the foundation has a criteria of how to assess who's eligible for that rental assistance supplement. Then also one thing I would like to see is, what does a long-term lease look like? That would be something that personally I would like to see, just so I could get myself, I guess, educated and also up to date with how that works. Because if it's working for one of the mobile home parks, I'm sure it could, you know, that could be a model of how it's going to work for the others. So if you could provide me with something like that so I can get it, definitely give me an opportunity to understand how the process works. And yes, we know we should continue to have these conversations between the owners and also the property owners and also the homeowners, because it's time for us, you know, for us to have those discussions, because it does affect the quality of life of our residents. And I know if we have those conversations, I know there's some things that could be mitigated without them coming to us here at the council. Is something that, you know, between them they can resolve. So if you could help me understand more of what the long-term lease looks like, that would really help me.
Certainly, Councilmember Iglesias. Included in the report, it does mention how many individuals within the mobile home parks are receiving assistance and what kind of assistance, but we can compile that for you and also give you some sample lease agreements in the future.
I'm wondering if there's like a cap. Is there a limit? How many can receive this? So that's the kind of information I would like to know.
If you would like, Judson Brown, our housing manager, could probably answer a few of those questions right now, or if you would like us to supply those in the future to you, it's your decision.
The future to all the council.
I think it'll be, yeah, if you could, I think give us a more in-depth presentation like in the future would be good.
Yes, thank you, all the folks that came out to speak today. I want to thank Councilmember Sarmiento for bringing this item up. It's very important to have conversation about it. Tonight's item is a receive and file and update report, and that's what we're going to vote on. And I also want to thank the rest of the council members who are up here for their comments, and I agree with them. And I also would like to see a copy of Councilmember Iglesias is asking for the entire council that I have. And if I can receive if I can have a motion. to approve so we can move on with the meeting? So receive and file?
Receive and file.
Is there a second? Second by Peñalosa. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. We're going to move on with the consent calendar.
What are you going to do for us?
Moving on to the consent calendar. If there are any items that the council members would like to pull, you must let the clerk know at this
Yes.
time.
You want to, I have right here. It's,
Nice and loud, it's a little...
it's 19C, 22A, 23A, 23B, 25A, and 25C.
Any other council
I have those
members?
same ones, aside from 19C.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if we
Yes,
could
sir.
add 19E as an Edward to that list?
Very good. Councilmember Solorio, is there any, no items from him, no items from me?
Okay,
If I can get a motion to move the balance? Is there a motion to move the balance? Second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. So the first item, Madam Clerk,
That would be 19C,
19C.
approved destruction of obsolete community
I can
development city
barely
records.
hear you, Madam Clerk. You can speak up.
19C, approved destruction of obsolete community development city records, pulled by Councilmember Iglesias.
Very good. Councilmember Iglesias?
So my question for this is just, for me just to understand the process of what it means to, it says approved destruction of obsolete community development city records. And this is coming from the Community Development Agency. So I want, and I know it may be in the staff report, but I want to know what's the timeline of keeping the retention, for retention of the records. And then there's this last sentence that really concerns me because it says each department makes discretionary decisions on whether to retain records past the minimum requirements. So what does that mean?
So, Councilmember Iglesias, the length of time that the city has to retain records.
I can't hear you.
The length of time that the city is required to retain records is governed under the Public Records Act. And in accordance with that, the city of Santa Ana has adopted a resolution which sets forth a record retention schedule. And it is a different requirement for the records based upon the nature of the records. So under the watchful eye of the city clerk's office, they ensure that every department, depending on what type of a record there is held until the length of time required by a record retention program. It then is up to the individual departments to purge the records that have exceeded the required time for them to keep. In addition to that, part of our resolution and process does require the city attorney's office to look through all of the records that they are placing up for destruction for your approval to ensure that there aren't any records that could have any pending litigation associated with them. But it is a routine practice of all governmental agencies to have adopted record retention schedules and to destroy the records after they have been retained for the required length of time. As you can imagine, a city that's 150-year-olds, if we kept every single record, we would run out of storage space.
But do we have a system that has like a backup to the files just in case if somebody comes back? So what is, do we keep them like in, well, before it was like microfiche, right? So in a way that we can have them electronically? Is that something that is a process or a practice here or no?
Are you asking if we could store them forever in a different format?
Uh-huh.
I'll defer to the city clerk on the method in which we do retain them for the required period of time.
Currently, we don't have a destruction date for electronic file folders. That has not been captured in the 2013 resolution that 2013-014 resolution. We do not have electronic termination date, but that is something that we can consider in the future. We do use Laserfish to capture records, and we do have a period of time for various records that are based on the public apologies, the different codes that are referenced, it would be either the government code, we've identified files, and basically what we've done is it's going through a citywide process, having all the agencies identify their records based on the government code that also via the city attorney's office. We review all our records, and we will be going through this process again to identify new records that perhaps are not listed in this current resolution. But the records that have been identified in the Community Development Agency, RFCA, that you have are identified in the resolution that has passed by council and do meet the certain period of time that they should retain, and thereafter the retention time can be
So is that something then that we can consider for future of adding that language of extending it instead of like 5 years, extending it more? Because I just feel like 5 years is not an adequate amount of time to keep records and then just make them obsolete.
I believe the length of time that the records are retained, it varies by the nature of the record. So not all records are just held for 5 years. There are records that are held indefinitely. There are records that are held for longer than 5 years, which is all set forth in our record retention policy.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
No, I just wanted to just kind of follow up with Councilwoman Iglesias' question. I think what the question that's being asked is a clear definition of what exactly obsolete are we talking about? Just because it's kind of very vague. I understand, just working at the private sector, I know we have like a 7-year retention rate of, and then once they're obsolete, we destroy everything, but critical records and information is kept, like you said, indefinitely. So I think if that was maybe presented in a more clear, just for us that are newer, a clear define of what exactly that means, what we keep, what we destroy, just for future items.
Certainly, Council Member, we can do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Solorio?
Thank you. Just some thoughts. I know from having looked at this issue in different roles, the cost for storage, whether it be paper boxes, like a company like Iron Mountain or digital file storage place, for larger and older organization, literally sometimes the cost to maintain some of these records are in the tens or hundreds of thousands per year. So you kind of do got to find that balance of how long to keep it and what type. And some of these records are retained in multiple areas. So I'm looking at some of these items, and they talk essentially about things like CDBG, earmarks, and whatnot. Some of those items are retained either in the contracts themselves or in city council agendas. There's other records that would be helpful. And then finally, just on digital policy, I think things like privacy and document retention and elimination, it is something that's more top of mind for the general public. It seems to me from this document about 2006 is when that ordinance was last reviewed. Maybe we might want to reconsider that ordinance to see if we need to lengthen the time period for certain type of documents, and then we can see kind of what different criteria points or other things are in that item. That way we have a policy that guides all of this rather than having situations like this where we're taking certain actions but we don't even know what the guiding principles are, and then that way we fix this once and then feel comfortable moving forward with it, because again, we haven't seen this. So for tonight, I'm okay, it's pretty limited. I mean, really about just a couple of boxes here and there, but longer term, I know there's continued interest and concern, especially on police department records. So we want to be extra sensitive, and I do appreciate Councilwoman Iglesias' points because these are all important points. Thank you.
Madam City Manager, just for a clarification, there's no police records in this construction at this time.
No, it's actually all records associated with, I believe, the federal WHEEL program, so it's under the Community Development Department.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
Those in favor say aye. Those
No.
opposed? One no. Motion passes. What's the next item, Madam Clerk?
Next item, 22, award a blanket order contract in the amount of $100,000 to Amazon Capital Services for online marketplace participants.
Madam City Clerk, I think I called out 19E of that word, if I'm not mistaken. So that might be. We're going in order of the agenda, right? So thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I just briefly want to report out, and I know I see Neil Sabah out there. And Nabil, if you want to be on standby, just in case any of the council members have any comments. This is simply to update the council on a well that was taken offline recently because there was a detection of some contaminants in the groundwater basin near that well. So again, as your representative from the Orange County Water District, Nabil might be able to pronounce this a little bit better, but it's a polyfluoroalkyl substance, better known as PFAS. It's a group of chemicals that were used in firefighting, food paper wrappings, carpeting, and upholstery. But it's a chemical that doesn't break down easily. And so we detected it up in the upper watershed upstream of the Santa Ana River, and it's impacted some of the wells throughout the county. And one of our wells is in proximity to another well that was taken offline. And even though there's not a level, a maximum enforceable limit on that, there are certain indicia where when it exceeds a certain level, we have to notify and notify the public of that. And one of the wells, well 38, did exceed the notification level, so it was taken offline, and studies are being done by the Orange County Water District, which is the agency that's vested with the right to go ahead and study the chemicals more in detail. Specifically, OCWD has the only lab in the state that's certified to lab that's certified to go ahead and detect this chemical. So, Nabil, is there anything you want to add to this? Just in case I didn't cover anything, but I think that's what my understanding is. That one of the things that we're working on at OCWD, back to Washington, D.C., testified and met with some of our representatives there, but we're requesting that the EPA set a national standard so we'll have some limit that all states can abide by. Because right now, some states like Michigan have a really serious problem with this, right? It's impacting communities, it's impacting regions that are much larger than ours, and so they want to set limits really low. What that does to us, they start setting a low limit, and then our states start setting low limits as well. Many wells like ours will be taken offline, and it affects our water supply. So we want to be judicious about our decisions, but we want to be, more than anything, let the science determine this rather than the politics. Because sometimes you have folks trying to get in front of this, and they want to set really low limits. And what that does is it just makes things very confusing. So go ahead if there's anything.
The only thing that I would like to add is that initial test was just an initial test, and it will be confirmed. So early June, we will be taking a sample just to confirm the exceedance. And, again, once we learned of the exceedance, the well was immediately taken out of service. It needs to be out of service until something will happen, either provide blending treatment or some sort of removal treatment for that contaminant, or if the public health establishes an MCL. Once that happens, then we know where we stand in terms of the use of the well or not. So,
but talk about, I guess what I wanted you to mention, just so we don't create an alarm in the community, because look, our water supply is fine. It's high quality, it's tested often, but it's parts per trillion that we're
trillion, yes. And in staff report, it's equal to 4 grains of sugar in an Olympic swimming pool. That's the concentration that we're talking about.
So, we'll continue to keep us all updated. I'll make sure that if anything changes, I'll bring it back here. But there is a bill that's circulating through the legislature that's setting the MCL at a very low amount. And that's
correct. If the second sample comes back positive, then we will do a formal notification to you of the exceedance, and we deal with it. Again, we took the well out of service, and we're in shape for now.
Great. Thank you. And with that, I'll move the
Mr. Member, can I just comment really quick on the subject of water? I just wanted to, when this water is flowing from the tap, we tell our residents that, and I do as well. We do here in the city. What exactly is the water tested from? Are we testing straight from the well, or are we testing from because the reason I ask is because I've seen the water come out, my faucets at home, in the backyard, or even at a friend's home, so it's not just mine, and it's very cloudy. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. So I just wanted to make sure if we could clarify some of those, maybe in the future. It's not taking time right now because it's not, but just put it on your radar. I've had those questions and they've been brought up to me when I with my family. Hey, fill up the tap. It's good. You don't need to be buying bottled waters. And they're like, you see how the water looks when it comes out of the tap, and it's very cloudy. So just have that.
Sure, I'll be more than happy to help. And just let me know. And we take water quality complaints really seriously. So if you call us, we'll respond immediately to any complaint. Cloudy water means air in the water, and that's kind of typical sometimes. If you let the water for a little bit, then the air will come out and it will clear. But again, let us know and we'll investigate.
It clears after you let it sit for I noticed it on my dog's water bowl. But I'm sure it's coming out great from our well.
Sure.
But all those long old pipes that go from the well to our homes, how are we certain that those pipes aren't adding something else to our water that we're not aware of?
Some of these pipelines need to be replaced. They're really old. Some of them were built in the early 50s, and some are, built yesterday. So there's a huge range of age of our infrastructure that we need to pay attention to and replace. So.
Okay, so Ms. City Manager, if you could work with Nabil and Public Works to probably get us some kind of a memo on what causes that in our water and whatnot.
Certainly, sir.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Councilmember Iglesias?
One comment, and I believe I made it to our Parks and Recs director, is that, we may have great water. It's one of the best, I would believe, here in Orange County. But at our, city facilities and our drinking the water fountains, I mean, the water may be good, but like what Councilmember Peñalosa was saying, it's not really, it doesn't look appealing for me to go into a water faucet or like a drinking water fountain, because the fountain itself, it's deteriorating and it's not even in good condition. It's pretty much gross. If you go into, to try to put your, close to, your mouth to that water faucet. So it's, even though we have great quality water, but then if our, the fountains are not in good condition, it really defeats the purpose. So, it would be something that we should look at, because even at our parks and stuff, the water, sometimes the fountains are not even working. So it just kind of tells you, like, a lot of people doubt that there's quality in our water because, the water fountains in our facilities are not adequate.
And for the record, my water is good. Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you. Just one quick comment. I know that, and I do think this is a more robust discussion. We want to have it, and maybe what we do, Nabil, is we bring some staff from OCWD here as well, just to talk about, waters that we get not only from the agency, but we also get about 25% from the Metropolitan Water District that, Councilman Solorio represents us on. So we know that the quality is high. I think the problem with some of the water that comes out of a fountain or a faucet is the conveyance system, right? And some of those are very old. That has nothing to do with the quality of water. It's where, the water is being transported through. So we do have some issues with those, just because you're right, where it finally ends up, the end user, whether it's at a fountain, at a park, or at a school, or someplace else, or a faucet, it really doesn't, it impacts the quality, but it's more the transit of the water that's causing the problem. So we want to make sure that that's obviously quality, or there's a distinction between water quality and the, the conveyance system. So maybe that's something we can speak to when you bring staff and this issue comes before us again. Because I know that this tap water has actually won a contest of being the best tasting water in the country for the past 2 or 3 years, I forget.
That's right.
But in that sense, I think the water is good. We just need to work on making sure our infrastructure is quality as well.
So we have a motion approved from Sarmiento. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Madam Clerk, next item.
Yes, now we proceed to item 22A, the blanket order contract for online marketplace purchase of goods, pulled by Councilmember Iglesias.
So my question for this is in the wording of the item. It says award a blanket order contract in the amount of $100,000 to Amazon Capital Services. And then in the recommended action, you have it to be, let me see. It says, award a blanket order contract to Amazon Capital Services for online marketplace purchases of goods for a one-year period expiring March 31st, 2020, with provisions for 4 one-year renewals exercisable by the city manager in an annual amount not to exceed $100,000. So is it $100,000, or is it, do they use the entire amount, or is it something that's the cap and they could use $60,000, $50,000?
Councilmember Iglesias, it's the latter, so it's a not to exceed of 100,000. It's based on the items that they need to purchase, that they use this vehicle to do so. So some years it could be greater than other years, but in no case would an annual amount exceed 100,000.
And then, so I know for the limit for, I guess that was granted to the city manager to approve contracts or MOUs or anything that has to do with in a financial perspective. I thought it was like 50,000, wasn't it, the authority that was given to the city manager?
That is correct. So these are multiple small dollar purchases that are made on Amazon. And I did find out, to give you an example of what the finance department is using Amazon for. It's items mainly related to IT, such as an external hard drive. They're able to access the Amazon marketplace and instantly see competitive pricing for multiple vendors and select the most competitive price to do the purchase. So they're not going onto Amazon and in a single time making a $100,000 purchase of an item.
No, and I get that part, but it's more of, it's giving you the authority of up to 100,000 versus what we passed. I think it was giving you the authority for 50,000.
You have built into your purchasing municipal code the ability for the city to piggyback on cooperative agreements that other government entities have in order to do purchases such as this. So it's under that section of the municipal code, and that's included in the latter part of the staff report as to how what the actual ordinance is that authorizes us to do these types of purchases. So it's under a different code policy than what you granted to me as far as my level of signing contracts that are under $50,000.
Okay, so what happens to that money? Say they don't spend the 48, they don't spend the 100,000, they spend less, then it goes back to the general fund? Or
They would program the 100,000 into the departments that are expected to spend it. If they don't use it, it would remain there. It could certainly be used for another line item within the department, but if not used, there would be an excess in that particular budget line item.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any other comments? Councilmember Solorio?
Yeah, just a brief comment. I do feel comfortable moving with Amazon and these kinds of purchases, since I think it's by a mix of different court actions at the federal level and state level that we're getting more online companies to pay cities in the state for their share of sales taxes for purchases being made in the state. So that's getting incrementally better. So cities now and in the future won't be hurt as much from online shopping because we're getting better about collecting it and having that be a legally possible way of doing it. So with that, I'm feeling more comfortable.
A really good point, Councilmember Solario. So with the addition of collecting sales tax on companies that sell online that don't particularly have a physical nexus in our state, we will start to receive allocation of sales tax dollars. The Department of Tax and Fee Administration at the state is going to do the allocation through the pool, which fares well for the city of Santa Ana because the pool is distributed based on your pro rata share of your direct sales tax allocation in comparison to the total pie.
Right. So that's good. So that's another protection by going with Amazon. Thank you so much.
Is there a motion? A comment?
No, I'm good.
Is there a motion?
Move the item.
Is there a second? I'll second it. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
One.
We're
Well,
missing a
no,
council
motions-
member, maybe we
yeah.
can bring it back.
Okay, we'll bring it
A little
back.
bit later.
We'll bring it back. Can we move on to the next item, Madam Clerk?
Sure. Item 23A, award construction contract for the residential street repair and alley improvement project, pulled by Councilmember Iglesias.
Oh, okay. I just was, I noticed that the staff report stated that when we put up the RFP, there was a couple Santa Ana vendors that downloaded it and filled it out. And the number 2 was a Santa Ana vendor, but it was about $100,000 more than the Corona vendor. And we ended up, from what it looks like, the staff report, going with the Corona vendor to save that money. But I'm just, what I want to know is if there's are there tax savings involved that could, I guess, replenish that $100,000 that we would save if we were to go with a Santa Ana vendor versus a Corona one? The city manager? Does that make sense?
It does, and Councilmember, I might have to pull our finance director up here. For this being a construction project, I don't believe it would come into play with like the 1% advantage as far as using a Santa Ana vendor. But I can certainly ask Catherine to clarify that.
Please, because I mean, I know $100,000 is a lot of money, and it's good that we're saving that, but, you know, I noticed that it's now a Corona vendor.
Right.
What would be the advantages of, I'm thinking tax revenue with the local vendor and whatnot?
The city manager is absolutely correct. The local preference provision that we have in the code does not apply to the public works contracts. So
Say that again?
it does not apply to the public works contracts.
Thank you, that answers that. And just on a side note with this, thank you, staff, for this. I know that the streets in this item are in Henninger Park and Madison Park. And Madison Park, I've had a lot of resident emails and concerns about their streets that are very old. A lot of concrete streets still in that area. So I appreciate to see this effort in fixing these streets. Thank you.
Any other council member comments?
Yeah. I have
Councilmember Iglesias?
I have a question, and I believe this was a question I had last time too, and, you know, I do appreciate we are going to be fixing our streets, but when it comes to, like I said, in the recommended action, number 2, it says approve the project cost analysis for a total estimated construction delivery cost of $1,092,874, which includes the $874 for the contract, and it includes $87,430, which is 10% of the project contingency. And I believe that's for staff, right? For 59 goes into, no, I'm sorry. So that's the contingency. And then the 59,000 goes to contract administration, and the other goes to inspection and testing, 72,000. So my question is, the contract administration and the inspection and testing, that's staff, right? Who's doing that?
It could be performed by staff or it could be performed by contractors.
So okay, right here it doesn't say who's doing this.
Okay. I can ask our Public Works Director to clarify on this project if it's going to be done in-house or if they will use consultants.
Good evening, Fuad Suez, Public Works Director. These allocations or funds are assigned for services, some for our staff and some for some of the contractors that we already have on board that they do testing for materials. So it's as needed. This is like a not to exceed, or this is an estimate based on previous projects.
Yeah, but who's doing it? It's not
Who's
clear
doing
on
it?
the staff report. It's not clear who's providing the service for construction administration and for inspection and testing.
Construction administration is done by our own staff. We have a unit in charge of construction management and administration, But the testing is done through private testing labs that we already have contracts with, and we pull them on an as-needed basis. But we allocate these funds based on the size of the project, and based on previous experience.
But for me, it's not clear, it's not transparent on where the money's going to, so I'm not comfortable with that, and also with the construction administration. So just to understand, so you're, with $59,000, are you putting a staff that we've already allocated money to for the department to be able to provide this service? And then we're, on top of that, bringing in $59,000 to pay them?
Yeah, if I may, Public Works is mainly dependent on special funds, grants, and not on general fund. So our own staff, we pay them from projects and from the funds and from the grants that we always, seek and get approved for these projects. So we have to allocate money from every project to cover staff cost. That's what it is. And with regard to testing, we have to hire, we don't have a full testing lab, so we have to go out to private firms that have, specialized equipment, whether it's to do, nuclear, some they have nuclear gauge, test the density of soil. That's a very expensive item, we don't have it. And, or do other testing to make sure that the work that is completed by the contractor is built up to our standards and specs. We don't come back for,
Yeah, no, and I guess I understand the process, but it's more when the financing of it and how the, what the revenue is. It's not even the staff report, in my opinion, is clear and transparent on where it's coming from. And another one, which says that it's going to be paid by Community Development Block Grant and Measure M2 local fair share funds, but it doesn't say how much from each.
Actually, it
It
does,
does.
Councilwoman, on 23A-3. So
Okay.
to explain it in another way, it's a construction project that we have revenue streams that we can use for this particular construction project. And we want to make sure that we allocate all the expenses associated with that construction project to those special revenue sources because we're allowed to use them for that. So in this case, and my apologies, we actually tried to make this staff report clearer based on your input on a similar staff report that was before you at the last meeting. In this case, he has existing staff, but his staff time has to be charged out to the individual construction projects because we're entitled to use these types of funding for that. So the largest component obviously is the construction contract, which is the amount that was competitively bid. The contingency is only there if needed, so that's if they encounter something in the street as they're doing the street work that was unanticipated that may raise the cost of the construction component. And then the construction administration, that's just construction. You need to monitor the contractor and ensure that they're complying and performing all of the scope of work that we hired them to do. And the inspection and testing in simple terms, and my apologies to the Public Works Director because I won't state it right, but making sure that they're even put down the appropriate inch level of whether it's a slurry seal or asphalt on it. So that's all related to this single construction project. And those are the three sources of funds, and it does indicate the amount that's being utilized from each one of those three sources that totals the $1 million.
Okay, so then at the beginning, then when you put the 1 and 2, then on other ones you put like Exhibit A or Exhibit whatever, it'd be, for me, just more clear, especially for the public, if we're looking for that information. Put 23A3 or something like that, a reference to it, because it doesn't at the beginning.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Solorio?
Yes, a couple things. First, I know the staff report speaks a little bit about some areas that have concrete streets.
Yes.
And we don't have too many neighborhoods that have concrete streets. I'm glad that some of these neighborhoods like Henninger, Madison, and East Side that might have portions of concrete streets are going to get concrete street repair. We have other parts of the city, including in Ward 5, where we have concrete streets. And I think for a variety of reasons, there's been a lot of deference to make sure we fix up other parts of our city, but for some of these areas up there, it's literally been decades since we fixed some of those concrete areas. We've been doing patch repair in certain areas, but it really is time that Public Works staff develop a plan for modernizing and improving many of those areas. And I know we very recently spoke about this as well, and you indicated a willingness to begin moving in that direction, so I do appreciate that. Second, I think, just to answer the previous questions, really, I think the main action today is we're approving this construction contract, but it kind of as a best practice, you know, it's good for us to tell our council and the public that we have the entirety of all the dollars, not just to do the construction, but the testing and other aspects of it, and, you know, also based on best practices, we have independent companies make sure that the work was done correctly, which is why you don't just give the contractor all the money to do all these things, because you want to have independent inspectors review the work, and then, you know, city staff administration as well. And oftentimes too, this process is dictated through strings attached from CDBG or Measure M. So this is pretty customary, as a lot of cities do it, but for transparency, it's always good to you know, try to be a little bit clear, because, you know, government talk is a little bit different than regular talk, and so I do appreciate the questions we've had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you, Fuad and staff, for doing this. I know both neighborhoods and all the areas that the improvements are going to touch, especially because I'm a little bit more familiar with Madison Park and their requests and the condition of their area. This is very well received by them. So thank you for that. I just had a couple of questions. Number one on the bid criteria. Were you selecting the firm or the prevailing bidder based upon the base bid or the?
Usually the selection of contractors for construction work has to follow city and state code, which is the lowest bidder. So whoever gives us the lowest price, we check their qualifications to make sure they have the required license and certification and insurance, all that stuff. If they have it, then the contract has to go to them. Unless certain cities have, you know, preferential points that they give to their local contractors, which is what Councilmember Penalosa asked before. We don't have that. You know, the 1% that we have does not apply on construction contracts. But if the city, if council chooses to, you know, look into, consider maybe adding certain percentage, you know, for local businesses, maybe that could be a factor in determining who gets the project.
No, well, look, I guess I was referring to the fact that these are all Southern California firms and companies, so I'm glad about that, and I'm glad that one of the firms, I guess, that came in second on the criteria was a Santa Ana company.
Yes.
So to the extent that you look at things other than just cost obviously usually is the prevailing element of a criteria, but it's not the only element. If they have litigation and bad, you know, business practices, that's not a good thing. If they have a whole, you know, litany of violations, or if they've done, you know, bad work performance, I mean, you know, even if they come in as a low bidder, and I've seen that in many cities where you give it to the lowest bidder, but they have tons of faulty work and construction defect lawsuits against them. So I hope that was looked into when this was done, because I would hate for somebody to have outbid one of our local companies based upon, you know, a bad work history. So that's one thing. And sometimes when you, even if you take a haircut on the bid, the money that they spend for hiring people are usually people in our city, and the monies that they spend for equipment and for you know, materials, if they purchase it from local vendors, look, it's a win-win. It becomes a multiplier effect. So just something for us to consider as we move forward on that. And finally, so I was asked by Sandpoint, so I might as well make a plug for that. There's a part of the street in Sandpoint that I guess was, you know, it was a slurry seal. I don't think it was emulsified, but I think one of the utilities came in and ground it up again after we laid it down really nicely and kind of messed it up a little bit. So if there's any residual monies on this, see if you can carve some out for one of those neighborhoods in Sandpoint.
I'm fully aware of that location, and I will be glad to look into it one more time. You know, that street in particular scores high on our PCI, and it doesn't make sense to, you know, spend more money on it when other streets, you know, need the money badly. But we'll definitely promise to, we'll look at it, and if there's need for work and more extra money available, we'll definitely take that into consideration.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Just looking over the map closer, Henninger Park and Madison Park, very needed areas. But I also noticed that my alley is on here. I say my alley because it's on the east side by First and Standard, but I've called over this alley every day for like the last 3 months. I've sent emails to the chief, Christine, Stephen Mendoza, back when he was our city manager, about this dirt alley. It's a public alley, and there's a lot of homeless encampments that have just popped up, and so hopefully this could help alleviate that by fixing that alley and paving it, or adding whatever the other type, slurry. And with that said, if this project moves forward, I would like, or with any project, I would like to see maybe a timeline of completion, because I feel like we've oftentimes seen things approved, but I don't personally see them, roll out very quickly. It takes a while, even after this. So maybe for future reference, just add some kind of potential timeline to the staff reports and saying, hey, if this is approved tonight, you'll see this work completed by October 2019, or I don't know, I'm just giving an example, but that would be helpful.
If I may, usually anytime we advertise for a contract, we say, this is the scope of work, and this is the time that we want the contractor to complete it by 2 months, 3 months, whatever. But, for your request, we can add like a schedule. This is how long it will take, to issue the notice to proceed. This is when the work starts. This is when the notice of completion is estimated to be, issued.
Appreciate it, Fuad. Thank
We'll
you.
be glad to do that.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Assistant City Attorney, do we have to take a motion to reconsider item 22A? Is that, if we want to have a do-over on that?
It's the council's pleasure to make a motion for reconsideration. That motion usually must be made in the person by the member who may wish to change their vote.
Okay, very good. Is there a motion? Reconsider item 22A?
Yeah, or the member that was missing from the vote, I may add, or the member that was missing from the vote.
Okay, very good.
That's what I thought, because normally when you make a motion to reconsider, it's usually from the prevailing side.
Yes.
They have to move the item to have it reconsidered. And I apologize, I stepped out. I normally don't step out to go take a bite, but I took a cookie. My blood sugar was dropping, so I'll make a motion to reconsider the item for not being
Is there
present.
a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? One no. Okay, motion passes. So we're going to now reconsider item 22A. Is there a motion for approval?
I just had a quick question on that, if I could, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Absolutely.
So does this doesn't change the purchasing range that the city manager has the discretion over without the authority of the council, right? I know I said that clumsily, but you know what I'm getting at.
No, sir, it's under the purchasing code for purchases under like $5,000 that they would use the Amazon account for, and it doesn't, it's a different part of the municipal code than the code that I think you're referring to, which was my increase for $50,000.
Okay, so it doesn't adjust that at all, and so this is more the intent and purposes for convenience.
It's not to exceed, and it's a good vehicle and a tool for the purchasing office if they need, and it's usually IT supplies. Then they might need an external hard drive. They can go to the Amazon marketplace. They can easily see competitive pricing and select the vendor with the best competitive pricing.
So I see Jack nodding his head, so does that mean yes?
Got Jack's approval on there?
All right. I'll move the item.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? One no. Motion passes. Madam Clerk, next item?
Item 23B, amend fiscal year 2017-18 and 18-19 capital improvement programs for traffic signal operations, pulled by Councilmember Iglesias.
Sure. Okay.
Councilmember Iglesias?
I'll defer to, and then I'll go after you.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Iglesias. I also pulled this item just because I didn't understand some of the language that was in there. In the staff report, it says that that it makes reference to the significant reductions in gas tax revenue that are expected. I just wasn't sure why those are being expected from our city staff. Just this morning on the news, I saw a report that Californians are expected to see a record miles in traveling by car this weekend for Memorial Day weekend. And this morning, I spent $55 to fill up a Honda Accord. So that, I mean, so I don't see how why that's in the report. I don't know if you could explain that to me, Ms. Ridge?
I will defer to our Public Works Director as to why during this particular time period that's being referenced, the tax revenues were declined.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Oh,
I'll defer this, to answer this question to our city engineer, William.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. The reduction in gas tax, we will look at first quarter, second quarter, and what the forecast is. We have received a forecast from the state of the gas tax to close out the year. So because we were having a reduction in gas tax that was going to be impacting traffic signal operations, we had to basically move some money from equipment over to gas. The reason why we're paying more at the gas pump, that's SB1, and that's a different pot. It's a color of gas tax, if you will. So we're getting additional SB1 money for different projects. This is regular gas tax. This is the original gas tax, and that has been going down. So what we're requesting authorization from the council is for us to defer $200,000 in traffic signal equipment purchases. We were going to be using Measure M money to pay for that, and we want to substitute that Measure M money, which qualifies for signal operations. We have 300 signals throughout the city, and we do use a contract to oversee the maintenance, and whenever a signal goes on flash, and then just routine maintenance, we need that $200,000 to close out the year.
And that would be coming from the Measure
M.
Measure M.
Right, and then the capital equipment that we were going to do, we will have to defer it, so we will again budget for next year and the year after, namely fiscal year 1920 and 2021, so that we can go ahead and upgrade the equipment that we originally wanted to do this year.
Thank you.
Councilmember Iglesias.
So, okay, for this one, we have $200,000 that it's unspent from Measure M, right? For the traffic signal equipment replacement.
Correct.
Why, is there a reason why that money wasn't used in 2017, 2018?
The signal equipment that we wanted to purchase costs around $200,000, and so the set aside that we had looked at in 17-18 and 18-19 was about $100,000. So we basically saved up $100,000 in our savings account for that over a 2-year period. Now that we see that we have a shortfall in gas tax, we want to use that Measure M, which qualifies for signal operations. So we will again have to save $100,000 this coming fiscal year, 1920 and 2021, so that we can again do that equipment to upgrade in 2 years.
Okay, so I guess my concern is that we're saying we're going to do something, and I believe that came before the council, right, when we gave you that authority for the $100,000 to use it?
Yes.
And then it doesn't get used. So then why not in 2017, 2018, did you not tell the council that money, you didn't use it? Why are we waiting almost 2 years to let us know that this money wasn't spent?
So the issue is that the traffic signal operations, the maintenance of the traffic signals is based, and we're going to be paying for that using gas tax. So now that 3/4 of the year, and actually this staff report's a little bit old, but 3/4 through the fiscal year, we realized that the gas tax forecast to close out the year was going to be $200,000 less than we anticipated. And so we can't finish the year
in traffic signal operations unless we were able to transfer some money that qualifies for signal operations. So to answer your question, we didn't know. We still thought early this year that we could put a RFP out so that we can switch out our equipment. A month or so ago, we realized that gas tax revenues have been falling, and in order to close out the year, we needed to look at some other funding source so that we can have the signals operate. We figured that's a safety issue. It's probably a higher priority, and we will still replace the equipment. We'll just have to defer it for 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other comments? Is there a motion? I will second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
1 no, motion passes. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item, pulled by Councilmember Iglesias.
This, can you go ahead? Yeah.
Approve purchase and sell agreement in the amount of $4,000 for the sale of portions of city-owned real property at 2501 North Flower Street.
Is there a comment? Oh,
Yeah,
there
I
we
have
go.
questions.
Thank you.
Okay. So for this item, my question is, okay, how did we arrive to the amount of $4,000 for the appraisal of this land? Because according to the staff report, it shows that the number of square feet that's being, I guess, either sold or to the individual is about 4,000. Let me see. What does it say here?
Councilmember Iglesias, we do have a short presentation. If you would like us to give that, or instead, or just answer questions, it's up to you.
How long is the presentation?
It's very short, and it will probably cover all of your questions.
Are you
It's
okay with it?
only
Okay.
It's 6 slides.
Okay, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. I'm Tag Higgins, Public Works. The item before you is a sale of a 4,283 square foot parcel to an adjacent private property. The subject piece of land is adjacent to Santiago Creek in between the I-5 freeway and Flower Street. As a quick background, 5 years ago, staff commissioned a survey of that segment of the creek, determined that there were some encroachments of private property into the city's portion of the creek property. City staff met with the private property owners, discussed a resolution, and determined that a recommended course of action would be to sell the property containing the encroachments. Previous direction from council was to determine a fair market value for the property. A real quick timeline on the property that we will be selling the land to. This is at 2467 North Riverside Drive. The encroachments that are within the city's property, the garage was permitted in 1926 and constructed at that time. Based on some of the slides I'll show you later, that there's a good portion of the garage that actually encroaches into the city's property. In 1985, a pool was permitted, also encroaching and constructed at that time. Finally, there's a tennis court that's also encroaching into the city's property. It was constructed in 1985, and no permit is required for a tennis court. The slide there shows that the two properties, I'm sorry, it shows the 2467 North Riverside Drive in its existing configuration and proposed with the property sale. It's a little tough to see on those slides, but on the existing one on the left, you can maybe make out the tennis court that encroaches into the property, into the city's property, the pool, and then the garage at the upper right of the existing photo. As a reference, you can also look at sheet 25A-13. It also, I think, clearly depicts where the encroachments go into the city's ownership. So again, the proposal would extend that property line closer to the wall, that is that dashed yellow and white line. That's the Santiago Creek wall. I'll skip that slide and come back to it. I think this gives an idea of where the parcel is that we would convey. The one on the left is standing on the above the bank of the, or above the Santiago Creek on the conveyed property. The view on the right shows from the creek floor towards the wall. Just to note, the new property line would go roughly adjacent to where that fence is on the left view. And let me just get back to the one. Again, as I mentioned, the city council had asked us to determine the fair market value. City did that with got an opinion of value, and based on the lack of any reasonable access to the property, the only access to the property would be from the creek if you climbed up the wall. And so other than through the private parcel, you cannot get to the property. And then there is no development potential or independent marketability of the property other than as nuisance value to somebody else. And our code, it's referenced in the staff report, 2-706.1, allows direct negotiation to an adjacent property owner. If it's only of nuisance value to somebody other than that property. So based on the opinion, staff and the homeowner discussed a price of $4,000. And so the benefits to the city would be, city receives the $4,000, and the buyer would pay did pay a lot line adjustment fee to the city for review of a associated lot line adjustment. The buyer prepared the maps and legal descriptions and all the documentation, et cetera. The city will reserve a 10-foot wide easement to maintain the retaining wall that will be within the city's property, but in order to maintain it, we are requiring that 10-foot wide easement. And then the city's liability and maintenance responsibility will be reduced. So that is the end of that presentation. And I'm here for questions.
And if I may, I just wanted to clarify that this came to our attention after we conducted a survey of the creek at Santiago Creek. So we discovered that the encroachment had occurred. If you are on their property, on the private property, it's not apparent that there's any encroachment because all of the improvements have been built on the private property side of the retaining wall, which is approximately 6 to 8 foot tall. So we only discovered that after we did the survey. We've also discovered that there are some other irregularities in the creek area, but generally those are just fences, and these are for improvements like the pool and the tennis court.
So then just based on the number of square foot that was referenced, I think it was like 4,300, I think it was. And then how many square foot?
It's about 4,200 square
4,200.
feet. We hired an appraiser, and the first time he came up back to us with a value of 0. And we disagreed with that. The way they looked at it is that this is landlocked, it doesn't have access, it has no use for anyone. Like Teg said, it cannot be developed, so basically it has no value. So we asked the appraiser to look again at what is the value of the property with this land, and compare it to the value of the property without this additional land, try to find the difference between them and assign a value to the land, and that's the price that he came up with. It's also important to mention that the property has been improved and it has a higher base value than without the tennis court and the pool, and most likely they've been paying higher property tax for many years. So the city has benefited from this, although it was done by mistake, over the years. But definitely, it took us a while to determine the value and negotiate with the property owner and come up with a resolution for this problem.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Fuad, for that. It's interesting that you mentioned the property taxes because I went ahead and took the property tax bill for this resident off the county's website, and they're actually paying about 10% of what I pay for my house. That's 2,500 square feet in central Santa Ana. So I just want to know, Ms. City Manager, so this property has gone on 30 years using 4,283 square feet of city property for free. That's what I understand.
And the 2 of the improvements were approved by the city via a permit.
Okay. And but they've been using that 4,000 square foot for free.
Correct.
And they haven't paid property taxes on that land?
No, actually they would. I'm guessing that the property tax bill, obviously the homeowners that may have been in the house for an extremely long time, and you know how there is, I think it's Prop 13 that freezes your growth of your property taxes. However, when you do an improvement to your property, that information does get passed on to the assessors, and it does increase the assessed value of the property. So some of those structures, particularly the garage structure, would have increased their assessed value. But I'm guessing it's low because they've owned that home for a substantial amount of time.
That parcel number is not reflected on the tax bill. So the only parcel number that's reflected on the tax bill is what their property was, their original property line landed at. So I don't understand how they have been paying property taxes on this additional 4,283 square feet when it was never really assessed onto their parcel that they're paying property taxes on. And again, just to put it into perspective of how, I know this is an elongated piece of land. It's not a perfect 4,000 square foot square, but again, my house is half the size of the square footage of city property that they've been using for free. And just to give an example as well, in the city of Orange, my boss lives in Orange Park Acres, up against the creek. And he built a 10-foot wall, cinder block, beautiful wall with a grill, patio, $200,000 swimming pool, beautiful backyard. Great. The city of Orange came knocking on his door and was like, hey, you've encroached about 5 feet into the creek that is behind his house. He was like, okay, what do I need to do? They're like, tear down your wall and tear down your barbecue pit and tear down your grill and tear down the planters that his wife's been using for 2 years that was all along this piece of the creek that he took. So I just want to know why the city of Orange could do this and the city of Santa Ana can't. I have no problem with telling the resident, hey, you know what? Rip up your pool and rip up your tennis court because this is property that you've been using for free. So how do you answer that, Ms. City Manager?
Well, I'm not sure of the example that you provided. I would maybe venture that at that home they didn't pull permits for those approvals because it would have been inspected. Here, I know all the way back to 1926 for the first permit that they pulled, but they did come to the city and they pulled permits for at least 2 of those improvements. So they do have that. That makes it a little unusual circumstances. And obviously, I mean, it's been a long period of time.
So how can we reach out, since these permits were, these licenses were permitted, they should pay 30 years of back property taxes on this land that hasn't been assessed on their property tax bill, which I have right here, for $1,553 on, according to Zillow, $2.9 million home.
Okay, well, what I mentioned about the property tax is that the property owner was not necessarily paying property tax on this little, piece of land that's owned by the city, but paying a property tax for a house or a property that has a higher value because of a tennis court and a pool. They were not necessarily paying property tax on, the city portion. So that's one thing. The second is the city attorney was involved in this case for a while, and there was some kind of threat of litigation. And in order to minimize or keep our costs low, we realized that the best way is, to find this solution and move forward with it. So maybe John can elaborate on this.
And you guys mentioned that was done, and it was comes out, like Councilwoman Iglesias said, to $1 a square foot, which is, I mean, shoot, if I could buy 4,200 square feet in Santa Ana for $1 square foot, sign me, I'll do it, and I'll give 10 grand. I'll double the price because I need a place to live. Move out of my mom's house. So it's just, I mean, I don't understand how we could just, allow this to happen for such a low price. If this person were to now add this 4,200 square feet to their property line, that's going to increase their property value substantially. When they sell it, they're not going to sell it for $4,000 more than they would have if this square footage wouldn't be included in the lot size when it's assessed by an appraiser. I doubt it's only going to go up $4,000. Adding 4,000 square feet, regardless of the dimensions of it, to a lot, when you sell that house, that's a lot of money from a real estate side.
Mm-hmm.
So how can we only say, hey, you owe us $4,000 for this land, but they're just, to me, it's the city's getting milked.
If I can. So land value is determined on a number of things. A parcel of land that has absolutely no ingress or egress to it really doesn't have a substantial amount of value. A odd-shaped parcel of land that can't be developed even has a less of a value. So even though it is 4,200 square feet, you have to scramble a retaining wall to get up to it from a creek bed. The only other entrance to it is through the private property. There's nothing that could be developed on that odd shape of property based on its location. And we are, by municipal code, permitted to deal directly with adjacent property owners on parcels such as this.
I understand that, Ms. City Manager, but when this person sells a house, they're not going to say, hey, 10,000 square foot of the house is zoned residential and 4,200 square feet of the lot is zoned open space and it has no use, so we can't include that in the property value. This is going to be included. I'm not talking about what it's zoned now, but adding it to their property lot, it's going to get rezoned to residential, and that's going to increase the value of that 4,000 square foot, regardless of how big or how wide or narrow the lot is, by a lot. It's not going to be $4,000. It's going to be, I'm no appraiser, but easily over 100 grand.
If I may add, Councilmember Penalosa, as Fuad indicates, this matter does have a longer history at the city. And when it was originally learned by the city that there was some encroachment into the city property, a discussion was begun with the property owners under our prior Public Works Director. There were arrangements that were tentatively agreed upon, conditioned that is upon approval by the council. Negotiations ensued over the course of some months. It was the council's pleasure that an appraisal be done of the property before any finalization of those arrangements were made. Under Fuad's direction, such an appraisal was made. Therefore, that's why the number was determined to be the selling price of the property here for $4,000. I just wanted to emphasize that the direction to obtain an appraisal of the fair market value was done at the council's earlier pleasure.
So I'm just for an example, if I have an aunt that lives up against Thornton Park, if I advise you tomorrow and say, hey, build that pool you've been wanting, go 4,000 square feet into Thornton Park, could she buy that land for $1 a square foot? If it's the same zoning?
Well, I would hope your aunt would come to the city to take a permit, and at that time, city staff would identify that the improvements are outside of her parcel line, which would be the right way for it to happen.
And unfortunately, whoever was in charge at the time didn't do that in 1985.
I think originally in 1926.
So what happens if this is, I mean, if this is denied, do we take the land back, or how does that, what's the point of this? Or is this just asking them for change, for pocket change for what they took?
I would defer to the city attorney on what the recourse would be if we don't proceed with this.
There were different options presented to the city to resolve this situation. The one that was elected was the sale of the property. Another option would perhaps be an easement over the land. That was considered to be less viable. The property owners here had at some point in time entertained the option of litigation as well. Certainly it's not the time and place here to speculate upon any potential litigation, but that had been entertained at one point in time. The city made a holistic evaluation of the matter and elected, based upon some of the concerns that you saw on the slides earlier, that a purchase was the most viable route at fair market value.
Thank you.
Councilmember Solorio.
Thank you. This item here can be frustrating and hard to explain, particularly to the public. And there are different ways of looking at it, but just a few, insights or points for me. Number one, if we don't sell this, we won't ever generate additional property tax or any other financial benefit via the owner of the property or a sale. So down the road, this is going to generate money for us that we wouldn't have otherwise. Also, because it is near the creek and we've had fires and a number of other things there, if we don't deal with this, it's a big liability issue, and one problem there will easily be, way in excess of $4,000. It's unfortunate, really, because we're trying to correct the problem that the city was involved with almost 100 years ago. I mean, if I did the quick math correct here, it's about 93 years ago. And so it was really not an error of the property owners at the time, it was the cities. So back then, and even the current owners, they've tried to play by the rules all along. Even here, and this council last year or two, because there were similar concerns, we said, go back out and do another appraisal. And because it's landlocked and other people, and even the city can't really get back there, unless you want to climb the wall to just see that little sliver, it's not usable or accessible. I think we did, have an easement part still on this. And in addition to the 4,000, they're also responsible for preparing and filing a lot of the documents that cost dollars. And other aspects to processing this. And then also attending these meetings, and I know Mr. Andres was here earlier, I don't know if he's still here or not. They've attended now probably like 5 or 6 of these meetings and just quietly kind of listen in, so they've been respectful. I think we have just a situation here now where you have the private party in the city that have come to the most reasonable resolution possible. And we've done appraisals, and so we also can't charge more than, it's kind of like one of those fee-for-services things. It's also not necessarily righteous to charge more than what the thing is worth. So again, it does raise some questions. It's awkward indeed, but I think both parties are just trying to make it right based off of, the city's 3 errors. I mean, the city 2-3 times reviewed these things and essentially legitimized that it's okay and all the rest. And worst case, if we were to take it back, they'd say, okay, well then pay us to tear down the tennis court and make it the way it used to be because it was on the city's error that they built that thing. And I can guarantee you that, tearing that thing down, removing the concrete and making it the way it used to be is also going to cost you a lot more money. And one or both of the Andres are attorneys as well, so believe me, they know the laws and they know kind of what's reasonable or not. And again, they've been extremely patient. And I think on the whole, given everything, this is, pretty reasonable situation. Again, still very awkward, but I'm not sure how much better it could get.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I have a question for City Attorney.
Go ahead, and then I have Councilmember Sarmiento, who's
Mr.
been
City
very
Attorney,
patient.
can we just, what's the possibility of just leaving it as is? If it's been like this for 96 years, what's another 100 years?
That's a possibility, but I would add to that that also brings continued liability to the city because these structures now exist on what is city property. One of these structures, for example, consists of a swimming pool, and there's some built-in liability there, if you will. So that is one of the more salient concerns about leaving this property as is. And the maintenance as well, because we are, it's technically city property, so the maintenance obligations follow the property owner customarily.
Liability like
maintenance. So liability and maintenance, in short, to answer your question, council member.
But we never made, aside from this last weekend, which thank you, Councilwoman Iglesias and Councilman Solorio for being out there, doing that maintenance on the creek. This creek is, for the most part, never really maintained.
Well, this property itself has improvements on it, and it's the city property that is adjoining the creek, and so therefore that property would typically be, the maintenance requirements would fall to the city because the ownership is with the city.
But what kind of maintenance?
Well, their maintenance would be, with these improvements, you have the pool and you have the garage, and so those types of structures require maintenance. Those are on city property. Again, the maintenance obligations typically inure to the property owner himself or herself, and in this case, it's the city. Now, understood that they are not approaching this city expecting the city to maintain those, but ordinarily those maintenance obligations do fall to the owner, and I think more important is the liability concerns.
Are you talking like maintenance of the swimming pool, like resurfacing of the swimming pool if it were to?
And the land itself that falls into the land that is encroaching upon, or the land that itself falls into what is now the city's property. That property would ordinarily be our responsibility to maintain. And again, there are issues of liability, whether they be arising from trees or built-in structures like pools, like there is here.
So in the last 96 years, have there been any cases where the city is liable for something on that property?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'll take my chances. Thank you.
But just as a follow-up to that point, on that logic, if a lot of the pool is on essentially city property, it becomes a public pool, but people can't get to it. But they may say then we properly paid for permits, did the grading, did everything, reimburse us to take down the pool and to move it onto our property line, and that cost to the city, is probably on the order of, $50,000 to $200,000 to then properly move the pool onto their property, because they probably have space. It's a pretty big, property, and so that's another liability that hasn't been discussed. And is it foreseeable that they can say, hey, it becomes a taking,
yes.
Of many sorts, and all of a sudden they can sue us for taking some of their enjoyment on something that they properly processed, paid permit fees for, and so if we want to make them whole, that's going to be very expensive.
Yes, that is a possibility, Councilmember Solorio.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and I'm going to call for the question with just a brief comment because I think we could talk about this all night. I appreciate the fairness and equity discussion, but don't we do this with remnant parcels often when highways get built and they get expanded, and there's sometimes triangular pieces that don't really benefit anybody except the adjacent property owner, and we sometimes even give it away for $1.
We do with those properties
so
are
we've done
contiguous,
those. And so this
Councilmember
is very
Sarmiento,
similar
yes.
because, again, it's the value of a property to who, right? This is, if this were 4,000 square feet or whatever it is, 4,200 square feet, if it were on a corner of a busy arterial or intersection, yeah, different value. But this is one that can't be accessed. And, you know, I guess the issue that I have as an attorney that is very clear to me, we don't want somebody having something like a tennis court or a pool on public property, because if they fall, if they hurt themselves, if they get injured, that's our responsibility to cure that problem.
Yes, that's the liability component. that
And
we
so there's a
mentioned.
thing that these attorneys probably know and that they have in their back pocket, which is called constructive notice, number one, and adverse possession. So they've held this property for more than 30 years, and it's been open and notorious, it's been continuous, it meets all the elements of that, so that principle in the law may give them a legal right to hold this property by now. So in any event, that's an arguable case, but I think I would take that case. All I'm saying is at this point, look, I'm not happy about them taking this property for $4,000 either, because it's our oversight, it's our not intentional, it's an inadvertent oversight on our part that took place over time. But look, this is the only resolution that would relieve us of some liability and continued problems with this property. The only thing I would say is that let's make sure that we recover all our staff costs that have been involved on this. That's my only thing, right? It's not something that is only limited to what we perceive as the value of this parcel. It's how much has been expended on this in attorney's fees, in staff fees and time, all that. So I think that would be my only request. If we're going to adjust anything, let's make sure that we recover all our costs and time that's been involved in which is a conundrum for a lot of us. So.
And certainly to that point, I would add that the buyers are being required to pay the fees, the administrative fees and whatnot for their lot line adjustment and all the survey fees as well. So there has been more minimal time, I would venture to say, on the staff, but your point is well taken.
Were you going to make a motion?
I was going to make a motion with that adjustment. If there are any additional fees that staff finds or uncovers or has, then I would make sure that, you know, we don't get the short end of this. So that's my motion.
All right, well, thank you for the motion. I would like to make a comment on this. So this thing has been a nightmare for a while, and I wish I had a time machine to go back 1985 to see who issued these the permits for the pool. And I also believe that by them receiving, my thinking, I'm not an attorney, but my thinking is that, hey, if they received permission, you know, to make the pool and all that, there was express consent from the city. And they can argue that. And then we're gonna get tied up in court, it's gonna cost a lot of money, and we're gonna lose because this thing's been going on for over 30 years from those permits. And it was on us. Another thing is this piece of land that's there, it's really hard to get to. It's a worthless piece of land. I understand that, you know, you want a dollar amount, but, you know, to use it, it's zero because you can't get to it. Now, if you had my aunt's house backed up to Thornton Park, and I was trying to take a piece of Thornton Park, well, guess what? You can get to that piece of land, and you can use that piece of land, but how do we use this? So you gotta kind of see through the fog that, you know, and weigh things out a little bit and say, hey, look, this thing right here, nothing's perfect. And this thing's been a mess for a long time, and I think the city has some responsibility on this, and we should just fix it as best we can and move forward. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye.
No.
Those opposed?
No, I'll abstain, because I wasn't here 100 years ago, and this doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it has to be a no, a yes, or a no, isn't that correct? Or is that, she can abstain? Okay, very good.
Can we do a
Continuance?
yeah, because I mean I don't know any of I don't know more information. I'd like more information. I'd like to see the what the property value would be assessed to with this added 4,000 square feet, because it's not going to be $4,000. And I'd like to possibly tour the property.
And it may be an analysis of the liability issues too, just so we could see both sides of it.
So maker of the motion.
So as a maker of the motion, I'll withdraw because I think, your sense of fairness and equity, again, is important right here. I think it kind of rubs us the wrong way. But again, there are these dilemmas, right? That how do we resolve this? We can't just let it go on forever. So after all that discussion, I think we should have made that motion to continue originally. But I'll go ahead and withdraw my motion and convert it to a motion to continue this matter.
For 2 weeks?
Okay. Yeah.
For 2 weeks. And well, by then we'll have, hopefully, Mr. Mayor will also join us, so we'll be, one additional person stronger.
Yeah, I'd like more information on this, and possibly tour the place. What would you need to do to tour a place? I'm assuming we don't need permission since we own 4,000 square feet of the lot.
We need to get on the lot though, so I think we could kindly
We could
arrange.
climb to the back since we
I
own
think
it.
you will be able to climb the retaining wall.
Okay.
Is there a second for the motion?
So there's a
for
motion.
continuance?
Motion, there was a motion on the table.
Motion by
I have a
Councilman
motion and a
Sarmiento,
second by Solorio for continuance. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk?
Next item is 25C, approve the exercise of the last one-year extension with Video Engineering Services and approve an increase of $15,000 in the total amount not to exceed $359,375 for both current fiscal year and requested extension, pulled by Councilmember Iglesias.
Councilmember Iglesias, 25C.
Okay, so my question for this one, it states here that it's to approve the extension of the video engineering services, so it's the gentleman that's back there, yeah, filming us, right? Okay, why is it coming out of Parks and Recs and Community Services Agency, the budget?
That's a very good question. I wondered that myself. But if you watch the council meetings, you actually see on the rolling credits that the videos of these meetings are produced by the Parks and Rec Department.
Mm-hmm. That's money that we could get it from somewhere else, right? Like from...
It's general fund money. So if it was paid for out of, let's say, my department, it would also be general fund money.
Councilwoman
Yeah,
Iglesias?
go ahead.
Just because I've watched these meetings at home, I think it's important to note that a lot of the advertisements that are constantly playing almost 24/7 are for our pool hours, our park hours, our library hours, our community events, our fairs, our book clubs at the library, children's preschool, whatever you name it, and community centers. So I think it's also a nice, because I questioned it too, but then I thought, well, it serves as an advertising outlet for outreach for the community with all the different events going on in the Parks and Rec Department, which I didn't see a problem with. So that's how I guess balanced it in my head.
Okay. So then it's going to be coming then from the general fund money? Is that from the I guess, the fund balance that we have?
Well, so the general fund has a number of revenue sources, and Parks and Rec charges a number of expenses directly to the general fund. And this expense, as you can see in the staff report, is charged to the general fund under that department.
Okay, but then, because I know the Parks and Recs has like a limited amount of funds. So now we're going to be using 15,000 more, but is it coming from our general fund balance, or is it, I guess that's what I'm not getting, where the money's coming from?
It wouldn't be coming from the general fund balance. It would be a part of the adopted budget for the Parks and Rec Department that you approved for the current fiscal year. And this is increasing it by 15,000 out of general fund revenues.
Okay.
Sir, Councilman Solorio.
Yeah, and the reason why I feel supportive is that's just where this department is housed. It's kind of always been there. And they do get other matching funds from time to time, like from the cable companies, et cetera. And if they didn't pay for advertising via this outlet, as Councilmember Peñalosa is suggesting, they'd have to pay for private sector TV ads or social media ads or print. So, because they're in charge, they're able to, market their stuff, and that saves them dollars elsewhere. So on the whole, this seems reasonable.
Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move the item.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion carries. Moving on to,
Councilmember Sarmiento, if I may respectfully request the excuse of the absence of Mayor Polito.
I will move that. Excuse, absence. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
He did attend the closed
session.
session meeting. Does he still need to be excused, or does that not count? Well, maybe,
err on the side of
maybe we
caution.
vote, and if it's not necessary, then don't note it, but I do feel like he did attend and he had, he had a reason. Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Madam Clerk, the next item.
Next item is 60A, approve a density bonus agreement to allow a 552-unit affordable rental project at 2110, 2114, and 2020 East First Street.
Sarah, I think this is a continued item, so we already received a presentation from staff, so I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council unless there's any additional comments from staff, any changes from the last report that was provided to the City Council?
No, sir, no changes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Solorio?
Yes, I've still been waiting for additional information from our staff and the applicant about parking and related issues. I know that there's some, movement in addressing some outstanding questions that I and others have, but I'd like to suggest a 2-week continuance with support of my colleagues to do that, because I am not prepared to support this item tonight for a variety of reasons.
Great. Thank you. There's a motion to continue that. I see one of the applicants. Would you like to address the council?
Thank you, council members. Laura Archuleta, President and CEO of Jamboree Housing Corporation. Thank you for giving me some time to speak tonight. I just wanted to support what Councilmember Solorio mentioned. I think we have been making some good progress. There's been quite a bit of information turned into staff on our parking plan. As you know, this project's been in the works for over 2 years. It was a year ago that our density bonus agreement was actually approved by the Planning Commission. So it's taken quite some time to get here to the City Council. It's costing us right now $100,000 a month in carrying costs. We've already, as you know, also done all of the preliminary work on the site. And we're now in a situation where we really are at a halt on the project. So we're going to be working as quickly as possible to get that density bonus agreement in a form that the council members feel that you can support. We would like to request if there's any way to move forward with the precise grading permit, the public improvement permit, and the foundation-only permit. We have discussed this with staff. They are open to that if we provide an indemnification, should the council feel comfortable directing staff to do that. That way we can at least keep moving over the next 2 weeks as we finalize the parking plan for the project.
Thank you. I'll bring it back. Councilman Peñalosa?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Sarmiento. I just had a question for our staff and I guess the applicant. Have any, what's so far, what's the status on the parking arrangements? I know I had some discussions with the applicant and the consultant about my parking concerns, because this is, again, these are 3 4-bedroom apartments with 1 parking spot per apartment, which is just seems ridiculous to me, and it will cause a huge concern and parking issue in that area, like we've seen in other projects throughout the city. So I just want to make sure that these plans, that there are plans in place, and I know that communicating with the local businesses nearby about potentially using their lots. There's security issues that arise about these shuttles and the valet. Are these shuttles only going to operate from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. while people are getting home from work, or in the morning when they're leaving? What if one of the residents has an emergency at 2 in the morning and needs to get up and leave? Is there going to be a valet guy waiting outside to take him to his car 4 blocks down the street to the Xerox building or whatever lot you guys have assigned? So I know I had that I requested of your office to supply us with the sites, located sites.
Correct,
Where this
right.
management plan is gonna take place, hours of operation on any shuttles and valets, actual agreements with the nearby businesses, because that, again, all these parking management plans sound fantastic, but are they gonna come into fruition at the end of the when the project's completed? And I know there was also a conversation about adding parking lifts in the garage and leaving space in the parking structure and the electrical work for these parking lifts to come into, to be installed easily if needed. But I would like to see those implemented and installed from the get-go, from construction. And, at the end of the day, if they're not used, well, then, guests have an extra parking spot to park in if they visit their family that's living in a 4-bedroom apartment, again, with one parking spot. Have any of these concerns that are brought up to the applicant, have they been?
Yeah, the actual parking plans on the shuttle, the valet agreement, all of that was submitted to staff in May of 2018, including the site identification for the off-site parking. So that has not been wrapped up, I guess, in a way that has made it to council for you to see where those sites are. So I think what we need to do is work with staff to pull out what was submitted back in 2018, along with anything current that you've asked for. I know with the lifts, we've talked about that. The project, as approved under state density bonus law, is approved at 1-to-1, a little bit more than 1-to-1. That is the requirement per state law for this project. We definitely want to make sure that we are meeting the demand and the needs out there, and so that's why we agreed to, when the density bonus was approved by Planning Commission, to do this parking management plan. And so parts of that have already, like I said a year ago, been submitted to staff, and we'll just keep working to get you what we can to get you satisfied.
And that state law that you mentioned, I know that in that same state law that, if the findings that may be used to deny concessions or waive any bonus density agreements, the concession or incentive, this is straight from the law, the concession or incentive is not required in order to provide for affordable housing costs as defined in section 552.5 of the Health and Safety Code, or for rents for the targeted units to be set as specified in subdivision C. The concession or incentive would have specific adverse impacts as defined in paragraph 2 of subdivision of section blah, blah, blah upon public health and safety or the physical environment. So yes, it's state law, but that state law also says that we could deny this bonus density agreement if we find that there is public and safety concern to the surrounding areas and the public, which comes into play. How could, in an emergency, if the residents need access or cars that are parked, 3 blocks away in the middle of the night, I mean, those are safety concerns and concerns to the public that I believe have merit to deny this, because again, the parking it's very underparked, and any parking arrangements that you guys make with the nearby businesses aren't permanent. The businesses could sell, or move, and the person, whoever buys it's not going to say, oh yeah, this is part of the purchase. I have to park cars from the development, 5 streets over. So I mean, just know that the same California law that you state also states that.
That's correct, and that's what was considered by the Planning Commission a year ago and not appealed under the due process time. And I don't know if there's, city attorney has anything else to add on that?
Was there an environmental impact report done on this project?
I would defer to our Councilmember Penaloza. I would defer to our planning department for those answers of those questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. The project was exempt under state law as part of the CEQA exemption that they qualified for, so no EIR was conducted.
So if it was exempt, how would we as a city find or make these findings that there's a public and safety concern, public health and safety concern to the residents that would live here or the nearby areas?
So the state law allows the projects that provide affordable housing latitude from the standard development requirements that we would normally apply to, like a market rate project. So those things, those options, those tools are available to the applicant when they're proposing an affordable housing development. So that's what we have to work with. Oftentimes, when those exemptions are activated, we have to basically use those exemptions unless we can prove otherwise. And they have activated the request for the density bonus, the waivers, as well as the exemption under the state law.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So I'm going to second the motion to continue, so I didn't want us to get into too much of a discussion because it's going to be brought back to us, I think, within the next couple of weeks. I'm not sure what the length of the continuance is that's requested. The only thing I would remind my colleagues as some thought between now and the next hearing is that this isn't the first time we've adopted a project with the ratio of 1-to-1. So many cities have that. It's to incentivize especially this type of housing, affordable housing that we need. And let's recall where it is. We're not impacting a neighborhood. There are no single-family homes. There are no neighborhoods to the north, south, east, or west of this site. It's near all commercial property, so we don't have the same dilemma that we have with other projects that are built right up against neighborhoods where you have saturation into those neighborhood streets. So the last thing I would say is Mr. City Attorney or Assistant City Attorney, if you can, make sure you remind us what our scope and authority is as a governing body of the City Council once this has been before the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has specific authority on this. There was no appeal within a certain right, so I'm very nervous about what our scope of discretion is on this approval. So we can, if we do find something that is a public safety concern, but look, that's a pretty high standard for us to be able to say this is going to create some public harm or some potential distress to the public. So the way I read Code Section 41-645B, we're pretty limited in what we can do.
Essentially, that is correct, Councilmember Sarmiento. The conditions under which this type of concession, a parking concession, may be denied by body are somewhat very limited, I should say, quite limited. And Councilmember Penaloza, you summed them up well. There has to be a public health or safety problem or an environmental problem. I would only add to that that has to be supported by substantial evidence, which is a bit of a higher standard. It would normally require findings by the council and the council to go on record with the type of evidence that it deemed substantial to support why exactly there was a public health or safety or an environmental problem that justified the denial of this concession.
Good enough. So with that, I think we have some homework to do between now and the next meeting, so as the applicant as well. So I'll go ahead and support that motion to continue.
Councilmember Iglesias, and we also have one on staff that would like to come up.
Okay, so my concern is, and I know I met with the applicant last week regarding the parking, and I agree with what Councilmember Peñalosa is asking. When you have 2 or 3 bedroom apartments, or I don't know if this project's gonna have 4-bedroom apartments, I just think it's 3, right? Mm-hmm. To just have one car, it's significantly going to impact the surrounding area. And one question that I brought up to the applicant was, and I know you guys are trying to see like a parking plan and all that, but what happens in most of these low-income housing or even just market rate apartments, even in other sites of the cities, is that, yeah, you may have 1 or 2 that are allowed under the contract to be in the apartment complex or where, or the project. But then what happens is these individuals that live there, they'll do their own transportation. So what they do is they'll drive whoever it is to a neighboring, to a neighborhood that's close by. They'll park their cars, and then they'll have someone transport them back, the one who has the permit to park within the project. And I know that happens a lot because I see it, and it impacts the neighborhood. So the neighborhood that I see that's close to this, I think it's the Cabrillo Park. I think close to the Cabrillo Park area, because I don't think they'll go into Tustin, even though Tustin is closer, but I don't think Tustin allows half of the stuff that we allow here in Santa Ana. So then, so I know they're going to go into Cabrillo Park, and they're going to be parking there, and they'll be shuttling themselves over, because if just one parking spot, it is going to significantly impact. So I know under the law, if it's significantly impact to a neighborhood, then it could be considered a negative to that community. So I'm just not comfortable. And I know we have in the past approved the one-on-one, and I know I've been one vote on that one, which was the one on, I think it's the one on Spurgeon and Civic Center, the one with the church. But I know that they're planned too, but that's because we also have the city parking structure, and I believe that was part of the request that, if we have like a shuttle or we have some type of valet, that we may be able to use our parking structure, which is across the street, and it's not going to affect French Park Neighborhood Association. So with this one, I am not comfortable either, because why do we have to have 522 units? Even though it's affordable housing, someone's making a profit. So why is it 522? Why can't it be less, so this way you have more parking for the individuals? Because I believe if we do one thing for one person, we should do it for another. This comes back to the project on 2525. Remember, that was the whole thing with the parking, and so why is it good for one, not good for another? So I think across the board, we have to be fair. So with this one, even though it's affordable housing, and another thing with affordable housing that I have an issue with is that it's not only open to Santa Ana residents, that it's open to other people that can come. And even though, the priority, my understanding, the priority is for Santa Ana residents, but that's not guaranteed. So I do have an issue with one parking, and so I am in agreement with what Councilmember Peñalosa is saying. So, and I know it's going to come back, but if that's not addressed in the same, in the next, I guess, presentation or the staff report, we're just going to go back to square one, and I guess we're going to have to deal with it.
Councilmember Iglesias, I would just clarify that federal law does prohibit us from making these available only to Santa Ana residents. However, the way, my understanding is the way our staff has developed policies, the wording of those policies or the implementation of those policies serves to achieve that outcome quite frequently. But the law itself does prohibit us from limiting these units to Santa Ana residents only.
No, and I get that, but why Santa Ana? It just goes back to everything, like why Santa Ana? The homeless, why Santa Ana? Income housing, why Santa Ana? I mean, like I said, if we had maybe 300 units of low-income housing instead of 522, you would have your 2-to-1 ratio of the parking spot.
Councilmember Solorio?
Yeah, just a couple things. First, we obviously still have a lot of questions, including on parking, and we haven't gotten the responses and information that we'd like. But I really agree with Councilwoman Iglesias as well that for precedent and for treating everybody equal, we just gotta, for example, like with the parking management plan, have a template that we're comfortable with and that fully mitigates cars that leave, that you may think don't leave, but we all know from the real world that they won't tell you they have 4 cars when they really do, because they'll park them somewhere else. And so who's going to monitor that, follow up on complaints? If there are penalties, as it says, who's going to collect the money? What's our share? What's your share? But again, for precedent and for equalness, we got to get that down, because we always mention this parking management plan, but I probably have yet to see one, even though I've asked for one, either a final one or a template or a draft. And so until I get that and feel comfortable with it, I'm not going to approve any more projects like this. I do think that in this city and in other cities, we need more housing, and that's part of what increases, the cost of housing. So we do have demand for affordable housing. We had some here earlier today, affordable housing, market rate, student, senior, et cetera, but we just got to make sure that the parking and the infrastructure is there. And I think that's where the frustration is, that we don't as much mind that the housing and the folks in town, but it's underparked. And it's been error after error, and if we don't correct it, we'll be like that easement where we'll be here 96 years later or whatever, and somebody approved something wrong because no one looked at the documents. That's what happened with the Olson project that we inherited on, or I had inherited on First and Pacific, where it's severely underparked, day one, very nice condominiums, and people don't fit on the site. And it's embarrassing that they're saying, why did the city of Santa Ana approve this if there's not enough parking, given that people park the way they do? And so if we don't correct this on the front end, we'll be with that situation where, yeah, we kind of have a little bit of oversight, but we can't control it now because it's built, it's there. They have property rights, et cetera. So getting this thing down for this project and others is very important. And if it isn't ready in 2 weeks, stronger, so we can have a real discussion with real facts and information and promises that are complete, not empty with a lot of loopholes. Don't bring it back. Let's get this right. I mean, we mentioned the shuttle and the valet, I like it because it's a dignified way of doing that. But again, like Councilmember Peñuelo said, what are the hours? What are the procedures? When is it triggered that you gotta do this? When do you stop? There's a number of questions not answered already, and we need to take our time to do this right. So with that, I think that's why we need a continuous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. And I understand that this area of town, there aren't any residences nearby aside from 1901 across the street, which has their own parking issues. But what I'm worried about is the impact with the residents that will live in this affordable housing unit. It's their quality of life as well.
Absolutely.
And these are going to be low-income families, and they're going to have that parking issue, which brings me back to the public health of the California code. If it's affecting the public health and it has an adverse effect, we could deny this because, and I'm thinking public health, again, it's open up for interpretation of whatever attorney sees it. I could see public health as saying, you know what, this person, this poor old lady, her kids can't visit her because they have nowhere to park. They can't, families can't visit each other because they have nowhere to park. They can't have any gatherings at home because there's nowhere to park. That affects quality of life and someone's public health, whether it's mental, whether it's people, that affects somebody. It stresses people out because you can't find parking. And those are issues that need to get addressed before any of these things could get, I feel, approved. So I'd like to see, I even mentioned to the applicant in the meeting that I had with them last week that I would even be open to making 25% of this complex market rate to offset the cost of adding another floor or two to the parking structure or whatever. I don't know I know there was some legal obstacles and hurdles with the financing because of that.
Well, we're also a nonprofit, so we can't do much market rate in our developments.
But can you do any?
Because of mission, we can do some, but this project is already way too far. This project has already closed on its financing based on the Planning Commission approval. And so to make the changes here now, we 2-3 years ago met with council and changed it from, as I think my team explained, from seniors to family. So it's rolling,
And just to remind everybody out there that the Planning Commission serves as a recommending body, not any approving body. So they make a recommendation to the city council, and us as the city council, I know I mentioned it 2 weeks ago, Councilwoman Iglesias and I had been up here 6 months and no one ever approached me with this project. I hadn't heard of it. I knew nothing about it until last council meeting. So these are conversations that I feel that I wish we could have moving forward with yourself I'm sure there'll be more projects along the way in Santa Ana with Jamboree and any other applicant out there or developer for that matter. So I mean, that's just something that always remember that the Planning Commission serves as a recommending body, not approving body or anything, and the City Council has final discretion on what we should allow in any, parking or unit construction.
We have a motion and a second for continuance. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 60, where are we?
60B, I
We are.
60B?
Item 60B, that's correct.
Item 60B.
Mr.
Councilmember Solorio?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I had asked for this to be continued because we need to do more in terms of security citywide. There's a related but separate project later in the agenda. For right now, because this is a minimum amount, I'm fine supporting it, but we do need to continue to improve and clean up the rest of our city.
So is there a motion? So what you're asking us to continue
No,
or approve today?
No, I'm fine supporting it, but I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that there are many other security and cleanup issues that we have in town.
Agreed. Is there a second? Question, Council Member Iglesias?
Okay, so the amount that you're asking us to increase by is 53,000. What does that bring to us? Is it 24-hour service? How many security guards? How many, I know, is it Monday through Friday? Is it?
Okay. I will defer to the Director of Parks and Rec on the specific scope for it, but it is for security services at the Santa Ana Work Center, which does need some attention right now, but I don't know the exact hours of a deployment by the security guards.
Is it it's Community Development Agency, no?
Yep. Community development.
Good evening. It's for Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, for security services at our job center, the Santa Ana Work Center.
Then what happens on the weekends?
We're closed.
You state your name for the record.
My name's Carlos De La Riva, City of Santa Ana employee.
Very good. Is there any other
So
questions?
the 1,002,225 is just for Monday through Friday? What are the hours?
No, the 1.5 million is to secure other
Okay.
city sites.
Okay, so then for the work center, what's the total amount that we're allocating
$53,428.
for May and June?
No, the contract goes through May 31st, 2020.
So what's the monthly amount then that you're asking us?
Our city manager is so well calculating. Let me also say that it is partially grant funded as well, so it's not all city paid for.
For just doing 12 months, which would be to May 31st, 2020, it's roughly $4,400 a month.
$4,400 a month?
Yes.
Okay, so
if
it's
I
just
did
like
my
to pay
math
for a
correctly.
security guard than just one person?
Has been attending the board meetings as an alternate, and she has expressed to be the primary representative.
Is that okay?
And I've been enjoyed representing the city. I'm learning so much on what can go into the sewer.
Is there a second?
Isn't there an alternate that we need to appoint? I'd like to volunteer.
For the alternate?
Yeah. In the moment that in the case that Cecilia Iglesias can't attend.
Okay, so that's the motion.
Second.
All those in favor? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion
Mayor Pro Tem, for
passes.
clarification, who motioned? And
It's the motion, and the second was from Solorio.
thank you.
Before they change their minds. Exactly. Moving on to 85A, is that correct? I have one speaker card here, Mr. Dale Helvig.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members and city staff. The discussion is on Senate Bill 50, and you may not be aware, you may be aware that Chairman Portantino never allowed that bill to get out of committee. So you may think that it's not an issue anymore, but it really is. It could be resurrected by him changing his mind. It could be gutted and amended and resurfaced in a different format. But all the discussion you guys had tonight on 60A, you won't have anymore if Senate Bill 50 passes. It would essentially say, we don't need planning department or the planning commission to approve these projects if they're all affordable housing. They won't come to you guys anymore. You'll have no say. So the one-on-one parking, done deal. You guys would have to do it. If you approve an all affordable housing project, they get all those density bonus agreements, they get all the parking variances, they get all the setbacks without your approval. So hopefully you guys take a serious look at this and voice your opposition to this Senate bill, whether it's now or when it gets resurrected, you know, because it probably come back in January 2020 when Senator Wiener reintroduces it. It's a terrible thing to do. These density bonus agreements would also take that project on 60A and allow it to go to 8 stories because they get an additional 3 stories under the new requirements of Senate Bill 50. So you talk about high density, you're really going to see high density in projects that are all affordable housing. So we got to be careful on these types of projects. You know, if they have market rate in there, then you have some wiggle room to start arguing with the parking spaces and everything. So I don't know why we're even discussing these parking spaces issue on 60A anyway, because my understanding, they have those exemptions. They don't have to change it from the 1.02 that they're currently at. They already have those density bonus agreements for this project. They're being nice if they go up to 1.5 or whatever. But we're stuck with this. You know, it's a terrible thing, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Helvig. Councilmember Iglesias, this is your item?
Yeah. So I understand that that the bill has been shelved, and then, but like Mr. Dale, the speaker just before me, he mentioned that it could be brought up at any time. So one of the things, you know, we belong to the League of California Cities, and I know they sent us an action alert that states that specifically what Senate Bill would do, Senate Bill 50 would do, it would greatly undermine locally adopted general plans, housing elements, and sustainable community strategies. So it would allow developers to override state-approved housing plans. And SB 50 would seriously call to question the need for cities to develop these community-based plans and the justification for spending millions of state and local funds on the planning process. Also, what it does, Senate Bill 50 gives away planning and zoning decisions to the developers and the transit agencies. So what this means is housing developers and transit agencies would have the power to determine housing densities, heights up to 55 feet, parking requirements, and design review standards for transit-rich housing projects within 1/2 mile of the major transit stop. So for those transit-rich housing projects within 1/4 mile radius of a stop on a high-quality bus corridor, developers would be able to determine housing density and parking requirements above 0.5 spots per unit. It also creates a difficult to define the terms. So as presently drafted, the way it's been shelved, it's very difficult to determine what constitutes a jobs-rich area, since the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Office of Planning and Research are largely tasked with making that decision. So what it's going to do also is going to provide greater density and no transportation solutions. So SB 50 would require cities to allow greater density in communities that are high opportunity and jobs-rich, but may lack access to public transit. So this seems at odds with many state policies that encourage and incentivize more dense housing near transit, so that individuals may become less dependent on automobiles. And another thing is it creates arbitrary and unfair exemptions, because what SB 50 allows is some communities to be exempt if they develop their own plan that is consistent with the objectives of the bill. And SB 50 also allows small cities and small counties to be exempt from the most extreme provisions. So one of the things that the Leagues of Cities they're advising us is, shouldn't all jurisdictions have the ability to have a community-led planning process that takes into account local needs and input, as long as the state objectives are still met? So instead of arbitrarily establishing a population metric, it would be much more appropriate to consider the full range of community characteristics when determining which areas of the state SB 50 should apply. But like was shared, it's been shelved, so no action was taken in the Appropriations Committee. But with your permission, I would like to ask staff if we could still consider sending a letter of opposition to this bill that was authorized by Senator Wiener. And then also, so it's sending this letter of opposition and also watching it with with the League of the California Cities, for us to still be alerted on what's happening with this bill, because it could come up at any time.
Thank you. Is there any other comments? Councilmember Solorio?
Yeah, just a few brief points. It was shelved, but, very quickly, the Senate leader authorized that if he wanted to bring it back in the second year in the same form, he could. I mean, we're going to see, a variety of changes to this bill, because obviously they know that they have issues with it. But I do think, just to send a message that there's a lot of broad opposition to this, I'm supportive of sending a letter and encouraging them to be more mindful, particularly of cities that are trying to do the right thing. And finally, with policy, you also got to look at unintended consequences. One of the things I worry about this bill, if it goes forward, in places like Orange County and even Santa Ana, guess what? All of a sudden, you may have cities or transportation agencies say, let's take out those bus lines, because those bus lines that right now go, 10-minute, intervals are causing this requirement. So if you remove the bus line, no more requirements, per this bill. Same with something like a streetcar. If we don't like this bill because of what it's going to do for our density with lack of infrastructure, maybe we don't need a streetcar, because it's going to authorize and create a lot of problems. So, I have a variety of worries with this bill, because, believe me, in places like Orange County, people would very quickly say, you know what, that bus line in South Orange County that goes too frequently, let's take it out, or let's make it not so frequent. And then that hurts, a lot of folks, including people from Santa Ana that go down there for work or pleasure, or whatever it might be. So there are a lot of issues with it. Not that it can't be improved, but it's good for us to weigh in.
Is there a motion? Make a motion to approve? Then? Yeah, make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Oh, I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
And I'm going to abstain on this one, just because again, I think that the bill is procedurally dead. If it comes back, we can always send it back to committee. We can always come up with a response then, and that's normally what we did when I chaired the committee, so I'm going to abstain on procedural reasons.
Very good. And,
Councilmember, it's just, I think it may be helpful for you to clarify the motion. I think I understand it, but I think it would be helpful for the record to clarify the motion and to confirm the direction.
So
the
the
council.
motion is to direct staff to send a letter in opposition of Senate Bill 50.
Thank you.
And for the letter to include some of the concerns and comments that you've heard tonight, consistent with the position.
Item 85B, we have two speakers, Virginia Bernal, and make that three speakers, and Suman Bashim, come forward, and Kayla Levitt. Welcome.
Good evening, members of City Council. We'll talk about something a little bit that seems more distant, but actually will hit home soon enough. It has a little bit to this far. We recommend that you, the City Council, seriously consider a city resolution urging our U.S. Congress to pass the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, H.R. 763. Santa Ana's Climate Action Plan of 2015 is evidence of the City Council's vision, yet its full implementation has been difficult to fund. Federal enactment of H.R. 763 would ease the city's task. As important as local action is, we still need national action because climate change is a global phenomenon. I have been a resident of Santa Ana 41 years, where I have raised my two sons. I now have 3 grandchildren. I am an immigrant and naturalized citizen. The future climate extremes and consequent social disruption for our young people concerns me very much, as does that of our country and of my countries of origin. We're already experiencing unusual extreme weather events. Our own climate experts and those of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, warn us of increasing and catastrophic risk if we do not reduce our emissions to net zero by 2050. Economists of the highest caliber recommend a policy of carbon fee and dividend as the most effective to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Over 100 municipalities around the country passed resolutions asking Congress to transition our country to clean energy via this policy, which is now incorporated in the Energy Innovation Act. Even our California legislators did so in 2016 with Assembly Joint Resolution number 43 relative to greenhouse gases. Consider also that what the dividend will mean to our local economy. Our city will benefit in that the dividend will be a significant economic stimulus for the city. I have submitted some handouts that speak to some of the comments I'm making.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Your time is up, so we're going to, thank you, Virginia.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me this time. I'm Suman, resident of Santa Ana. I'm a member of Citizens Climate Lobby and a concerned human being. Over a decade, our volunteers have asked their Congress to work together to solve climate change. Now we have Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2019, which is H.R. 763 in the House. This bill is effective that can reduce America's emission by 40% in the first 12 years. It is good for people and good for our economy. This bill is revenue neutral. It does not grow the government, rather helps American people. I am passionate about this bill because it is bipartisan bill. It is a policy that interests both Democrats and Republicans as well. The majority of Americans support Congress taking action on climate change, including more than half Republicans. In the current divisive politics, we must address climate change as a bridge issue, not a wedge issue. H.R. 763 is a shovel-ready project that is separate but very compatible with the Green New Deal. I hope and wish our City Council will consider this as a resolution and pressure on Congress to move this policy into law. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kayla Levitt.
Hello again. Thank you for your time. I am a member of Citizens Climate Lobby, and I think that this bill is one of the most effective climate policies that I've seen. It's great that it was introduced bipartisan in Congress because many environmental policies are very polarizing. So the things that I really like about this bill is that it corrects for a market failure because polluting our atmosphere should not be free. And all of the carbon taxes get returned equally per person. And so economists have proven that it actually brings out the lower and middle class so that they come out ahead with this dividend. And it doesn't grow government because it uses existing tax and refund infrastructure. So it's not complicated like other climate policies we've seen, such as like cap and trade. So I urge the council to write a letter of support endorsing this bill and to look further into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the last speaker. Councilmember Sarmiento, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. And in the interest of time, I think the request really is on the 85A simply for this to be brought back to the council for its full consideration of a resolution and support. So tonight would be simply giving direction so that resolution could be drafted and be considered at the next meeting. Given the information that was provided, the only background I would add is that 4 members of our congressional delegation from this county have signed on to this bill: Congressman Ruda, Congressman Cisneros, Congressman Levin, and Congresswoman Porter. So, and I should mention that my commissioner, Larry Hitterdale, who's also my neighbor, brought this forward, and he wasn't able to be here tonight, but then sent these lovely ladies to go ahead and speak on behalf of his support. So that would be my request of the City Council and staff to simply bring it back so we can consider it in a more full-throated discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Iglesias.
My question is, you mentioned the 4 congressional representatives, but you didn't mention our congressional representative, Congressman Correa.
As of our last time I checked, he had not signed on yet, unless you have any more recent
Not yet.
information.
No. Okay.
Well, you can bring it back, and then we'll maybe know if he signed on or not. Just going to give the staff direction to put this together and bring it back for our consideration.
Okay, I just feel it's more like I would feel more comfortable if we even had our congressman backing this before we even gave you direction. So, and I understand the intent of the resolution, but just myself, I'm not comfortable in moving forward something that I haven't heard from our congressman, where he stands on it. So for this purpose, I'm not going to vote no on it, but I'll just abstain.
Okay. Actually, we don't need a vote on this. What I'll do is I will prepare a resolution. It will come back before you to make a decision on.
Just direction to go prepare something.
Mayor Pro Tem, just a couple things. I'm supportive. I mean, I do think we have a climate change crisis in our, on our Earth, and we do need to take substantial, meaningful actions to address it. With respect to kind of the order of, do we follow our congressmember or vice versa? Really, for the people, it's better when it goes the other way, where we suggest to our Congress members or other legislators to do the right thing on those things that we might value. I'm fine with it coming back in a couple of weeks. I just don't know really whether it should be a resolution or just a letter. Sometimes, doing a reso can complicate things, as well as, bills do change. And so I would just leave that as a thought for the council member that brought this forward and the staff, but just another thought, just because also in terms of preparing, getting colleagues and others to better understand it. And then at the end of the day, all the people just see our organizations for and organizations against, and unfortunately, people don't go into the minutia of reading, word for word other people's resos or letters. So, but I appreciate.
Sure, I'd be willing to amend the direction to say prepare both, maybe a letter and a resolution for our consideration.
Okay, we can do that.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted, again, thank Councilmember Sarmiento. Appreciate the thought on this. It's something that we definitely need to have been doing 60 years ago. This is something that's very, it's impacting everyone around the world, literally. And so just thank you for that. But I would like to hear, like Councilwoman Iglesias said, from our congressman's, local congressman's office, see what he thinks on this bill as well. But I am supportive in moving that direction.
Great, thanks. So there's no vote, just the
No,
direction.
I received direction to return with a letter and a resolution for your consideration.
Excellent. We're going to move on to item 85C. Councilmember Solorio, this is your item, sir.
Is this some resolution that we'll see 2 weeks from now?
I believe the request was to return in 2 weeks with the item.
Good.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Villegas. This item informally has been discussed in different settings, including our budget committee. This is really just more of a concept. I am open to any suggestions that any of my colleagues have. I just think it's timely, given that we're going to start working on our budget, Measure X. I do worry that if we're not mindful of prioritizing homeless services as we are thinking about spending Measure X, if we don't dedicate resources to things like this, all that Measure X money is going to vanish, and the community is not going to see much benefit on the homeless services side. So I've been, as the rest of us, wrestling on what can we do to make a meaningful difference. I think given the city attorney's office, PD, and code enforcement on railroads, we've made some meaningful headways, and I know we'll be hearing more about that, and we got a memo on that, so I think there we're making progress. But our parks, and what I envision is that 5 parks in each ward, we could see what are most worthy based on calls for service, encampments, issues, closeness to children, the more sensitive areas and true metrics. And then we have other city assets or areas that we are responsible for, like the creek, Santiago Park, city-owned bike trails that also are, routes to school and not to be safe routes to school. And between some very unfortunate incidents that have occurred in all parts of town, including North Santa Ana, and just a day or two ago, there was a very frightening situation with a Ring camera. Somebody caught, a naked man high on drugs making threats and obscenities in the south part of town. There's more and more of these stories, and there's a lot of trauma going on, whether you're a single man or an elderly man or a single woman or a child. Situations like that, if you're a child, it's going to be traumatic for a long time, and there'll be that continued worry. So we really need to do something in terms of starting something quick and ramping up, but also ramping down, because we don't want to lock in a lot of staff costs and pension costs through hiring, as well as it would take us a long time to hire. And we literally have no real park ranger program, because we do have a supervisor, but no park rangers. This is the only way I see that we can make any kind of meaningful dent. And the idea is to negotiate with our current provider, Allied Universal Services, to secure these. The idea would be, you know, if we give proper direction, that staff would negotiate something and bring back some proposals that then would go into the budget. This contract, as we heard earlier too, it goes originally through about 2020, as we discussed earlier. So that will give us time to provide oversight on, is it worth it? Do we change it? Do we need a separate RFP? But we have to do something. And again, I'm open to suggestions, thoughts. We just have to do something because the city is desperate for solutions on this. And Measure X dollars, we're already taxing people. So we're already getting people saying, where's our money? You know, we're taxing people to the tune of $60 million. And even for this last quarter in the fiscal year, we could collect upwards of $15 million. And where are the homeless services that were the main reason that we passed this and how it was marketed? I appreciate that we can use it for a wide variety of things, but this is, I think, top priority for our community and my colleagues, and very open to, thoughts and direction from my remaining colleagues.
Thank you. Councilmember Iglesias?
Thank you, Councilmember Solorio, for bringing this up for us to discuss. I agree with most of what you said about, providing the services to our constituents and making sure that the Measure X money is allocated and spent on the issues and items that the voters voted on, to ensure that the money was spent on services for the city and not on raises for our police department. And I know that this is an issue that brings a lot of debate on, where that money is going to go to. And I know that we have right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, Christine, Madam City Manager, are we going out for an RFP? Because I believe that's something that we talked about in our EDIBIT meeting, that we, and also I think maybe in your safety committee with the, I think that's where Councilmember Peñalosa and Mayor Pro Tem Villegas sit on, for us to provide security, I guess, security guards or security officers at our parks.
You're correct, Councilmember Iglesias. Some time ago, there was discussion on contracting for security in the parks, and so the police department, along with the Parks and Rec department, they started to draft a scope of services. At that time, they were really looking at a scope of services that included just an individual opening and closing gates and opening and closing restrooms. The RFP was never released, and based on the request from Councilmember Solorio to have this item on, I view this as actually an expansion. So we're going to need to take some time to do the scope of services to determine, how many, which parks, what number of hours. Do we want them armed? Do we want them working in pairs? Do we want them individual? There's a lot that we're going to have to research to get the scope of services. We could certainly procure those services by either negotiating with the current contract with Allied Universal, or we could do an RFP.
Just for my purposes, I would just, so the process can be clear and transparent, because right here we don't even know how much money we're going to be allocating. So for me, it would be going through the RFP process. I know there's just more than one security service company out there that may want to apply for this service, to provide the service to our city. And also, how much money have we received from Measure X? Do we know?
We anticipated to receive for the current fiscal year approximately $15 million. We have not received all of that to date.
So then we would be, if we go now and, provide it to Allied Services, then it's kind of like, where would that money come from?
When I would return for you with the contract for your approval, I would identify where the funding source would be at that time, after I determine what the amount is, and then I'd be able to determine where I can obtain those funds.
Yeah, because right now, just looking at the money that we just gave them, an authorization for them to provide at the Santiago, I guess, for the work center. I mean, they're up to like 1.4 million already. So I'm wondering how much would it cost to provide these services here? And then do we even have that money in the general fund balance? Because
Since this is a priority and it is one of the issues that several of you have expressed concerns with, we would make it a priority and we would find the funding to achieve this. I think part of the challenge is going to be, once we determine the scope of services, meeting with Allied Universal or any other company to determine if they have the means to provide that. And then I also know that timeliness is important. You'd rather they were deployed yesterday as opposed to 2 months down the road.
yeah, no, and I know that it's needed service, but I want it to be done, because this is something that I've been asking from the beginning, that we need securities at our park, because I know our police department can't provide this service as much as they would want to, but they're limited with police officers. So it's something that I've always asked, is like, why can't we have security? I mean, the public really doesn't care where the safety service comes from, as long as that they feel safe in their parks and their neighborhoods. So, but my concern is with the process, because, we do have this, this company already, but the money, I guess it hasn't been allocated yet, so it would be something that we would have to put in for this fiscal year, right?
No, since my proposal, let me say a couple of things on the process, how I envisioned it. Number one, it is going to take time to talk to this vendor or others, get a scope, get a sense of cost. Really, it'd be something that would roll into the next fiscal year, so that in June, when we're approving the budget, hopefully there'll be something like this that then would take in effect at the following fiscal year, like everything else. Process-wise, I'm open to maybe having a couple of vendors, because it might take that also just to staff up, or partial this in a new RFP. My worry is just about doing only a brand new RFP. Believe us, and the trash counter is a good example. Some of these RFPs can take 2-3 years, or even on a quick process with a brand new RFP. I envision something like this taking 3 to 6 months easy, and so that then is 3 to 6 months that we're not providing, these kinds of services to our residents. So maybe it's a hybrid where we do some via an existing contract and, some other process. But I just worry that, 3, 6 months, 9 months is a long time to wait.
So just to go back on your timeline, so what would be the time? Because I remember when I was in contracts administration, if something was a priority, we could do it within 90 days. So we have to have a project schedule. Okay, we want it done by this time, then we got to start now, and then we could have the different, processes that went into place. So we could do it within 90 days if that's a priority. What's the fastest that we could do it here with the city?
Are you referring to doing an RFP
An
process?
RFP, correct.
So we could do an expedited RFP process. We get to establish the deadline as to when the responses come in. If you shorten it too much, you do limit the number of responses that you will be receiving, and it also is dependent upon the complexity of the scope of services. But we can establish a deadline for an RFP, 30 days, 45 days, 60 days. We could set that to ourselves.
So if it's a priority and then it would be for next fiscal year, then it'll be July 1st, right?
It would be pretty hard to have that completed by June 30th to be in place July 1st.
So then we could, what's the fastest then, 90 days?
We could, 90 days we would be able to get it done.
And with council approvals and stuff, and that's the other thing in notice. I mean, it's pretty much a month just a council process, and then noticing it for the general public is about another month in noticing and timeline. So it's just 2 months right there. So 3-4 months expedited, and maybe they could come back with a timeline on an expedited RFP or a scope that could be amended into this, and then in a couple of weeks we can decide or give more direction on which way to go.
I can do
as
that.
a thought.
Yes, I was going to recommend that if they could come back with some information. At the next meeting, Councilmember Peñalosa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I agree. I would like to see information on this if we were to move in this direction because it's needed. I would like to see the type of service we would be getting at these parks. I would want to see, I know that security guards and security companies have that stigma of not really being the most ethical or the quality. I would like to see quality security company patrolling our parks. And with that said, I know I mentioned this at the Public Safety Committee. If we were to go down this direction, I would like to see branding on the security guards at these parks. I know that even just me personally, thinking of my teenage years, I just, really not care for a security guard chasing me out of a mall after hours or whatnot. But if I saw a security guard with Santa Ana branded, kind of like our code enforcement officers or our volunteers, Santa Ana branded, Santa Ana badge, I would have more respect for them at a park. It would be more of an authority figure and kind of official versus having an outside company we could go that route, but say, hey, but you got to use our uniform and our badge. So that's something that I would like if we do go this direction. So just to bring back those options whenever that comes before us, I'd appreciate that because that would also look better and resonate with the community more if I'm at the park and I see somebody, that's representing my city and the Santa Ana, that would also make me feel better as a resident.
We can certainly consider that. And another thing would be to look to other cities that have done this. I have been told that Anaheim recently deployed private security within their parks, so we can learn from their lessons as well.
Thank you. So the staff is clear on direction. And that person that sent us that video, I ran into that person today. And yeah, it's heartbreaking and it's frustrating to hear all that information. We do need to address this. So, okay, so we're going to move on with the meeting.
Just want to thank my colleagues on that, and we all look forward to working with the staff on it. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it up, Councilmember Solorio. Regarding the work study session.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I was simply going to suggest, it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to have to duck out pretty soon. This is a really important substantive discussion that we need to have. The mayor isn't here. I understand his father wasn't feeling well, so he had to leave for the meeting. I don't know how long we have before approval is. I think we have 2 additional meetings. I just want to know whether we're going to be as awake and alert right now at this time to be able to ask the relevant questions and be as engaged as we possibly could. But do we have an estimate on time for the presentation? It looked
We did keep it fairly brief. It does go over just the proposed budget and the capital improvement program, and then the strategic plan recommendation. We could move through it rather quickly and then at least maybe get some preliminary feedback, because we are, by law, obviously we have to have an approved budget for the start of the fiscal year, which is July. So we were attempting to, and maybe it's too tight of a timeline, to bring back for you the first meeting in June, the introduction of the ordinance to approve the budget.
I mean, I'll go ahead and defer to the majority will of the council, but it's just something to consider. I know, again, it's tough to tackle something so important, again.
Because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions.
Right.
And
it's sometimes not even the presentation, it's what it evokes, right, from up here. So unless we all say we're going to limit our questions.
No, we have questions.
We will follow whatever direction you choose.
Well, I'm comfortable with moving forward, but if you give us a 5-minute bathroom break, because
You give us a 5-minute presentation.
No, bathroom break.
Oh, 5-minute bathroom break.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's take a 5-minute break real quick. 5 minutes.
Si se mi amor,
Okay, let's go ahead and restart the meeting. We have staff for the presentation.
Okay.
I know we're short a council member or two, but we can begin.
You want me to begin? All right. So before you, and I'm going to ask the finance director as well as the Public Works Director to move very stealthily through these items so that we can respect the late hour of the night. But
please.
It is a pleasure to introduce this work study session. We did a draft operating budget, a draft capital improvement plan, and then we need to touch on the strategic plan just a bit because that is something that is expiring with the current fiscal year. As they move through, I hope you will see that we have allocated a lot of dollars to some of the priorities that we have learned. We have a more than a balanced budget, and our draft capital improvement program invests nearly $60 million in improvements to our city. So with that, I will turn it over to the finance director and once again ask that you move stealthily.
I will do that. Thank you. Okay, we have an agenda here. I'm sure you can read that yourself in the agenda packet, but it gives you an idea of what the topics that we're going to cover. Just quickly, we did do the community outreach and input in compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance. We held 5 community meetings with a total of 153 participants. We tried to summarize the input that we received from those participants on slide 4. Items, we heard things like that we want, the residents wanted a strategic plan for youth, new programs for youth, clean and safe parks, enhancing the security at parks. They had some ideas for new revenue, that was nice, and they were interested in seeing more library services, improving pedestrian and traffic safety, among other things. We threw out 5 different survey questions from the departments. And so this is not a scientific survey, but on slide 5, you'll see the results of those survey questions, what the top average answers were. On slide number, I guess that would be slide number 6, there's a very, very detailed slide with the specific comments that we received via orally and comment cards, so you can read that at your leisure later on. Our draft general fund budget for the revenue side of things we think is going to be about $316.7 million. This does include your new Measure X money and our initial estimate of $60 million, as well as your other traditional revenue sources. And we do have a total estimate in there for the cannabis revenue of $10.8 million. That does include all 3 sources, being medical, retail, and the commercial. The other pie slice there looks rather large, but it includes things like permit fees for $6 million, plan checks $3 million, fine revenue for $6 million, paramedic service charge for $4 million. So it gives you an idea of the variety of things that are in that other pie slice. And you can see that the majority of our revenue really does come from property tax and sales tax. Then we have our draft fiscal year 1920 general fund expenditure budget, which right now is sitting at $315 million. This is a draft budget. Per usual, our primary expenditures are for the public safety. We also, we received $43 million in supplemental budget requests from the departments, but we did not have that much to work with. And so the city manager conducted hearings and listened to all of the supplemental budget requests and has made some recommendations for what might go in the draft general fund budget. I would like to point out that we also have in this expenditure pie the transfer of 2/3 of our expected cannabis revenue. The retail and commercial portion of that cannabis revenue is estimated to be $9.3 million. So 2/3 of that would be $6.2 million that we'd be transferring to that new fund that has been established by ordinance of the City Council. And let's see, is there anything else? So this budget, the supplemental budget requests that were added, they do address to maintain effective 911 response, address homelessness, and maintain parks. So we tried to prefer supplemental budget requests that met the spirit of Measure X. Some of the enhancements that have been included in the draft general fund budget include creation of a library department to increase youth programming. This would be with a library services director at the helm to be able to do that. Funding to provide maintenance and repairs of parks and facilities. Addition of 2 code enforcement officers. A dedicated public works budget to enhance homelessness efforts. This includes 4 full-time positions as part of the quality of life team. The addition of 2 full-time positions and other improvements at the zoo. And then dedicated funding to address deferred maintenance at various city facilities. In addition to the general fund, which is our primary operating fund of the city, we also have restricted funds that we need to adopt budgets for. Restricted money, of course, means that it comes from somewhere else with strings attached, spending restrictions, if you will. And so we have a variety of restricted revenue sources, and this is just a summary of what our budget is shaping up to be for those funds. The large green piece there is for our enterprise funds, which of course includes our water and sewer, parking operations, those kinds of things. We have our grant funds in here, our capital expenditures, and then all of our restricted monies are represented in this pie. On slide number 11, we have a preview of what some of our anticipated changes to our fees are. So our fees are adjusted each year, generally by CPI. This last year, that was a 3.92% increase. However, we do check to make sure that we are not exceeding the city's actual cost. So we'd expect to bring the reso to you on June 4th at the next meeting for the details on these fee modifications. On the next slide here, we have proposed workforce changes. Again, this resolution would also come to you on June 4th. So our largest staffing increases, as you can see in this pie or in this bar chart, is with the police department, 14 being charged to the general fund, public works, and Parks and Rec, again, to maintain the effective 911 response, address homelessness and infrastructure, and then to expand parks and recreation services. And with that, we're at the CIP portion of the presentation. Is that quick enough? Okay. Go ahead.
So when do we ask the questions? Is it now or is it later?
I would defer to Mayor Pro Tem if he wants us to finish and do the questions at the end, or take questions as we go along.
Let's go ahead and do them at the end. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Fuad.
And I'll try to move faster than our finance director. So let's see here. So basically, our CIP, is critical to keep our infrastructure functioning and in a state of good repair. It includes a variety of projects from street improvements, utilities, parks, and facilities. Funding comes from different sources, mostly grants and special funds and enterprise funds. And as you can see from this pie chart, our dependence on the general fund is almost 0.3%. So most of the money comes from other sources. We have in our CIP, we have like a 1-inch thick binder that has detailed lists of project by project. We try to group the projects in 4 different categories. Street improvements, we have allocated about 15.2 million. For traffic improvements, about 9.7 million. Utility, drainage, lighting, that includes sewer, water, all these projects, about 28 million. And for city facilities, 5.6 million. As I said, we have details on every project, on every program. For example, for street improvements, the 15.2 million, we divide it into in 3 categories. Some projects are in planning and design phase, and then we have roadway improvements. We have about 12 projects worth about 10.5 million. and another 2 projects on sidewalk and streetscape worth about $4 million. On the traffic improvement side, we have 4 projects in the planning worth about $725,000, 4 projects on traffic signals, and then almost $8.5 million to be spent on mobility, safety, active transportation projects. On the public utility drainage improvements, we've allocated about $28.5 million. And as I said earlier, those are projects that are invested in improving our infrastructure and keep it in a good state of repair. Sewer improvements are about $9.6 million. Water, equal amount, about $9.3 million. Facilities drainage, that includes storm drainage, about $9.3 million. And then streetlight improvements, we have 1 project, almost $200,000. And that's to spend money on maintaining the streetlights that we acquired from Edison recently. And the last group is the city facilities, with about $5.6 million worth of projects. Some are recreation improvements. We have 6 projects worth about $190,000, such as pool enhancements, Santa Anita Park synthetic turf, and Windsor Park site furnishings. And then we have 22 projects worth about $5.4 million on various facilities and parks within the city. Yes.
I know we're trying to speed through, but with that a number under the recreation improvements, with pool enhancements, El Salvador, Memorial, Salgado, it says 190,000. And I know we approved this in February, March, and it was about 300 and something thousand. Is this, oh, never mind, I already read the title, 1920. Carry on.
Actually, that was the last slide in my presentation. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments from the council for either presentation? There's one more? The third one, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Sorry.
Okay, and this one will be very brief. So as you all know, that in 2014 you adopted a strategic plan. That strategic plan does expire the end of this current fiscal year. The strategic plan did create a mission statement, 7 goals, 33 objectives, and 147 strategies. And as you know, staff has been reporting on that over the past 4.5 years on the progress made on it. And to date, 79% of the strategies of that 5-year strategic plan have been completed. We do have details on the website where you can go and you can look at each one of the initiatives and the strategies that have been completed. What I am suggesting and will be bringing for you in June is that we extend the strategic plan by 1 fiscal year. That will allow us time to continue making progress on those remaining strategies. And then it will also allow us to start next fiscal year to engage the community and the council to develop a comprehensive strategy for addressing our pressing needs and our desired results for a go-forward basis into the future. And that does conclude the 3 combined presentations. Oh, I'm sorry. I went too soon. The last remaining slide, I promised, Mayor Pro Tem, it's just next step. So this was the timetable that we were attempting to adhere to, with the first reading on the 4th, the second reading on the 18th, and then being able to start the fiscal year with a legal appropriated budget.
Very good. Questions from the council?
So I have questions for Catherine. Okay, and I know that, thank you for the presentation. I know that this is it was rushed, and it's not even as complete as the budget that we discussed in our EDIBET committee meeting. In our EDIBET committee meeting, you went into more detail of where we're at with the projected budget and where we're at with next year, 1920. And I don't see anything here that helps me understand where we're at with this budget. It's just a pie chart that has 3.16 million of general fund revenue, and it doesn't really go into detail, and in your presentation you didn't either, so I'm quite disappointed that you didn't do that for us, because I believe this is the platform where you should be providing more information, because it's more of transparency and where the public would want to see more of your expertise on where we're at with the city. So I really don't get this budget of, you know, how you broke it down on the pie chart, but I do have questions for you with when you talked about the expenditures at from here on slide number 8. You're talking about the police department being at 131.8 million. Okay, so I guess that's just for their salaries? Nothing for their benefits? Because I see that you have another section, it says unfunded pension liability payment. So right there, I would want to know what the breakdown is. Is it for our police department? Is it for our management? Is it for which labor group is it? The 37.2 million, if you could share that with me.
Yeah, we can certainly provide that. In generalities, I can tell you that the unfunded liability payments between both public safety and miscellaneous are over $40 million, but some of that is allocated to other funds. The public safety plan required contribution for unfunded liability is about 23 million. And then I believe the miscellaneous plan contribution is about 21 or 22 million, right in there.
So 23 million for the police department?
Police and fire. We still have a residual unfunded liability for the former fire department.
Okay, so what's the police department pension liability?
Let's see, the police department out of that 23 million was 15 million and some change, and the fire department is 7 million and some change.
If I may point out, Councilmember Iglesias, so this is the pie chart of expenditures for the general fund only. So the 131.8 million under police, that's their entire department expenditures that are charged to the general fund. The pie slice, that's the unfunded pension liability. We have 2 obligated payments for our pensions. We have the normal cost that is paid, and then we have the unfunded piece. So the sliver that you're talking about is only the unfunded piece.
Okay. Okay, so then out of the 131 million, then how much is it for the funded liability for the pensions? How much are we paying into benefits?
The normal cost percentage, for the miscellaneous folks, it's 10% of salaries, and then for public safety, the normal cost, I believe, is it's about 20%, maybe about 21%.
How much? 20% or 29%?
20 or 21%, off the top of my head. It's 22? Okay, thank you. My staff told me it's 22.
22%, okay. 22% of the 131?
No.
No, 22% of what?
That 131 million includes salary, benefits as far as like a contribution to health insurance, those kinds of things. The normal cost of the pension, it also includes contractuals, commodities such as ammunition, supplies, those kinds of things. So that 131 million budget includes all of that.
Okay, so how much is it, maybe you don't have that with you, but I would hope that you do, the 20% into the pension, how much is that? How much
As
money?
far as a dollar figure, I can't give that to you off the top of my head, but we do have the entire breakdown of that. The purpose of this work session was to give you a high-level preview of the draft budget that we've put together, hear your initial feedback, and then work that feedback into the draft that we would bring back to you on June 4th.
But is there a reason why you made it so simple for this presentation, rather than at the edit bit, you went into more in detail of where the money was going. And one of the things that really struck me was that you have you had like the original budget, you have the amended budget of, you know, what you're presenting to staff.
That was for fiscal year 18-19. At the Edibit Committee, we gave you an update, a third quarter update for fiscal year 18-19. This presentation is only about the draft budget for 19-20. It does not include any information about fiscal year 18-19.
So then you have, right, so then I guess that's where my confusion is, because you have police being at 131.8 million, so you're saying that's for next year.
Correct.
But for the amended budget that you presented to us, it was 132 million. So then how could you say for next year is going to be 131.8 if you're already saying the amended for 18-19 is already at 132? So that makes
The
no sense
fiscal
to
year
me.
18-19 Police Department budget included their allocation of unfunded liability. We have separated that out for fiscal year 19-20 draft budget so that it's much more transparent. The unfunded liability is a legacy cost, so it must be paid no matter what you do to your operations. If we were to shut off the lights at City Hall and walk away, you would still be on the hook for the legacy cost. So we thought it was important to separate that out and show it as a separate line item.
So then for the original budget of 131.8, this year includes the unfunded liability. And then for next year, you're taking it out.
Separating it out, yes.
Separating it out. So then that's, in a way, the way I see it is very sneaky, because you should be telling us exactly per department how much it is that you're allocating. Because so what you're telling me, and you told me there was about 15 million that went into the unfunded pension liability for
police.
So then actually the budget for police department is 146 million?
That's about right.
And Councilmember, it wasn't meant at all to be sneaky. It is consistent with how CalPERS changed a few years ago. Cities used to pay the unfunded liability as a percentage of pay. It's been changed to a flat dollar amount that's amortized that we make the payment for. And before you also have, as Catherine mentioned, fire associated unfunded liability in there. So including fire in the police department is that transparent?
So then how much is it for fire? So you said it was?
About 7 million.
So then 7 million plus 15, so you said it was like 22 million unfunded pension liability?
For the safety plan.
So in actuality, then that's 22 million that we're waiting for Measure X money, right? Because we wouldn't have this money to cover our bills for next year. Because now you're separating them, but before they were together.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. This pie is all general fund dollars, so there's a number of revenue sources that fund general fund expenses.
Yeah, but, okay, so just, because I'm just comparing it to the Edibit presentation that you gave us last week, I believe.
So
it was
you're mixing the current fiscal year with the workshop, which is on next year's proposed budget.
Correct, but you have here the original budget, and this is where I'm having an issue. The original budget of 18-19, which is the one we're finishing now, right? You have for the police department, you have 131.7.5. Okay, so that's the original budget for this year. You had the fire, and see in the fire I can see the difference. Because the fire you have with this pie thing here, you have for next year you have 45 million. But on the presentation that you gave us for Edibit, you had 52 million. So I can see where the 7 million went, I can totally see that. But for the police department, it still stayed the same. 131. So then what you're doing is you're not really being truthful in saying that the police department, in actuality, it went up $15 million to cover their raises. Help me understand it then. Help me understand it.
Well, if you wish, we can change it back to being into the department, but I'm not sure how you're saying that Measure X dollars, because we've separated out and chose to report unfunded liabilities separated out of the department, how that somehow triggers that we
I
funded.
have this presentation, Christine, that you gave to us at the end of it. Okay, I can see the police department budget says 131.8. That's for next year. And then in this one, for this fiscal year, you have the same amount of money, 131,000. Okay, so then you're saying you took out the pension liability, which is 15 million. So then in actuality, for the police department, we're allocating 145. I can see that. So there's an increase, right?
Oh, absolutely, there's an increase in the department, and we can put the 15 back in there, and the department would show that total for its expenditures.
Because the fire department shows this, I mean, I can see the difference where you take the 7, but the other one, it just seems like it's the same amount of money that you put from, ironically, is the same budget that you had last year that you're putting in here. So it's very misleading.
And that just is a component of the factors of the amounts. But you can tell us you don't like the separate pie, and in future presentations, you want the unfunded liability back into the police department totally. It's not going to change the nature of the expenses.
Correct.
If I might, quite a few other cities moved to do reporting the separate unfunded liability payment a number of years ago. This was something that we tried to do this year to kind of catch up with best practices, if you will, because that unfunded liability payment doesn't represent your cost to provide a service. So when we look at the police department budget, draft budget for 1920 of 131.8 million, that represents the cost to provide the service. The unfunded liability payment has nothing to do with providing the service. If we didn't provide the service at all, we'd still have to make that payment.
So for this, for last year, then the 131, it included the unfunded pension liability in there?
Yes.
Correct.
And how much was that?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Okay, just go excited.
Does the staff have the number?
Or maybe they could do a monitor or something. I have some questions.
Might as well just answer the question right now.
Yeah, but that was the required contribution. 19.4 million was the required contribution for 18-19 unfunded liability. 19.4 million. It was 19,367,000.
Was that for the entire public safety contract?
It was.
So that includes fire and police?
Mm-hmm.
How much is police?
We don't have that breakdown. We have to get that information specifically from CalPERS because our actuarial valuation lumps it all together.
Any further questions?
Well, but I think he has his hand.
Okay, Councilmember Solorio?
Thank you. Just a few quick points, because I know it's late and we have others that may want to comment. First, on this last point of questions, maybe we could just see it reflected both ways, the old way and the new way. I'll say this in particular because I work more often now in South Orange County. Conservative folks tend to like it this way because before, agencies would hide what your unfunded pension liability is. This makes it very clear what it is percentage-wise and dollar-wise so that we can attack the problem. But no downside doing it both ways. And then in terms of how much percentage, particularly for any department, including PD, these are staff's recommendations. Doesn't mean we need to agree with them. For example, PD is essentially requesting, with staff's overall initial set of recommendations, they want to increase the number of positions from 584 to 598. So that's an extra 14 positions. So there's a lot of other assumptions and choices in here that get to those figures, and we're the policy folks up here. So if we want to spend more or less or any of these areas, it's up to us. So I just wanted to share that. In terms of just general feedback at this time, because that's the main purpose of this meeting, on the CIP stuff, these items are citywide, but as we will continue to move more and more towards this ward-based world, we got to begin thinking of, on particularly smaller things like parks or lighting or sidewalks or whatever, concrete repair, to spread that around a little bit more and be transparent in it. With some things, like if we're gonna make major improvements on Harbor or some other street, that obviously is grant funded or one thing at a time, very expensive. You can't do projects like that citywide, but on smaller quality of life things that are visible and quick, let's try to do better with that. Also with lighting and camera at parks, for example. In terms of Measure X and just overall spending, because the public's really watching this and we want to do it well, and hopefully in the future, if the council wants to continue it, we ought to pay attention to what we promise voters. I'd really like to see a call from the council and the city manager to department head saying, we have this new Measure X money. We told the public a big focus on it was going to be homeless service, reducing 911 response time. I'd like to see new thinking and write-ups on how we're going to do that. Which elements, how much, so that we can say what it is. I think this city always knew that we had a structural deficit. That's in large part why we sought revenue, because we knew that for existing operations, as well as just inflation, that just to keep pace with the status quo, that we needed that revenue source. So I think we were transparent, or the council was transparent, even though I voted against it, that was the need and the reason. Finally, on the library department, two things there. Number one, I'm looking at the proposed staffing levels, and it says we have 24 now, and we're going to have 24 next year. Yet, we have other priorities that say we're going to create a department, and I think I heard department director for library. I rather spend it on real services and librarians, because we have some libraries like New Hope that don't have an official librarian, and I think that would be important. So if we're gonna say we're gonna increase the library department, we need to show it rather than just suggest things that sound like we're doing quite a bit more, and maybe there's more in addition to that. But I'd like to see more invested just in services and staff rather than more bureaucracy or something that sounds good but maybe doesn't do as much. And again, if there's more clarification on that, I would love to know about that. For right now, I think that's it, but I agree with the sentiment of a lot of the community members that to focus on youth services, parks, public safety and infrastructure, those are the big areas. I think people generally do view that we invest a lot already in public safety. I think we just gotta, manage it, a little bit better and prioritize and modernize the police department, both with staffing as well as technology. But those are my comments for now, and I know we'll have more sessions down the road. Thank you.
May I speak to one of your comments?
Sure.
The library position, it's a lower position that is being converted to a library director, and that's why you don't see the change in the head count. But the library director would provide more leadership to be able to develop the programs. That's
But for example, if that's the whole thing, and we're saying we're creating a department and increasing library things for kids, but yet we actually will have less people at the counter, et cetera, I see that actually as the delivery of less services, because
thank you.
Focusing more services and time,
okay,
direct contact is better. And again, I'd like to see at least one certificated librarian at every library that we have. Thank you.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I guess, this is sort of a high-level view, and what we've done in the past is a lot of times we somehow always have work studies on these at the very tail end of the council meeting, and we're all pretty worn out. What I suggest for my colleagues, and what I plan to do, is maybe meet with you in the interim before we bring this back up for first reading and look at it a little closer, and if we have specific questions, just some things that I think were helpful. I did take a look at the presentation that was given at the EDIBIT committee, and it was helpful. It did, I think, explain a little bit more in detail and in a more user-friendly way where we were, where we are. So I think that's helpful. It does reflect that we did have some decreases in some forecasted monies, right? So on the commercial cannabis side, it looks like we had a forecast of about $7 million and change, and I guess what the actual is about 600,000, given that not many of them are online. And then the, I always forget the
Bradley Burns allocation,
Burns
your
allocation.
original sales tax.
So it looks like there was an offset of $3 million that, went up there that we didn't expect. So, bottom line, what we had forecasted back prior to November, I guess, was us having to dig into our reserves to the tune of about $10 million, correct? And now, given that some of, Measure X funds are available, which were intended to be used for general fund, general purpose efforts having to do with homelessness, public safety, it was fairly broad as well. It was worded that way, and I think the voters adopted it that way. And so, I think the premise here is, I guess, making sure that we understand those bigger pictures. I'd like to have maybe a mention of where we are with the reserves when it comes back to us for first reading. So I know that we had set initially a 20% set aside for our reserve balance fund, and of course it fluctuates and it's proportional to what the budget that we adopt is. And I think what the legal standard is about 16 point something, right, that we're supposed to have. So it looks like we're going to make it, because I think we're right around 56 million. Is
You
that
established a policy of 16.67 in your reserves, and then you added another 1% just for economic uncertainties. You are well in excess of that. So as you had mentioned before, for the current year, you had anticipated using 10.2 million of the general fund balance. Even utilizing that amount, you were still above your reserve levels.
So presuming sort of what we're expecting to use from Measure X, 15 million is, I guess, what's come in this first quarter and what's going to be applied. Are we using it consistent with what the mandate from the voters was for those monies?
We were able to demonstrate during the EDIBIT meeting, and we could demonstrate that to the council as well at our next meeting, is that we have spent on those initiatives far in excess of $15 million. But just as a reminder to everybody, including the public, the Measure X sales tax layover is indeed general fund money.
Okay. So my last point is on, the public safety and police having additional resources, whether it's equipment, whether it's anything else that the department needs to make improvements. I'm supportive of those. But I think one element that is missing, in addition to just infrastructure and equipment, is training, counseling, different ways to equip our officers, because I know in the past what we've had is we've had excessive force cases, we've had wrongful death cases that I know come from a liability fund, but those funds originate from the general fund. And those have totaled into millions if we aggregate years of payouts for those in settlements and verdicts and whatever we want to do. These monies are meant to not only enhance our department with equipment, but enhance them with training. There's departments that are very, very efficient about how they train their officers, and we've got a great department of officers. To the extent we can make them even better, and we have cost savings from less litigation and payouts and settlements, those are monies that we can realize for the future as well. So to the extent that number can maybe be brought back to us when you bring it back for first reading, doesn't have to be an exact amount, but I know trying to see what it has been that we've had to pay out for those liabilities. If we can reduce that, we're going to realize some positive funds here as well, which I think is what the intent is, right? I mean, to make sure that we continue improving, being a more solid department. And I think, you know, a lot of cities are moving in that direction where it's not just equipping our officers to protect themselves, but it's equipping them to protect themselves and protect the public. And when that happens, you know, these litigation costs go way down. And so those are monies that we can realize. So those are my comments for tonight.
Councilmember Iglesias?
I'm looking at the workforce changes that you've stated here on page 12. When you talk about, okay, Public Works, I see they're going up like 22 staff.
Yes.
Okay, and then for the, and I agree with Councilmember Solorio about the library. That's something that is very important and something that the community members have asked for. So I'm hoping that, Lisa, that you've provided Christine with, you know, with I'll call it a wish list of things that the community, because I know a lot of community members come to you and they ask, this is the things that we want in our parks and in our libraries. And just to keep it at the same amount of staff, it just doesn't make sense. Because most of the money that is the new fund money that's coming through Measure X was intended for services at parks and libraries. So like Councilmember Solorio was saying, we need more staff for our libraries there. And for Parks and Recs, and it comes up to 13, since at the last meeting, I believe it was the chief that mentioned that the park rangers or security comes out of the department from the budget from Parks and Recs. Was that?
It's in the police department.
Was it in the police department or is it in the Parks and Recs department?
Park Rangers is in the police department.
Okay. So, and then, safety, are you sure? Because I think last time they said that the budget comes from the Parks and Recs.
No, the park rangers do come from the police department budget. There was a potential discussion, or there was a discussion about a potential move of the park rangers to the Parks and Recreation Department. But after further discussion with both department heads, the city manager, the decision was for right now to keep it in the police department. But we are certainly open to suggestions from the city council. That's why we're here, looking for direction from you, and we can reconsider.
So then the 13 added staff, it's not for park rangers?
No.
No. So
That's to expand your youth and senior programming.
okay. So then, and then I see going to the police department, you have 584 current, right? If I'm looking at the 584?
Yes, and these are funded positions.
And then it's going to go to 598. So does that, the funded position with the officers that we can't fill those vacancies? Or I don't get where the 14's coming from.
We're adding 14 funded positions to the draft budget. I mean, the city council can certainly, give us some different instruction, but as we've pulled together the draft budget, that's what we've added. So it would take, we'd go from 584 funded positions. Not all of those are filled, but funded positions up to 598 funded positions.
But why are we funding more if we're not even filling the ones that are already funded?
Because let's see, it's in here, yes, it is. On human resources, you'll notice that the head count goes from 25 to 27. Those two additional
I'm not talking about human
HR
resources.
analysts would be used
I'm
to
talking about-
aggressively recruit for the police department, which is how, it's part of their plan to aggressively recruit and bring in more police officers.
Okay, but right now we have, how many funded positions do we have? 61?
Funded vacant positions, is that what you're, do you have the,
Yeah, I do.
as of April?
I do.
It's 58.
As of April, we have 58 funded vacant positions, but of those 58, only 23 are police officers that are vacant funded positions.
Only 23?
Yes.
And then what are the other 25?
We have 8 dispatchers, we have 6 corrections officers, 2 crime research analysts. There's a whole variety of other.
So you have 35 vacant positions that are not for police officers, and you haven't filled them. And then we're asking for 14 more.
That is correct. 14 more police officers, I believe. I actually don't know for sure, but 14 more head count.
For me, this just doesn't make sense.
We have staff, I think, from the police department that could probably comment.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. The 14 positions that we're proposing to fund in the police department, it's a variety of professional positions, the sworn police officers. The whole department needs support. The sworn officers need support, and the professional positions provide that in a time of low staffing. So what we're looking to fund is 1 firearms examiner, 2 forensic specialists, 1 police evidence and supply specialist, 3 senior office assistants, 2 senior police records specialists, 1 graphic designer 1 for social media, 2 senior office assistants to provide support in investigations, and 2 PSOs that will provide traffic investigation support. A lot of these positions, the senior office assistants in investigations, the PSOs and traffic, they're going to take a huge load off of the sworn personnel.
Yeah, but my concern is you have 35 vacant positions that you can't fill, and you're asking for 14 more. That makes no sense. If you haven't even filled the ones that you've already been approved to fill, and now you're asking for 14 more that you know you're not going to fill. So this is my concern. In every department, not just the police department, you're asking up front for positions that are going to be vacant, that have been vacant, historically have been vacant. So we're allocating that money, and then when it comes to, for the, I guess, charging to that department, it's mostly used on overtime. Because if not, then that money, that's a lot of money. How much is it 14 more positions going to come from the general fund? How much more, in money, in dollars? What
About
is
$1.5
that?
million.
About what?
About $1.5 million. The non-sworn positions are traditionally a lot easier to fill
But you
than
have
the sworn
35 that you
positions.
can't fill, and you're asking for 14 more. That makes no sense.
If I can add, the police department most recently, and then with the human resources department, part of the problem was the workload that slowed down the filling of those positions. But the police department has assigned additional personnel to do HR recruitments, and with this budget, depending on which direction you want to go in, this is also staffing up the HR department so that we will have the resources in place so that we can do aggressive hiring for the existing vacancies.
The HR department, I see it in a separate presentation, which says 20, not separate presentation, but the graph. It says 25 and 27, I see those 2, and I see it is from the human resources department. But going back to the police department, you're telling me, or you're telling us, that you have 35 vacant positions, and you want to add another 14, but you haven't even been able to fill that 35, so it makes no sense to me why you would even come before us saying that you need 14 more when you have 35 that are vacant. So what usually happens, and this is something that I would want from staff, and you tell me, the overtime, where do you use the money from the overtime, where is it used? Is it from the vacant positions that we have already allowed you to be
The police
funded?
department traditionally has had a line item for overtime, some of it in the general fund, some of it in their other funds, and historically, it has always exceeded the amount for their overtime. And this year, what we would be recommending to you is to actually increase the amount that is in the overtime line item. So they're not consistently overspending in that particular group.
But you're not even telling me where you're spending the overtime. I mean, you're not telling us. I mean, I don't see it where you're spending the overtime.
Well, this is a proposed budget, and so it's based on historical spending as to what we think we may need for the future. But certainly, this is the opportunity for you to provide direction to us. If you say, I don't think you should include that many funded vacancies in the police department because I don't think you're going to fill them, that would be the input that we would need to receive from you.
So that would be my recommendation, because, like I said, you're telling us that you have 35 vacant positions, and you're asking for another 14, so that would be 49 vacant positions, and these are just not sworn officers, right? This is just for the support staff.
Correct, in a strategy to help free up the sworn officers' time.
And then we have 58 funded vacant positions for the officers. And then right now, I know the goal is to get 24, is it 24 for?
I believe the chief's goal is to hire 4 to 5 a month over the next fiscal year.
But then you have some leaving, so it's like 25 come, I mean, so we'll have 25, so that are actually hired because the other ones are leaving. That's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. So then you still have, say, 58, it'll be about 33 that are vacant positions from the police officers.
Of the 58 vacant positions, only 23 are sworn police officers. Of those 23 sworn police officers, if they meet their goal of recruiting 4 per month, that is 48 coming in over the next year. And over the last several years, we've lost, through separations and retirements, in the 20s. So the plan that the chief has would actually net increase us by at least 20 some odd positions, certainly filling these 23 vacancies that we have.
So are you telling me that by the end of this year, you'll have all the 58 funded positions filled?
I was just talking about the 23 that are vacant that are sworn police officers, not the other ones that are administrative positions. And
No, that's separate. That's 49. Because according to what Christine said and Councilmember Solorio, we have 58 funded vacant positions for sworn officers.
No, we have 58 vacant funded positions in the police department. Of those 58 positions, 23 are sworn officers, 35 are not.
I have a comment, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Wait, Councilmember Iglesias, are you? Okay. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I feel like these additional positions that are being requested need to get a closer look at the positions, just because I know that there was a graphic designer for social media requested. We don't need a graphic designer. I know that here in the city, we've brought on an intern who does the social media and handles the day-to-day postings on various social media outlets, and is doing a fine job. There's avenues online that are free and accessible to any 22-year-old college kid that wants to have an internship with the social media. I think that these things I think we're thinking too much when it comes to that particular position. So I don't, graphic designer sounds very expensive, or a social media marketing guy with a master's degree in marketing. I don't think that's necessary just for that position alone. But I do feel that we should, those positions just need to get filled. That's at this point, that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Councilmember Solorio. Good morning.
One last quick point, just on staffing. Number one, these are staff's initial recommendations. I don't agree with all of them, but I generally like the direction where most of it's heading. To be real clear on the police item, I would like to at least for us to stay at 584, but above that, I think we really just position by position need to make the case if it's needed, if we could fill the position, and maybe we have a contingency overall, because I also don't want to, misuse Measure X money, that we almost have like a contingency for other things that might include additional PD staff if they fill the positions. But unfortunately, the track record these past 2-3 years on filling vacancies, sworn and unsworn, the track record's not good. And I know we're making efforts, we try different things, but for a variety of reasons, it just hasn't been happening. And I don't want to keep spending more and more on overtime or keep telling the public why we have so many unfunded but budgeted vacancies. It's just not good. If we can't fill them, let's not fill them. And then also, I remember from some conversations with our city attorney a couple years when I got started, there's flexibility in these numbers. So if the department feels like they need graphic designers or other folks to help in addition to other positions they have the flexibility to move around classifications and other things on their own, especially if it doesn't require a new job classification. They have a lot of flexibility to do that. And I, for example, see that another way to modernize and staff up the police department is that, for example, rather than hiring one police officer that we have a hard time hiring, why not hire 2 PSOs that might do cold reports, that might do motorist activity? And I like that the department did pick up on that piece. Or they could do community-oriented policing. And guess what? That automatically gets you twice the number of personnel, pretty much for the same cost. And it's hireable and quicker. And our community across the board, they're hungry for these services. So it's also a big disservice when we on paper say we're gonna offer all these officers and all these other cool positions in PD, but if they don't materialize year after year, then it's just not helpful. And so we just need to have an honest conversation about that, maintain flexibility, modernize, do things a little bit different. I also think more security cameras and other things can be helpful. So I don't want to see, reductions in the size. I want to make wise adjustments, but not dedicate them all right now, because if not, then it's just unused resources that could be used wisely. As Councilmember Iglesias said on another item, we made that commitment 2 years ago, and it's now 2 years later, and we still haven't delivered that service on something like public safety, even more urgent an issue, especially given not just public safety issues that are traditionally a thing in Santa Ana, but given the homelessness related issues that also take a lot of police time. Thank you.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning, everyone. It's officially Wednesday. Madam City Manager, happy 3 weeks. I know you've been,
Thank you, Councilman.
you're hanging in there, and I appreciate everything that you're doing and the direction that you're trying to manage this ship. So thank you for that. And in regards with this just whole budget conversation, I just wanted to point out that there are other areas that we could focus on as well with these additional positions that our police department's asking for. So I would hope that there's a closer look at what those mean. And just looking at this chart here, I'm looking at just the projected cannabis revenue for the city. I know we talked about bringing revenue to the city and finding ways to do that. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but every time I look at the graph, I think when we initially started the conversation 4 years ago, I wasn't on the council, but I was watching. It was like projected $15 million. Then it went down to 12. Then it went down to 10. Then it's 8. Now it's $6 million. And we keep asking. This is a industry that's going to bring us money, and I know that it's on the agenda for a future council meeting. But I also want that we're having these budget discussions. Keep that in mind that something like cannabis should have priority, because it is going to bring us money. And I know that I've received numerous concerns about how tedious and slow the process has been to get these businesses up and running. I know that next year when we get this budget proposal again, that 6 million is going to be probably 4. And we're going to be scratching our heads like, well, why aren't we receiving this money? Why isn't it coming in? Well, it's because we're not, providing that effort to bring help this industry and all businesses across, the board, not just cannabis, but talking about positions, we should have a code enforcement officer and someone in planning assigned directly to cannabis to help this industry move along. And I know that this cannabis item's going to come before us at the June 6th meeting. 4th,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
So you have a number of items to address with your municipal code that establish the cannabis industry in this city, a number of cleanup ones. The very first one that staff is moving forward is the vertical integration, which eliminates the double taxation on the businesses. But there is a laundry list of about 4 other items that we do need to address as well to modernize the ordinance. It's hard to believe it's already out of date, but you guys were kind of on the leading edge on that. That will, with those additional changes, it will really help out this industry.
Okay, yeah, and I would hope so, because I just want to make sure that we're keeping in mind that all the revenue streams that we have just keep depleting, and our expenses keep rising. And again, we're always having these EDBIT committees, and we're surprised. We're like, yeah, we're disappointed that what was projected we didn't get. Well, that's our own fault, because we didn't do that effort to really support these industries and businesses across the board to really help them be sustainable. So just wanted to throw that out there, that I hope that these different revenue streams are given a priority. If it's going to bring us money, let's help them, because I just don't want to see that these numbers keep shrinking and our expenses keep rising.
And if I might add, our draft budget does include 2 additional code enforcement officers for cannabis.
Okay, and that would help with the planning and the permitting and whatnot of the, I'm assuming the industry, right? Thank you.
Councilmember Iglesias.
So I have a question on slide number 9. You talk about general fund enhancements. So, and you have, the bullet points here. But do you have a breakdown of what these mean, like in money? Like, how much is it for creation of library department to increase youth programming? How much money is that? And then the other one, funding to provide maintenance and repairs of city parks and facilities.
That's 2.1 million, the funding to provide maintenance and repairs. We haven't specifically programmed specific projects yet for that, but we've got 2.1 million in the draft budget for that.
For which one? For the creation of library department?
Maintenance and repairs of city parks and facilities.
Okay, how about for creation of library department to increase youth program?
It's actually a small amount to upgrade that one position up to the director position
How
to
much
provide
is it?
some leadership. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it is a small amount, less than $100,000.
It would be nice, like, when you do these presentations, for us to have, like, for me, to have the amount, so I can visually see how much the budget is. So how much would it be for 2 code enforcement officers?
About 300,000.
How about for dedicated public works budget?
Those four full-time positions are about 600,000.
Okay, and then the full-time positions at the zoo?
I know that the 2 full-time positions, it's 100 and some odd, but I know that all of that together in that bullet point with the additional improvements at the zoo is a total of 500,000.
And funding to address deferred maintenance?
900,000.
Okay. So, I just have one more question. I think this has to do with the budget, with the current budget, and it's an issue that I know that we've addressed, and it's something that was provided to us in the EDIBIT meeting, and it comes to the how we're balancing our budget for the police department, for the 4.3 million. My understanding is that we won't be needing to get money, I guess, from the general fund money that the police department's going to be able to pay their bills within their budget that they've already been allocated. So, and I know that there was like an $800,000 difference.
So the difference has been projected at different amounts over time. So what you had at February 5th, you had 2 staff report items before you, and one of them was the mid-year update. And at that time, the mid-year update showed that the police department was actually underspending. I think they were at 48%, and you were well past 50% of the year. The other item that you had before you on February 5th was the approval of the labor contract. As a component of that staff report, it did ask for appropriations for the total estimated cost for the current fiscal year associated with that labor contract, which is good practices. Your good finance directors, if they're bringing a new contract forward for you, they would let you know what the total estimated costs are for the fiscal year. But at that time, there wasn't an estimate done or any analysis looked at the police department to see where their spending was really at, and is there excess dollars in other accounts that could be used to absorb some of that. So I know it says before my time, but then over the next series of months through council meetings, I know Catherine had been questioned, and at one point in time, it looked like they were going to go over 600,000. I think it bounced to 1.7 at one point of time. But taking a look at it now, and we have less than 2 months left in the fiscal year, at this point, we are projecting that the police department will come within their budget, and the things that are helping them achieve that is, number one, is they do have other sources of revenue that they are able to charge overtime to. The cost allocation methodology correction that also reduced expenses that were included in their budget.
Like what?
General liability, IT, and workers' comp. I believe this group was briefed on that we got dinged on a methodology for some of our cost allocations plans, and we had to make corrections to them. And then there were additional dollars in the funded vacancies as well. Okay. So primarily between those three, we're projecting they're going to come in. We still have a little over a month to go. If there's an emergency in the city that requires a tremendous public safety response, they won't make their budget, because obviously there is some overtime hours that we would need to deploy in that event.
Okay, so then you're talking about like the, there's cost savings in the liability insurance?
So the original costs that were allocated to the department for general liability, workers' comp, and IT, we adjusted it citywide, and for the police department, it reduced the amount of allocation to them. So they had a line item that expected to spend this much, and they're not going to spend that much in that area.
But for me, it doesn't make sense, because the police department is the department that has more liability for the city. So if we're taking away money from the liability in the police department, then where are we taking it from?
We're not reducing our funding for IT liability and workers' comp. It's just the allocation methodology has changed, which spread it differently across the entire organization.
So is that going to be for next year the same thing?
Yes, so we had to find a basis to do that cost allocation that can be defensible, and I believe Catherine's comfortable with what she did this year for those 3 types of charges, so that will carry forward in the future years. Ideally, the best thing that we could do for the city is to actually have a consultant come in and do a full cost allocation plan. All your other cities of this size have a full cost allocation plan, and that way you do not get in any trouble if you're allocating indirect cost to special revenue sources such as grant funding, federal dollars, state dollars, because you have an approved cost allocation plan. We don't have one of those here.
So can you give me a breakdown, just for my purposes, a breakdown of where the 800,000 you're going to meet, you're going to stay within your budget of the police department? Say how much money is going from the liability insurance, how much money is going, from workers' comp, where you're saving the money, and how much money are you using less in overtime? I would like to know the breakdown.
Okay.
Of the
Yeah, we certainly can. And then just for
No,
all
do
of...
you have it now? I think by now you should know where we're
I think
having
we do have, I do know the amounts from the areas. Catherine, can you share from the 3 ones that I mentioned?
Yes, the overall savings to the police department for those 3 categories, but keep in mind, there's moving around, so some are increases and some are decreases. But the overall net savings to the police department is actually 1.3 million.
But where are you getting the savings from?
It's reallocated to other departments, and it's based on a logical basis. We used actuarial valuations with actual claims payment results, and then we allocated, once we got those allocations by department based on actual claims payments in prior years, then we were able to allocate that within the department to various programs based on FTEs and budgeted salaries. So it's a logical allocation method. It is a temporary solution because we do need to get a consultant in here to do an approved cost allocation plan for us, but it is something that is defensible in our opinion, as opposed to what we had before.
So then you said $1.3 million, you're getting it from other departments to cover the police department?
Other funds as well.
From other departments to fund the police department?
You're not transferring any additional dollars into the police department. We would require council approval. It's just they're not going to use the entire expenditure line item in their department for those types of charges. We're not transferring money from another department to the police department.
Okay, so I guess I'm having a hard time understanding.
If I could maybe just make a suggestion, I know it's very late, and my apologies for slamming you with this at this late hour.
Told you to wait.
However, we were very late at the budget. The finance department, they have been working weekends to get this all done. I know that you didn't receive a mid-year budget update on a timely basis. It kind of got carried over. We have slammed together, and in these last 2.5 weeks, we've held internal department hearings to try to go through 40-some, at one point it was $53 million of supplemental requests to cobble together. We are looking for your direction on it. We have received some direction on different priorities. We can take this information, we can prepare the detailed proposed budget. I can schedule one-on-ones with each of you, and we can go through them in great detail in advance of the first meeting in June.
So what I would want for me, just for my purposes, if I may, I want to know how the police was able to work within their budget, the police department, within their budget, the 4.3 million. Was it, where did you, spend it on overtime and all that? I mean, I want to know, like, item by item of how you came up with the 4.3 million that was supposedly they were out of their budget, but then now it's like you can find money that within their budget. It just, for me, just doesn't make sense that we found this money and before we didn't have it. 4.3 million is a lot of money. So I would like to know from you, Christine, is where was it spent on overtime? Where are you cutting on overtime? What is it that, how much money are you putting into liability insurance, workers' comp, and all that? I want to know a breakdown of where the 4.3 million came from. Because I believe as a public, we deserve that transparency, because it's just amazing that first you don't have it, we're going to have to transfer money, and then, you're going around, you need 5 votes, but now it's like you don't need 5 votes anymore for the police department to be able to pay their bills. So it's kind of, how I'm seeing it is very deceiving of how the process is being done. And I just feel that if you don't provide us something that is broken down step by step on how you met the budget for the police department, I'm going to be very disappointed in you, because I felt that when, you came on board, I said, you're going to be very truthful and very transparent, and you're very good with moving money around, so I just don't want to be blindsided.
I have not moved any money around, Councilmember Iglesias.
Okay, I don't want to be blindsided of the things that that can happen, because I know we're trying to, close down the books for this year, but how the money was all of a sudden found,
I
for
don't
me
know
is
that
very-
you ever had an analysis, and I was not here at the time. I don't think you ever looked at it to see if there was underspending in different areas to come to the conclusion that you automatically couldn't absorb any of that 4.3. I could be wrong on that, but you will know at the end of June, you'll be able to see in every line item in that police department what was the original budget and what was actually expended, and you'll be able to see the unders and the overs. So you will know exactly which areas they came under in and which areas they came over in, and we will know the bottom line to their budget.
So by when will we have that information?
The end of the fiscal year, when the fiscal year is over, we would know the actual expenditures.
And so what happens with the actual, sorry, just
Can I ask
one more
some
question, one more
questions?
question, one more
I mean,
question.
we're like at a half hour here.
Just
We
one more
gotta,
question, just one
we
more
gotta,
question.
yeah, this is not fair.
She's gonna wrap it up.
Yeah.
But in how many minutes? Like in another 10?
Yeah,
Just be
I'll handle
fair.
it. I'll
Well,
handle
you're
it.
not handling it.
I'm
That's why
waiting.
we're bringing it up.
I'm waiting, I have questions.
Well, then get on
I'm
it.
waiting, I'm trying to be respectful, just like we're respectful of your time, sir.
Not 30 minutes on one question.
Well,
No, it's not one question, it's a presentation. So then you, okay, so by
we
the.
could
the-
conclude pretty soon.
Yeah, I will,
Thank-
right now.
thank
So the budget, you're saying the actual expenditures will come for us, and then we'll have it in July, right? Because by the end fiscal year is June 30th. But right now, you should have an idea of where
I
that-
do have an idea.
Okay.
It's salary savings from the funded vacancies, it's the adjustment to the cost allocation plan, and it's using other sources of revenue for overtime.
Okay.
Between those three sources, we are projecting they're going to come within budget.
Okay, so then give me that information. I don't think I should wait till June 30th to have that information if you already have an idea of what that is. Thank you.
Councilmember Solorio.
Thank you. A few things. I'll try to be quick. On the cannabis thing, I think sometimes there's confusion because there's 2 or 3 categories that we track. So really, like on some of the retail items of it, we've actually overall on cannabis revenue have seen every year increases of like 30 to 50%. It's just on the newer elements of manufacturing, cultivation, et cetera. Those have been slower in coming to fruition, as Councilmember Peñalosa said, but on other items, we've actually have had a very good, steady growth. But we got to look at doing more if things are going well, because we have other cities like Costa Mesa and others that are doing things. The next thing is probably things like lounges, marketing. For example, why not call them a green zone or a cannabis opportunity zone? And all those things help. I did also like the idea, because it's come up before, of a point person to manage cannabis, development, enforcement, et cetera. And then it's come up before. We do have a lot of issues and questions with mobile vendors, push cart folks. I think we're at the point we need kind of like a liaison for that's dedicated, rather than code enforcement manager Alvaro Nunez, who is so good and bilingual and everything else. He ends up being that person, but he has other responsibilities as well. On this final item that I want to talk about quickly on the policing, there was also a memo from that time that we were first looking at the costing of the MOU, that if you read the memo and do the math, it was projected only about a $200,000 shortfall. And so we can give folks a copy of that. No one ever said, including staff, that it was going to be a pure $4.3 million negative hit, because it was well known that there were going to be salary savings or other things. So out of a budget of $100 million, it's very easy to manage through a $200,000 potential shortfall. And then finally, in terms of when the costing comes in for a fiscal year, and all agencies, cities, school districts, et cetera, do comparable, along the way you really are keeping track of spending and projections, but even even through the end of June, you have to audit things and do accounting and have independent people verify this. So we'll have a pretty good sense of exactly where we landed on by the end of June, but we won't really know in a meaningful way until a little bit after that. One additional example that's a big figure is that the retro pay aspect of the last MOU, which has a value, I forget what it is, but approximately it's in the window of 1.5 to 2.2 or so. Because that's a manual process and the software that we have is old, we may not really be able to pay some of those retro checks until after July 1st, meaning that potentially, 1.5 million or more could be all deferred into the next year, meaning that in terms of cash on hand, you have more between now and June. And so some of these costs don't materialize until they do. But I do appreciate, all the staff, including our city manager and finance director, bringing these issues for feedback. And we know it's late, but some of us, particularly the Edit committee members, have been wanting to do a budget workshop and other things before. We tried having one, I think about 3-4 weeks ago. It was agendized, and it was canceled for lack of quorum. So I apologize it's late, but it's important work, and thank you, everybody.
If everyone's done, I will make my comments, ask my questions. Okay, Ms. Downs, I remember asking you in front of this council if we could afford, I want to talk about the MOU, the police MOU right now, because it seems to be a lot of questions.
Sure.
Just quickly, I won't be long. I'm a simple guy. I asked you, can we afford this or not? You said no. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We couldn't afford it. Okay, then you and I met later on. This council voted to do it regardless against, your advisement. They voted on it. You and I met, and you explained to me and proved to me, and I think it was 2 to 3 different meetings, that we couldn't afford it. And I believed it. Couldn't afford it. You said, I had all these questions that were brought to me. You were very helpful. You explained to me, and I thank you for your patience. And you were able to prove to me that we could not afford this. And now all of a sudden, they're within the police are within their budget. And because I know we were not voting and having to transfer money, I already think the question was already asked here, what changed? And I guess it's gonna come in writing, and I wanna see it too. Okay, so I just wanted to get that, from you, that was your professional opinion, that we couldn't afford it. Mr. Pham, can I ask you a question, sir? Professional opinion?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Hypothetically, if a council were to offer, how can I say this? How we're negotiating, and they offer with a union, and they say, yeah, we will propose this, and the union accepts it, and the council knows that we can't afford it. Is that negotiating in bad faith?
Could you rephrase the question, sir?
So if a city makes an offer to a union that they cannot afford, let's say, for example, like a raise, and we can't afford it, and we know we can't afford it, and they went ahead and do it anyway, and the union accepts it, okay, and then all of a sudden we don't have any money because we can't afford it, is that negotiating in bad faith?
It could be viewed...
Hypothetical.
Yes, it could be viewed as bad faith bargaining if you knew that you couldn't afford it, and then you went ahead and said, okay, we'll go in and pay you, and then later on you can't pay for it. We have legal issue, yes, sir.
Right. Okay, thank you. Yes. That's all I wanted to ask you. Ms. Downs, thank you, sir. If we didn't have Measure X money, could we afford what's going on right now with our police department?
Two things would happen. Either A, you would be using more of your general fund balance, your reserve, or B, you would have to make some decisions about the rest of your budget to be able to afford the cost of the MOU.
So without Measure X, we're going to hurt. There's going to be some real deep cuts.
And what's been going on, because the budget amendment was not approved, the city council essentially directed our chief to manage his budget and live within his budget. And so he has slowed down on his spending in some aspects. I don't know all the details of it. We can get it for council. We've heard you loud and clear. You want the details. But it kind of put, the chief between a rock and a hard place, because he has to comply with the municipal code that says that, budgetary compliance is basically, he can't exceed his appropriations. So it was a difficult position to be in, and he's trying to manage it the best that we can.
Yeah, I'm not blaming him because it wasn't his fault.
Right.
And You know, so it's a reality that the Measure X might not be around, because I hear there's movement out there to repeal it. And what would happen if that were to take place?
We'd have to have some seriously long budget workshops to look at restructuring your service levels.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions. Can we move on with the meeting? City manager comments.
Oh, okay, just Mayor Pro Tem, one quick item. So we're gearing up to promote the Census 2020, and this morning the Santa Ana Complete Count Committee met to plan the outreach efforts, and members attending the committee included staff from the U.S. Census Bureau, the City of Santa Ana, OC Human Relations, Mission Up, Orange County Congregation Community, Senator Tom Umberg's office, Congressman Lou Correa's office, Orange County Supervisor Doe's office, and the NALEO Educational Fund, Santa Ana College, Santa Ana Unified School District, Santa Ana Building Health and Communities, and a couple other nonprofits. So this group brainstormed on outreach strategies and began working to promote the census job. So look for more of that. We do want to make a big effort to educate and promote everybody to be counted, because it does mean a lot of dollars for our city.
Great, thank you very much. And I apologize, I didn't open up the public comments. If Mr. Bonani, Carlo would like to come forward. We have three, so you're first, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for staying so late. Thank you, sir.
Well, what I wanted to get back to was, and I talked to a city council member a little bit earlier, was about the security at the parks. Okay, before some other city council members came on this board, it took us almost 10 years just to get the park rangers that we had, and they did a great job, and it was sad to see them go. So somewhere maybe you guys should think about bringing those park rangers back, maybe a couple of them to work with the security, because I'll tell you, the security company, no matter who you hire, it's always going to be a threat right there. You know, Councilmember Pelosi has a good idea with wearing Santa Ana equipment. Might help, but may not help either. I don't know. And it's just, I hope it works. I hope this summer for Santa Ana is nice and quiet. I hope it's a quiet summer, but I don't think so. So, and I heard the tagging wars are going to start back up again, and so get used to it, because I see it more and more and more all over the city. And I just talked to my cousin. He was down at the council meeting down in San Clemente, and they're having problems with homeless people there. And guess where they want to send them? Guess where they want to give a ticket to? So guess where they said to come back up to the northern city. So as far as that, have a great weekend. I had a few things to say, but it's been a long time, but I'm sure you guys want to get home. Have a great Memorial weekend to all the vets. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, sir. Keith Carpenter. He left. Okay, and last but not least, Mr. Peter Katz.
After all this doom and gloom, I'm here tonight to bring you some good news. As president of the Comlink Board that oversees all 64 neighborhoods in the city of Santa Ana, Erman, my board member here, have just come back from the National Neighborhood USA Convention, the 44th convention in Palm Springs. And the good news is that one of our neighborhoods, the Santa Anita neighborhood, won the second best prize of the most improved neighborhood in the nation. Out of 12 finalists, they took second prize. They were only beaten out by Long Beach. So we're very proud of them. So they worked hard to improve their neighborhood and try to keep those kids out of the gangs. And the keynote speaker at the luncheon, when they came up to accept their prize, was Senator Barbara Boxer. And she said that the best advice she ever got as a politician when she first went to Washington was from Tip O'Neill, who told her that don't move to Washington. All politics is local. Stay in your neighborhood, get to know your neighbors, and that makes you a better person, and it makes your neighborhoods better. So I'm really proud of this neighborhood, and we're going to recognize them at the Bowers Museum on our June 23rd meeting, where we recognize our most beautiful yards, and our neighborhood heroes will have a special recognition for them, so they deserve it. So Stay strong in your neighborhoods, and we can build it block by block. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for allowing us to speak. I know it's very late, but I follow Peter wherever he might go, I guess. But it was an experience in talking to so many people from all over the country and actually out of the United States. So the issues that I have are similar. And I went there looking for answers. Unfortunately, everyone is in the same boat. And what I'm looking for in this council is that for me as a resident, I need safety for my community, and I'm looking for the support. And instead of focusing on the pennies that Santa Ana is paying to our police departments, you should see the issues that we have with the gangs and everything. So please look into that instead of questioning every single penny. I know it is your job, but at the end of the day, it's the safety of my residents that you put in at risk, because I don't want to begin with the marijuana dispensaries and the court enforcement monies to go into those individuals. Money is dirty money. For me, it's not good. So focus on the positive for my community, my police department. Thank you so very much. Good evening.
Okay, we're going to move on to council member comments. Council member Solorio, would you like to go first, sir?
Thank you. A few items here. First, I do want to thank our city manager for visiting Santiago Creek to look at some of the issues there some weeks ago. And I guess I think I'm thanking you twice. I know I remember that Councilmember Peñalosa thanked you for helping as well. And then more recently, Councilwoman Cecilia Iglesias also joined for an amazing and successful cleanup that was multi-departmental and also with some counties. So that was very good. I had an opportunity to visit the zoo over the weekend, and they're doing really well. They're apparently generating revenue. Their exhibits are looking good. They're, up on Santa Ana and the staff, and I'd like to recognize the zoo also, and the Friends, for all their accomplishments. I want to thank the residents that sent in letters of support for 85C. The discussion regarding parks and security. I know that there's a lot of interest, and it's good that we're moving in that direction. And thank my colleagues for that, and I look forward to working with and others on what comes back. And finally, I do want to thank our police department, code enforcement, city attorney's office on the work with railroad enforcement. Earlier in the year, Councilmembers Peñalosa, Iglesias, and myself had another 85A item asking staff to move in this legal direction. That could be, a lawsuit and/or some settlements. And we received a memo today saying that a Superior Court judge has approved our warrant for inspection and abatement. That includes, the railroad, in this case, Union Pacific, to provide us full cost recovery for our activities. So that is very good. Initially, it's going to be in the 5 railroad areas along Chestnut, Santa Fe, East Edinger, South Santa Fe, East Warner, Main Goats, and down the road also South Halliday, West Alton, West MacArthur, and East St. Gertrude. I know tomorrow for the first set, we're probably looking to see already a lot of enforcement, upwards of 40 to 50 folks helping do that, including some contractors. So that's fantastic, and the community will really appreciate that. So thank you all so much.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to say that first, thank you to our city manager and staff. I mean, you guys are doing the best you can, and I appreciate it, leading this ship. I just wanted to also say that I was really happy to attend last week the swearing in of 3 new officers at the police department, along with our city manager, Christine. So that was nice to share that with her and see 3 new officers get sworn in. One who was a fellow Saddleback graduate, so that was nice to see. And along with 2 police chaplains. The only thing that I made a comment at the ceremony to the chief that I was like, the only thing is I wish this group was doubled. So let's continue that, Chief Valentin. in our hiring efforts and to get those positions filled, please. And just along with, I know I've told you this, Christine, like, you know, I come from the private sector, and you know, we need things done yesterday, and I know we're working hard to get those things done. And I know government is slow by design to make sure, you know, it's not perfect, but I, you know, would like to see these different things created, whether it's, done, whether it's the hiring or the, brings it back to, again, helping our businesses, looking into, or the railroad, potential legal action. You know, I was told that this was going to happen in April. It didn't happen. You know, I was told that the vertical integration with the cannabis industry was going to come before us in April. It didn't happen. And those are just things that I would like to see. You know, if we're told as a council, hey, this is going to be presented to you at this date, I would like to see that, you know, executed versus just everything just kind of fizzles and we don't see that and I know you just got here and you've improved our organization already a lot, so I thank you for that. But I want to make sure that when these items come before us, hopefully on the 4th of June, whether it's the railroads or the vertical integration with the cannabis industry, that we also have that conversation of, you know, looking at why only 18 of the 30 permitted retail shops have opened. You know, this is, again, we keep seeing these revenue projections shrink every year, and we ask ourselves, why is this happening? And it's, you know, it's clear, you know, if we put the resources to help these different areas, whether it's the railroad tracks, you know, we wouldn't have the $19 million, you know, bill to clean up homeless at the end of the, you know, every year. Or if we put the resources towards helping these industries, we would see the projected $15 million a year in revenue. So just food for thought, something that I'd like to see at the next meeting. So I appreciate it. Again, thank you. And told you this, all your meetings so far have been long, so get ready. I appreciate the work you do. Thank you. Good night. Oh, and happy Memorial Day. And I'm not happy, but I guess, you know, hope you guys have a nice Memorial Day. And remember, the reason for Memorial Day is remembering our veterans.
Councilmember Iglesias.
Okay, so I want to thank Christine for putting up with us, putting up with me. And also I want to thank you too for joining me at the Windsor Village Neighborhood Association meeting and for giving an update to the community members that were there from all different, I think we have about 5 different neighborhood associations that were very concerned about the homeless shelter that is being proposed at Yale, and you handled it well in giving up an update. So I want to thank you, and I know the neighborhood presidents, they also said, you know, to extend their gratitude towards you, you know, making a stop and, you know, at our neighborhood meeting and on your 11th day, I think it was, back then. So right? So thank you for attending. I also want to report that I attended on May 8th, I attended the Orange County Sanitation Administration Committee meeting. And on Monday, May 13th, I attended the Edibet Council Committee meeting along with Councilmember Peñalosa and Councilmember Solorio. And what I wanted to ask, and I know this is something that it was on this, when I was in the school district, we had a voting mechanism of, using I guess that board up there. Is there any way to start implementing that in our council meetings? Because sometimes it's just not clear on, who votes how, and in this way, it's like we all vote at the same time, but, it comes up there and we can kind of see it, and then it's also very clear to the public on how that could be made. So I don't know if it's this one, but I know with the school district, when I was there, we invested about $40,000 to have something that it was nice. We just voted from our seat, and it showed up on the monitor or on the screen. So is that even usable? I mean, I see our last names there, I see green and red, but I don't know if we can even use it.
That is usable, and our city clerk has been working very hard at upgrading the entire agenda processing, which would entail a nicer, streamlined, visible vote. And I think with her timing on rolling that out, that is in the works for you. So we will have those very soon. I don't know, City Clerk, if you want to comment on it at all?
We did request in the supplemental budget a vote-cast module to add to the legislation. Basically, we'll have the same configuration as stated in your prior board meeting. We would have hardware, a laptop or a tablet where you would
So we could just vote yes, no,
right,
or abstain.
right, and it would be visible to
Yes.
the public. It would capture real time.
Correct, so then when it would come up with the videos, it would show there too. Okay, so that's something that we're looking at?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so before I finish my comments, I'm gonna let him, and then I'll finish my comments again. Is that okay?
Just because I agree with Councilwoman Iglesias, and I know that if there's at least two of us, things are done quicker. So I agree with her. We should have a system implemented where we could vote. It would help our city clerk. I see Norma scrambling to write down who voted what and who seconded who and what's happening. And it would be a lot easier on our city clerk. It would be a lot easier on the public, on the staff, on us, and to keep record of, and this would just be recorded automatically. So I agree with Councilwoman Iglesias.
Thank you. And then I just want an update on the cameras that we're installing. I know that at Windsor Village Neighborhood Association at Windsor Park, we've been waiting for our cameras, so I don't know if that's going to be installed anytime soon. And I know there was like 5 different parks, I think it was, that we were going to be getting those security cameras. So if you can give me an update on where we're at with that, I would really appreciate it. And another thing I would like to bring up, I was contacted by the Memorial Park neighbors. There's a wall, I guess it's like a wooden wall at the park, and it's falling. And then I know they just did kind of like I call it a Mickey Mouse job, that they just kind of put something, but it's like the wall continues. Also, if you can have either, I don't know if it's Public Works or Parks and Recs to look at that, because it's liability to the city. And also, I want to wish everyone a nice, rest of the week, and also enjoy Memorial Day weekend. I know that Fairhaven Memorial has their celebration, so if you get an opportunity to go there, it's nice just to observe the men and women who have sacrificed for us. And so I just want to thank everyone for being here at this time in the morning, and I want to thank all staff for all the work that you guys do for us. I know sometimes, like I tell Nicole, I don't tell you that I appreciate you enough, but I do. But I appreciate all of you guys for all the hard work that you guys do. And the residents and the community is noticing. You guys are hard workers, and that you guys are providing all the information. So I just want to thank you guys for doing what you do, and thank you for staying with us till 1 o'clock. And hopefully, you'll say this is a good experience, and tell Sonia that you'll sit in for her.
It's gonna be 2 o'clock soon if we keep it up.
Yeah, so
Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I see Peter out in the audience, as well as other veterans of ours. And so hug a veteran this weekend, and make sure you say thank you. And to any other veterans out there watching and in chambers, my best to you. I want to thank staff as well, but I think the best way we can thank staff is to try to be respectful of everybody's time. And I know we ask the public to be respectful of their time. We limit them to 3 minutes, and many of them have a lot of important things to say. And I know Carlo does, and I know we all do. And when people come here, we say, this is what you're restricted to. I think in a way, just like we are careful with our public funds, we should be careful with our public time and make sure that we are respectful of staff. It's 1 in the morning, some of them have to drive very far. So to the extent that we consider policing ourselves, whether it's the honor system, whether it's just adopting an internal policy. I think it's a good way for us to show that we don't always have to ask every question up here that comes into our minds. We can pick up the phone in between meetings, and it's not going to hurt transparency to ask those questions in private and get those, maybe some of the minutia taken care of before we come here. That shows responsibility. That shows that you're a mature person that's governing and not, being disrespectful of people's time, because we have folks that want to watch these meetings. We had somebody who wanted to make a comment on something on an 85B, and they were waiting here for literally hours just to make a 3-minute comment. And I think that we all have to understand what it's like to sit on the other side of this dais and understand when we have something important to say. So I would just say, we all have important comments and remarks that we have to make. But let's not err on thinking that because we're making every comment, we're being transparent. That's not the point. The point is being as thoughtful with our comments, as thoughtful with our time. And this isn't the only forum for us to ask questions. We can pick up the phone. Christine was very helpful. Ms. Downs was very helpful. I saw Min. We call people, and these are our technical staff and our experts that we should be reaching out to. I'm ready to ask maybe questions that weren't answered in advance. So, just something for us to think about. I appreciate everything that you all do. I just want us to be, again, a little bit more considerate and be better colleagues, because we work well together this way. So with that, I'll bid you all a good night, and maybe we are getting a little grumpy at this time. So, that's why 1 o'clock is a tough time to wind up. But thank you all.
My comment, meeting adjourned. Good night.
Han caído